HarperCollins and Harper Audio present Sword of Kings, a novel by Bernard Cornwell, performed by Bernard Cornwell and Matt Bates.
Part 1. A Fool's Errand. Chapter 1. Gideen was missing. She was not the first of my ships to vanish. The savage sea is vast and ships are small, and Gideen, which simply meant goddess, was smaller than most. She had been built at Grimsby on the Humber, and had been named Halligawater. She had fished for a year before I bought her, and because I wanted no ship named Holy Water in my fleet, I paid a virgin 1 shilling to piss in her bilge, renamed her Gideen, and gave her to the fisherfolk of Bebbanburg. They cast their nets far offshore, and when Gideen did not return on a day when the wind was brisk, the sky grey, and the waves were crashing white and high on the rocks of the Farne Islands, we assumed she had been overwhelmed and had given Bebbanburg's small village 6 widows and almost 3 times as many orphans. Maybe I should have left her name alone. All seamen know that you risk fate by changing a ship's name, though they know equally well that a virgin's piss averts that fate. Yet the gods can be as cruel as the sea. Then Egil Skallagrimsson came from his land that I had granted to him, land that formed the border of my territory and Constantine of Scotland's realm. And Egil came by sea, as he always did, and there was a corpse in the belly of the Bannermother, his serpent ship. "Washed ashore in the Tweed," he told me. "He's yours, isn't he?" "The Tweed?" I asked. "Southern shore. Found him on a mudbank. The gulls found him first." "I can see." "He was one of yours, wasn't he?" "He was," I said. The dead man's name was Hagar Bentson, a fisherman, helmsman of the Gideen, a big man, too fond of ale, scarred from too many brawls, a bully, a wife-beater, and a good sailor. "Wasn't drowned, was he?" Egil remarked. "No." "And the gulls didn't kill him?" Egil sounded amused. "No," I said, "the gulls didn't kill him." Instead, Hagar had been hacked to death. His corpse was naked and fish white, except for the hands and what was left of his face. Great wounds had been slashed across his belly, chest, and thighs, the savage cuts washed clean by the sea. Egil touched a boot against a gaping wound that had riven Hagar's chest from the shoulder to the breastbone. "I'd say that was the axe blow that killed him," he said, "but someone cut off his balls first." "I noticed that." Egil stooped to the corpse and forced the lower jaw down. Egil Skallagrimsson was a strong man, but it still took an effort to open Hagar's mouth. The bone made a cracking sound, and Egil straightened. "Took his teeth, too," he said. "And his eyes." "That might have been the girls. Partial to an eyeball, they are." "But they left his tongue," I said. "Poor bastard." "Miserable way to die," Egil agreed, then turned to look at the harbour entrance. "Only 2 reasons I can think of to torture a man before you kill him." "2? To enjoy themselves? Maybe he insulted them." He shrugged. "The other is to make him talk. Why else leave his tongue?" "Them?" I asked. "The Scots?" Egil looked back to the mangled corpse. "He must have annoyed someone, but the Scots have been quiet lately. Doesn't seem like them." He shrugged. "Could be something personal. Another fisherman he angered?" "No other bodies?" I asked. There had been 6 men and 2 boys in the Gideen's crew. "No wreckage?" "Just this poor bastard so far, but the others could be out there, still floating." There was little more to say or do. If the Scots had not captured Gideen, then I assumed it was either a Norse raider, or else a Frisian ship using the early summer weather to enrich herself with the Gideen's catch of herring, cod, and haddock. Whoever it was, the Gideen was gone, and I suspected a surviving crew had been put on their captors' rowing benches, and that suspicion turned to near certainty when, 2 days after Egil brought me the corpse, the Gudine herself washed ashore north of Lindisfarne. She was a dismasted hulk, barely afloat as the waves heaved her onto the sands. No more bodies appeared, just the wreck, which we left on the sands, certain that the storms of autumn would break her up. A week after the Gudine lurched brokenly ashore, another fishing boat vanished, and this one on a windless day as calm as any the gods ever made. The lost ship had been called the Swallow, and, like Hagar, her master had liked to cast nets far out to sea, and the first I knew of the Swallow's disappearance was when 3 widows came to Bebbanburg, led by their gap-toothed village priest, who was named Father Gad. He bobbed his head. "There was—" he began. "Was what?" I asked, resisting the urge to imitate the hissing noise the priest made because of his missing teeth. Father Gad was nervous, and no wonder. I had heard that he preached sermons that lamented his village's overlord was a pagan, but his courage had fled now that he was face to face with that pagan. "Bolger Haraldsson, Lord. He's the—" "I know who Bolger is," I interrupted. He was another fisherman. "He saw 2 ships on the horizon, Lord, on the day the Swallow vanished." "There are many ships," I said. "Trading ships. It would be strange if he didn't see ships." "Bolger says they headed north, then south." The nervous fool was not making much sense, but in the end I understood what he was trying to say. The Swallow had rowed out to sea, and Bolger, an experienced man, saw where she vanished beyond the horizon. He then saw the masthead of the 2 ships go towards the Swallow, pause for some time, then turn back. The Swallow had been beneath the horizon, and the only visible sign of her meeting with the mysterious ships was their masts going north, pausing, then going south, and that did not sound like the movement of any trading ship. "You should have brought Bolger to me," I said, then gave the 3 widows silver and the priest 2 pennies for bringing me the news. "What news?" Finnan asked me that evening. We were sitting on the bench outside Bebbanburg's hall, staring across the eastern ramparts to the moon's wrinkling reflection on the wide sea. From inside the hall came the sounds of men singing, of men laughing. They were my worries, all but for the score who watched from our high walls. A small east wind brought the smell of the sea. It was a quiet night, and Bebbanburg's lands had been peaceful ever since we had crossed the hills and defeated Skoll in his high fortress a year before. After that grisly fight, we'd thought the Norsemen were beaten, and that the western part of Northumbria was cowed. But travellers brought news across the high passes that still the Northmen came, their dragon boats landing on our western coasts, their warriors finding land, but no Norseman called himself king, as Skoll had done, and none crossed the hills to disturb Bebbanburg's pastures, and so there was peace of a sort. Constantine of Alba, which some men call Scotland, was at war with the Norse of Strathclotter, led by a king called Owen, and Owen left us alone, and Constantine wanted peace with us until he could defeat Owen's Norsemen. It was what my father had called a Scottish peace, meaning that there were constant and savage cattle raids, but there are always cattle raids, and we always retaliated by striking into the Scottish valleys to bring back livestock. We stole just as many as they stole, and it would have been much simpler to have had no raids, but in times of peace young men must be taught the ways of war. "The news," I told Finnan, "is that there are raiders out there." I nodded at the sea. "And they've plucked 2 of our ships." "There are always raiders." "I don't like these," I said. Finnan, my closest friend, an Irishman who fought with the passion of his race and the skill of the gods, laughed. "Got a stench in your nostril." I nodded. There are times when knowledge comes from nothing, from a feeling, from a scent that cannot be smelled, from a fear that has no cause. The gods protect us, and they send that sudden prickling of the nerves, the certainty that an innocent landscape has hidden killers. "Why would they torture Hager?" I asked. "Because he was a sour bastard, of course." "He was," I said, "but it feels worse than that." "So, what will you do?" "Go hunting, of course." Finan laughed. "Are you bored?" he asked. But I said nothing, which made him laugh again. "You're bored," he accused me, "and just want an excuse to play with spear havoc." And that was true. I wanted to take spear havoc to sea, and so I would go hunting. Spear havoc was named for the sparrowhawks that nested in Bebbanburg's sparse woodlands, and, like those sparrowhawks, she was a huntress. She was long, with a low freeboard amidships, and a defiant prow that held a carving of a sparrowhawk's head. Her benches held 40 rowers. She had been built by a pair of Frisian brothers who had fled their country and started a shipyard on the banks of the Humber, where they had made spear havoc from good Mercian oak and ash. They had formed her hull by nailing 11 long planks on either flank of her frame, then stepped a mast of supple Northumbrian pine wood, braced with lines and supporting a yard from which her sail hung proud. Proud because the sail showed my symbol, the symbol of Bebbanburg, the head of a snarling wolf. The wolf and the sparrowhawk, both hunters and both savage. Even Egil Skallagrimsson, who, like most Norsemen, despised Saxon ships and Saxon sailors, grudgingly approved of spear havoc. "Though, of course," he had said to me, "she's not really Saxon, is she? She's Frisian." Saxon or not, spear havoc slid out through Bebbanburg's narrow harbour channel in a hazed summer dawn. It had been a week since I had heard the news of Swelwer, a week in which my fisherfolk never went far from land. Up and down the coast, on all Bebbanburg's harbours, there was fear, and so spear havoc went to seek vengeance. The tide was flooding, there was no wind, and my oarsmen stroked hard and well, surging the ship against the current to leave a widening wake. The only noises were the creak of the oars as they pulled against the tholes, the ripple of water along the hull, the slap of feeble waves on the beach, and the forlorn cries of gulls over Bebbanburg's great fortress. 40 men hauled on the long oars. Another 20 crouched either between the benches or on the bow's platform. All wore mail, and all had their weapons, though the rowers' spears, axes, and swords were piled amidships with the heap of shields. Finan and I stood on the steersman's brief deck. "There might be wind later?" Finan suggested. "Oh, might not," I grunted. Finan was never comfortable at sea, and never understood my love of ships, and he only accompanied me that day because there was the prospect of a fight. "Though whoever killed Hager is probably long gone," he grumbled as we left the harbour channel. "Probably," I agreed. "So we're wasting our time, then?" "Most likely," I said. Spear havoc was lifting her prow to the long, sullen swells, making Finan grip the sternpost to keep his balance. "Sit," I told him, "and drink some ale." We rowed into the rising sun, and as the day warmed a small wind sprang from the west, enough of a breeze to let my crew haul the yard to the mast's top and let loose the Wolf's Head sail. The oarsmen rested gratefully as spear havoc rippled the slow heaving sea. The land was lost in the haze behind us. There had been a pair of small fishing craft beside the Farne Islands, but once we were further out to sea we saw no masts or hulls, and seemed to be alone in a wide world. For the most part I could let the steering oar trail in the water as the ship took us slowly eastwards, the wind barely sufficient to fill the heavy sail. Most of my men slept as the sun climbed higher. Dream time. This, I thought, was how Ginnungagap must have been, that void between the furnace of heaven and the ice beneath, the void in which the world was made. We sailed in a blue-grey emptiness in which my thoughts wandered slow as the ship. Finan was sleeping. Every now and then the sail would sag as the wind dropped, then belly out again with a dull thud as the small breeze returned. The only real evidence that we were moving was the gentle ripple of Spear Havoc's wake. And in the void I thought of kings and of death, because Edward still lived. Edward, who styled himself Anglorum Saxonum Rex, king of the Angles and the Saxons. He was king of Wessex and of Mercia and of East Anglia, and he still lived. He had been ill. He had recovered. He had fallen sick again. Then rumour said he was dying, yet still Edward lived. And I had taken an oath to kill 2 men when Edward died. I had made that promise, and I had no idea how I was to keep it. Because to keep it, I would have to leave Northumbria and go deep into Wessex. And in Wessex I was Uhtred the pagan, Uhtred the godless, Uhtred the treacherous, Uhtred elder Defil, which means chief of the devils, and most commonly I was Uhtredere, which simply means Uhtred the wicked. In Wessex I had powerful enemies and few friends, which gave me 3 choices. I could invade with a small army, which would inevitably be beaten. I could go with a few men and risk discovery, or I could break the oath. The first 2 choices would lead to my death. The third would lead to the shame of a man who had failed to keep his word, the shame of being an oath-breaker. Edith, my wife, had no doubts about what I should do. "Break the oath," she had told me tartly. We had been lying in our chamber behind Bebbanburg's great hall, and I was gazing into the shadowed rafters, blackened by smoke and by night, and I had said nothing. "Let them kill each other," she had urged me. "It's a quarrel for the Southerners, not us. We're safe here." And she was right. We were safe in Bebbanburg, but still her demand had angered me. The gods mark our promises, and to break an oath is to risk their wrath. "You would die for a stupid oath?" Edith had been angry too. "Is that what you want?" I wanted to live. But I wanted to live without the stain of dishonour that marked an oath-breaker. Spear Havoc took my mind from the quandary by quickening to a freshening wind, and I grasped the steering oar again and felt the quiver of the water coming through the long ash shaft. At least this choice was simple. Strangers had slaughtered my men, and we sailed to seek revenge across a wind-rippled sea that reflected a myriad flashes of sunlight. "Are we home yet?" Finan asked. "I thought you were asleep." "Dozing," Finan grunted, then heaved himself upright and stared around. "There's a ship out there." "Where?" "There." He pointed north. Finan had the sharpest eyesight of any man I've ever known. He might be getting older, like me, yet his sight was as keen as ever. "Just a mast," he said. "No sail." I stared into the haze, seeing nothing. Then I thought I saw a flicker against the pale sky, a line as tremulous as a charcoal scratch. A mast? I lost it, looked, found it again, and turned the ship northwards. The sail protested until we hauled in the steerboard sheet, and Spear Havoc leaned again to the breeze, and the water seethed louder down her flanks. My men stirred, woken by Spear Havoc's sudden liveliness, and turned to look at the far ship. "No sail on her," Finan said. "She's going into the wind," I said, "so they're rowing. Probably a trader." No sooner had I spoken than the tiny scratch mark on the hazed horizon disappeared, replaced by a newly dropped sail. I watched her, the blur of the big square sail much easier to distinguish than the mast. "She's turning towards us," I said. "It's Bannermather," Finan said. I laughed at that. "You're guessing." "No guess," Finan said. "She has an eagle on her sail. It's Egil." "You can see that." "You can't?" Our two ships were sailing towards each other now, and within moments I could clearly see a distinctive line washed up a strake that showed clearly against the lower hull's darker planks. I could also see the big black outline of a spread-winged eagle on the sail and the eagle's head on her high prow. Finan was right. It was Banmather, a name that meant killer. It was Egil's ship. As the Banmather drew closer, I dropped my sail and let Spear Havoc wallow in the livening waves. It was a sign to Egil that he could come alongside, and I watched as his ship curved towards us. She was smaller than Spear Havoc, but just as sleek, a Frisian-built raider that was Egil's joy because, like almost all Norsemen, he was happiest when he was at sea. I watched the sea break white at Banmather's cutwater. She kept turning. The great yard dropped, and men hauled the sail inboard, turned the long yard with its furled sail fore and aft, and then, sweet as any seaman could desire, she slewed alongside our steerboard flank. A man in Banmather's bows threw a line. A second line sailed towards me from her stern, and Egil was shouting at his crew to drape sailcloth or cloaks over the pale upper strake so our timbers did not crash and grind together. He grinned at me. "Are you doing what I think you're doing?" "Wasting my time," I called back. "Maybe not. And you?" "Looking for the bastards who took your ship, of course. Can I come aboard?" "Come." Egil waited to judge the waves, then leapt across. He was a Norseman, a pagan, a poet, a seaman, and a warrior. He was tall, like me, and wore his fair hair long and wild. He was clean-shaven, with a chin as sharp as a dragon's boat prow. He had deep eyes, an axe-blade of a nose, and a mouth that smiled often. Men followed him eagerly, women even more eagerly. I had only known him for a year, but in that year I had come to like and trust him. He was young enough to be my son, and he had brought 70 Norse warriors who had sworn their allegiance to me in return for the land I had given them along the Tweed's southern bank. "We should go south," Egil said briskly. "South?" I asked. Egil nodded at Finan. "Good morning, Lord." He always called Finan Lord to their shared amusement. He looked back to me. "You're not wasting your time. We met a Scottish trader sailing northwards, and he told us there were 4 ships down there." He nodded southwards. "Way out to sea," he said, "out of sight of land. 4 Saxon ships just waiting. One of them stopped him. They demanded 3 shillings duty, and when he couldn't pay, they stole his whole cargo." "They wanted to charge him duty? In your name?" "In my name," I said softly, angrily. "I was on my way back to tell you." Egil looked into Banmather, where around 40 men waited. "I don't have enough men to take on 4 ships, but the 2 of us could do some damage." "How many men in the ships?" Finan had scrambled to his feet and was looking eager. "The one that stopped the Scotsman had 40. He said 2 of the others were about the same size, and the last one smaller." "We could do some damage," I said vengefully. Finan, while he listened to us, had been watching Egil's crew. 3 men were struggling to take the eagle's head from the prow. They laid the heavy piece of wood on the brief foredeck, then helped the others who were unlacing the sail. "What are they doing?" Finan asked. Egil turned to Banmather. "If the scum see a ship with an eagle on the sail," he said, "they'll know we're a fighting ship. If they see my eagle, they'll know it's me. So I'm turning the sail around." He grinned. "We're a small ship. They'll think we're easy prey." I understood what he was suggesting. "So I'm to follow you?" "Under oars," he suggested. "If you're under sail, they'll see you sooner. We'll suck them in with Banmather as the bait, then you can help me finish them." "Help?" I repeated scornfully. which made him laugh. "But who are they?" Finan asked. That was the question that nagged at me as we rowed southwards. Egil had gone back to his ship, and with his sails showing a drab frontage, was plunging ahead of us. Despite his suggestion, the Spear Havoc was also under sail, but at least a half a mile behind Bannermather. I did not want my men wearied by hard rowing if they were to fight, and so we agreed that Egil would turn Bannermather if he sighted the 3 ships. He would turn and pretend to flee towards the coast, and so lead the enemy, we hoped, into our ambush. I would drop our sail when he turned, so that the enemy would not see the great wolf's head, but would think us just another trading ship that would prove easy prey. We had taken the Sparrowhawk's head from the prow. The great carved symbols were there to placate the gods, to frighten enemies, and drive off evil spirits, but custom dictated that they could be removed in safe waters, and so, instead of being nailed or scarfed into the prow, they were easily dismounted. 4 ships, Finan said flatly. Saxons. And being clever, I said. Clever? You call poking you with a sharp stick clever? They attack ships from Bebbanburg, but only harass the others. How long before King Constantine hears that Uhtred of Bebbanburg is confiscating Scottish cargoes? He's probably heard already. So how long before the Scots decide to punish us? I asked. Constantine might be fighting Owen of Strathclotter, but he still has ships he can send to our coast. I gazed at Bannermather that was heeling gently to the west wind and leaving a white wake. For a small boat she was quick and lively. Somebody, I went on, wants to tangle us in a quarrel with the Scots. And not just the Scots, Finan said. Not just the Scots, I agreed. Ships from Scotland, from East Anglia, from Frisia, and from all the Viking homelands sailed past our coast. Even ships from Wessex. And I had never charged duty on those cargoes. I reckoned it was none of my business if a Scotsman sailed past my coast with a ship filled with pelts or pottery. True, if a ship put into one of my harbours, then I would charge a fee, but so did everyone else. But now a small fleet had come to my waters and was levying a duty in my name, and I suspected I knew where that fleet had come from. And if I was right, then the 4 ships had come from the south, from the lands of Edward, Anglorum Saxonum Rex. Spear Havoc plunged her bows into a green sea to shatter a hard white foam along her decks. Bannermather was pitching too, driven by a rising west wind, both of us sailing southwards to hunt down the ships that had killed my tenants. And if I was right about those ships, then I had a blood feud on my hands. A blood feud is a war between 2 families, both sworn to destroy the other. My first had been against Kjartan the Cruel, who had slaughtered the whole household of Ragnar the Dane, who had adopted me as a son. I had welcomed that feud, and ended it too by killing both Kjartan and his son, but this new blood feud was against a far more powerful enemy. An enemy who lived far to the south in Edward's Wessex, where they could raise an army of household warriors. And to kill them I must go there, to where that army waited to kill me. "She's turning!" Finan interrupted my thoughts. Bannermather was indeed turning. I saw her sail come down, saw the late morning light reflected from oar blades as they were thrust outboard, saw the long oars dip and pull, and saw Bannermather labouring westwards, as if seeking the safety of a Northumbrian harbour. So the blood feud, it seemed, had come to me. I had liked Athelhelm the Elder. He had been Wessex's richest ealdorman, a lord of many estates, a genial and even a generous man, and yet he had died as my enemy and as my prisoner. I had not killed him. I had taken him prisoner when he fought against me, then treated him with the honour that his rank deserved. But he had caught a sweating sickness, and though we had bled him, though we had paid our Christian priests to pray for him, and though we had wrapped him in pelts and given him the herbs that women had said might cure him, he had died. His son, Athelhelm the Younger, spread the lie that I had killed his father, and he swore to take revenge. He swore a blood feud against me. Yet I had thought of Athelhelm the Elder as a friend before his eldest daughter married King Edward of Wessex and gave the king a son. That son, Athelhelm's grandson, Elfweird, became the Atheling. Crown Prince Elfweird. He was a petulant and spoiled child, who had grown to be a sour, sullen, and selfish young man, cruel and vain. Yet Elfweird was not Edward's eldest son. That was Athelstan, and Athelstan was also my friend. So why was Athelstan not the Atheling? Because Athelhelm spread the rumour, a false rumour, that Athelstan was a bastard, that Edward had never married his mother. So Athelstan was exiled to Mercia, where I had met him and where I came to admire the boy. He grew into a warrior, a man of justice, and the only fault I could find in him was his passionate adherence to his Christian God. And now Edward was sick. Men knew he must die soon, and when he died there would be a struggle between the supporters of Athelhelm the Younger, who wanted Elfweird on the throne, and those who knew that Athelstan would make the better king. Wessex and Mercia, joined in an uncertain union, would be torn apart by battle. And so Athelstan had asked me to swear an oath, that on King Edward's death I would kill Athelhelm, and so destroy his power over the nobles who must meet in the Witan to confirm the new king. And that was why I would need to go to Wessex, where my enemies were numerous, because I had sworn an oath. And I had no doubt that Athelhelm had sent the ships north to weaken me, to distract me, and, with any luck, to kill me. The 4 ships appeared in the summer haze. They were wallowing in the summer sea, but as we appeared they hoisted their sails and turned to pursue us. Banamather had dropped her sail so that, as she pretended to flee westwards, the 4 ships would not see the black eagle that now faced aft. And we, the moment we saw Banamather turn, also dropped our sail, so that the enemy would not see the wolf's head of Bebbanburg. "Now row!" Finan called to the benches. "Row!" The summer haze was thinning. I could see the distant sails bellying in the gusting wind, and could see they were gaining on Egil, who was only using 3 oarsmen on each side. To show more oars was to betray that his ship was no merchant's vessel, but a serpent ship crammed with men. I wondered for a moment whether I should follow his example, then decided that the 4 distant ships were unlikely to fear a single warship. They outnumbered us, and I did not doubt that these men had been sent to kill me if they had the chance. So I would give them the chance. But would they take it? More urgently, they were gaining on Banamather, driven fast by the brisk wind, and I decided to reveal myself, shouting at my crew to hoist the big sail again. The sight of the wolf's head might give the enemy pause, but surely they must reckon on winning the coming fight, even against Uhtred. The sail flapped as it rose, boomed in the wind, then was sheeted home, and Spear Havoc leaned into the sea as her speed increased. The oars were brought inboard, and the oarsmen pulled on their mail coats and fetched their shields and weapons. "Rest while you can," I called to them. The sea was white-flecked now, the crests of the waves being blown to spume. Spear Havoc was dipping her bow, drenching the deck, then rising, before plunging down into the next roller. The steering oar was heavy in my hands, needing all my strength to push or pull as it quivered with speed. I was still sailing south to face the 4 ships, to challenge them, and Egil now did the same. 2 ships against 4. "You think those are Athelhelm's ships?" Finan asked. "Who else?" "He won't be on any of them," Finan grunted. I laughed at that. "He's safe home in Wiltonshire. He hired these bastards." The bastards were in a line now, spread across our path. 3 of the ships looked to be about the size of Spear Havoc, while the 4th, which was furthest east, was smaller, no bigger than Bannermother. That ship, seeing us race southwards, was lagging as if reluctant to join a fight. We were still far away, but it seemed to me that the smaller ship had very few crewmen. Unlike the 3 larger ships, which kept coming towards us. "They're well manned," Finan said calmly. Egil's Scotsman said there were about 40 men in the ship that stopped him. "I'd guess more." "We'll find out." "And they have archers." "They do?" "I can see them." "We have shields," I said, "and archers like a steady ship, not a boat pitching like an unbroken colt." Rorik, my servant, brought me my helmet. Not the proud helmet with the silver wolf crouching on its crest, but a serviceable helm that had belonged to my father and was always left on board Spear Havoc. The metal cheek-pieces had rusted and been replaced with boiled leather. I pulled the helmet over my head, and Rorik laced the cheek-pieces so that an enemy would see nothing but my eyes. 3 of the ships bore no symbols on their sails, though the craft furthest west, closest to the unseen Northumbrian coast, showed a coiled snake, which, like our wolf, was probably woven from wool. The huge slab of cloth was reinforced with rope that made a diamond pattern through which the black snake showed. I could see the water shattering white at her bow. Egil had turned Bannermother, so instead of feigning a clumsy flight west towards the harbours of the Northumbrian coast, he was now sailing south next to Spear Havoc. Like me, he had hoisted his sail, his crew just sheeting it home as we came abreast of him. I cupped my hands and shouted across the churning water, "I'm aiming for the second one!" I pointed to the ship nearest the snake-sailed vessel. Egil nodded to show he had heard. "But I'm going to attack the snake one!" I pointed again. "You too!" "Me too!" he called back. He was grinning, his fair hair streaming from beneath his helmet's rim. The enemy had spread into a line, so that any 2 of their ships could close on one of ours. If that notion had worked, they could board us from both sides at once, and the sword work would be brief, bitter, and bloody. I let them think that plan would succeed by heading slightly off the wind towards the second ship from the west, and saw the other 2 larger ships slightly change their direction so that they were headed towards the place where they thought we would meet their line. They were still spread out, at least 4 or 5 ships' lengths between each, but their line was shrinking. The smaller ship, slower than the others, lagged further behind. Egil's ship, slower than mine because she was shorter, had fallen behind, and I ordered the steerboard sheet to be loosened to slow Spear Havoc, then turned and waved to Egil, pointing to my steerboard side, indicating he should come up on that flank. He understood, and slowly the Bannermother crept up to my right. We would go into battle together, but not where the enemy hoped. "Christ!" Finan swore. "That big bastard has a lot of men." "Which big bastard?" "The one in the centre. 70 men? 80? "How many on the snake bastard?" "Maybe 40, 50. "Enough to frighten a merchantman," I said. "They don't seem frightened of us," he said dryly. The 3 larger ships were still coursing towards us, confident that they outnumbered us. "Be careful of that big bastard," Finan said, pointing to the middle ship, the one with the larger crew. I gazed at the ship, which had a lime-washed cross mounted high on its prow. "Doesn't matter how many they have," I said. "They reckon we only have 40 men. They do? He seemed amused by my confidence. They tortured Hagar. What could he tell them? They'd have asked how often our ships go to sea and how many men crewed them. What would he have said? That you keep 2 warships in the harbour, that Spear Havoc is the bigger one, and usually has a crew of 40, but sometimes not so many. Exactly. And that usually it's Berg who takes her to sea. Berg was Egil's youngest brother, and I had saved his life on a Welsh beach many years before, and ever since he had served me well and faithfully. Berg had been disappointed to be left behind on this voyage, but with Finan and me at sea, he was the best man to command Bebbanburg's remaining garrison. I would usually have left my son in charge, but he was in the central hills of Northumbria to settle a dispute between 2 of my tenants. They think we're about 40 men, I said, and they'll reckon Bannerman at about 30. I laughed, then tucked the hilt of Serpent Breath, my sword, before shouting across to Egil. "Turn now!" I heaved the steering oar to windward, and Spear Havoc dipped her prow as she slewed around. "Tighten the sail!" I shouted. The trap was sprung, and now the snake would discover how the wolf and the eagle fought. I had tightened Spear Havoc's sail to quicken her again. She was faster than the enemy's ships. I could see the weed thick on the snake's ship's bottom whenever she reared on a wave. She was slow. We dried our ships out on a falling tide and scraped their lower hulls clean, which kept us fast. I turned back towards Bannerman. "I plan to sink the bastard," I shouted, "then go east after the second one." Egil waved, and I assumed he had heard me. Not that it mattered. Spear Havoc was pulling ahead. She was as close to the wind as I dared take her, but she was carving her swift path. She was breaking the sea white at her cutwater. She was as deadly as her name now, and Egil would realize soon enough what I planned. "You're going to ram her?" Finan asked. "If I can, and I want you in the prow. If I don't hit her right, you'll need to get aboard her and kill their helmsman, then ditch their steering oar." Finan went forward, shouting at men to follow him. We were closing on the snake ship now, near enough to see a group of men in her bow and see the spears they carried. Their helmets reflected the light. One clung to the forestay, another hefted his spear. There was a group of archers in the belly of the boat, arrows already on their strings. "Bearnoth!" I shouted. "Folkbold, come here! Bring your shields!" Bearnoth was a stolid, reliable man, a Saxon, while Folkbold was an enormous Frisian, one of my strongest warriors. "You're to protect me," I said. "You see those archers? They'll aim for me." The helmsman was in the most vulnerable place on a ship. Most of my men were crouched in Spear Havoc's belly behind raised shields. Finan had gone to the bow, where he and 6 men also made a barrier of shields, but I had to stand at the steering oar. The arrows would come soon. We were seething through the green sea, and were close enough that I could see the nail-heads on the snake ship's hull. I glanced to my left. The other 3 enemy ships had seen where we were going, and had turned to help, but that turn meant they were now heading directly into the wind, and their sails were flattening against the masts. Men were scrambling to lower the sails and to thrust oars through their holes, but they were slow, and their ships were being blown backwards and pitching hard in the rising seas. "Now!" Bearnoth growled and raised his shield. He had seen the archers loose their arrows. A half-dozen arrows thumped into the sail, others flickered past to plunge into the sea. I could hear the waves roaring. The wind song through the rigging, and then I shoved the steering blade hard, putting all my strength into the oar's great loom, and I saw the snake ship turning towards us, which is what a helmsman should have done moments before, but now it was too late. We were close, and closing fast. "Spears!" Finan shouted the warning from the prow. "Brace!" I bellowed. An arrow glanced off the iron rim at the top of Folkbold's shield. A spear blade scarred the deck at my feet, then Spear Havoc heeled into the turn and a gust of wind buried her rail. I staggered. An arrow smacked hard into the sternpost. Then Spear Havoc recovered, her sail protesting as we turned into the wind, water streaming from her scuppers. And above the sounds of the sea and the howl of the wind, I heard the shouts of alarm from the enemy. "Hold hard!" I shouted at my crew. And we struck. We lurched violently forward as we jarred to a stop. There was a huge splintering sound, bellows of fright, a churning of water, curses. The backstay beside me tautened frighteningly, and for an instant I thought our mast would collapse across the bows, but the twisted seal hide held, even though it vibrated like a plucked harp-string. Beanoth and Folkbold both fell. Spear Havoc had ridden up on the snake ship's hull and now settled back with a grinding noise. We had turned into the wind to ram the enemy, and I had worried that we would lose way and so strike her less hard than if we had rammed her downwind, but Spear Havoc's weight and speed had been enough to shatter the snake ship's hull. Our sail was now pressed against the mast and was pushing us back, though it seemed as if our bow was tangled with the enemy's hull, because the ships stayed together, and Spear Havoc slewed slowly around to larboard, and, to my alarm, she began to go down at the prow. Then I heard a sharp crack, and Spear Havoc quivered. There was a ripping sound, and she suddenly righted. Her prow had been caught by the broken strakes of the snake ship's hull, but she had broken free. The snake ship was sinking. We had struck her with our prow, the strongest part of Spear Havoc's hull, and we had splintered her low freeboard as easily as cracking an egg. Water was flowing in. She was tilting, and her bilge, which was crammed with ballast stones, was flooding fast. Her crew, dressed in mail, was doomed, except for those few who had managed to cling to our ship, and meanwhile we were being blown backwards towards the other enemy boats, who, their oars at last in the water, were straining to reach us. We were wallowing. I bellowed at men to haul in the larboard sheet of the sail and loosen the steerboard sheet. To my right the snake ship was on her side in a maelstrom of white water, surrounded by flotsam, and then she vanished. The last sight of her a small triangular banner at the peak of her canted mast. I thrust the steering oar over, praying that Spear Havoc would gain enough way to make the oar's big blade bite, but she was still sluggish. Our prisoners, there were 5 of them, had been hauled inboard, and Finnan had men stripping them of mail, helmets, and sword-belts. "Watch behind, Lord," Folkbold said, sounding alarmed. The nearest enemy ship, the vessel with the lime-washed cross on her high prow, was closing on us. She was as large as Spear Havoc and looked much heavier. Her crew was bigger than the snake ship's doomed crew, but her commander had only ordered 24 men to the oars, a dozen on each side, because he wanted the rest ready to leap aboard Spear Havoc. There were helmeted warriors in the bows and more crammed into her waist, at least 70 of them, I thought, maybe more. The first arrows flew, and most went high to slap into our sail, but one whipped close beside me. I instinctively made sure Serpent Breath was at my side, and shouted for Rorik. "Lord," he called back, "have my shield ready." The cross-prowed ship was lumbering towards us, and we were being wind-driven towards her. She was not coming fast because she was rowing into the wind. She was heavy, and she had too few oarsmen, so it was doubtful that she could sink us as we had sunk the snake ship. But the height of her prow would let her warriors leap down into our wide belly. Then Bannermather suddenly crossed our bows. She was running before the wind, and I saw Egil thrust his steering oar to turn towards the cross-prowed ship. The helmsman of that ship saw the Norseman coming, and even though Bannermather was half his size, he must have feared being rammed, because he shouted at his larboard oarsman to back water, and so slewed to meet Egil's threat bows on. He was close to us now, so close. I shoved the steering oar, but still it would not bite, which meant Spear Havoc was dead in the water and still being wind-driven towards the enemy. I let go of the oar's loom and took my shield from Rorik. "Get ready!" I shouted. I drew Wasp Sting, my seax, and the short blade hissed from the fleece-lined scabbard. Broken waves slopped between our ships. The enemy ship had turned towards Egil and would now crash broadside into us, and her crew, armed and mailed, was standing ready to leap. I saw a half-dozen archers raise their bows. Then there was sudden chaos in the belly of the cross-prowed ship as Bannermother slid down her larboard side to shatter the oars. The oar looms were driven hard into the bellies of the rowers. The ship seemed to shiver. The archers staggered and their arrows flew wild. Egil loosed his sail to fly free in the wind as he turned to slide his bows against the enemy's stern. He had men with long, bearded axes ready to grapple the enemy. Bannermother's bows glanced on the enemy's stern quarter. Both ships lurched. The axes fell to draw the two hulls together, and I saw the first screaming Norseman leap onto the cross-prowed ship's stern. Then we hit. We crashed into the enemy's steerboard oars first, which cracked and splintered, but also held her off for a moment. One huge man, his mouth open as he yelled, leapt at Spear Havoc. But his own ship lurched as he jumped, and his bellow of defiance turned into a desperate shout as he fell between the ships. He flailed as he tried to grab our rail, but one of my men kicked his hands and he vanished, dragged down by his armour. The wind drove our stern against the enemy, and I jumped onto a steering platform, followed by Folkbold and Beornoth. Egil's savage Norsemen had already killed the helmsman, and were now fighting in the belly of the boat, and I was shouting at men to follow me. I jumped down from the steering platform, and a boy, no more than a child, screamed in terror. I kicked him under a rower's bench and snarled at him to stay there. "Another bastard coming!" Oswy, who had once been my servant and had become an eager, vicious fighter, shouted from Spear Havoc, and I saw the last of the enemy's larger ships was coming to the rescue of the boat we had boarded. Thorolf, Egil's brother, had stayed aboard Bannermother with just 3 men, and they now loosed their ship and let the wind carry her out of the approaching boat's way. More of my men were leaping aboard to join me, but there was little room for us to fight. The wide belly of the boat was crammed with warriors, the Norsemen grinding forward from bench to bench, their shield wall stretching the full width of the big ship's waist. The enemy crew was trapped there between Egil's ferocious attackers and Finnan's men, who had managed to reach the platform on the prow and were thrusting down with spears. Our challenge then would be to defeat the third ship, which was being rowed towards us. I climbed back onto the steering platform. The approaching ship, like the one on which we fought, had a cross high on her prow. It was a dark cross, the wood smeared with pitch, and behind it were crammed the armed and helmeted warriors. The ship was heavy and slow. A man at the prow was shouting instructions to the helmsman and thrusting an arm northwards, and slowly the big ship turned that way, and I saw the men in the prow raise their shields. They planned to board us at our stern and attack Egil's men from behind. The rowers on the ship's steerboard side slid their long looms from the holes, and the big ship coasted slowly towards us. The rowers picked up shields and drew swords. I noted that the shields were not painted, bearing neither a cross nor any other symbol. If these men had been sent by Athelhelm, and I was increasingly sure of that, they had clearly been ordered to disguise that truth. "Shield wall!" I shouted, "and brace yourselves!" There must have been a dozen men on the steering platform with me. There was no room for more, though the enemy, whose prow was higher than our stern, planned to join us. I looked through the finger-width gap between my shield and Folkbold's, and saw the great prow just feet away. A wave lifted it, then it crashed down and slammed into us, splintering the top strake. Then the enemy's dark bow grated down our stern as I staggered from the impact. I had a glimpse of a man leaping onto me, axe raised, and I lifted the shield and felt the shudder as his axe buried its blade in the willow board. Almost any fight on shipboard is a confusion of men packed too close together. In battle, even the best disciplined shield wall tends to spread, as men try to make room for their weapons, but on a ship there is no space to spread. There is only the fetid breath of an enemy trying to kill you, the press of men and steel, the screams of blade-pierced victims, the raw stink of blood in the scuppers, and the crush of death on a lurching deck. Which is why I had drawn Wasp Sting. She is a short blade, scarce longer than my forearm, but there is no room to swing a long sword in the crush of death. Except there was no crush. The ship had struck us, had broken the strake, but even as more of the enemy readied themselves to leap down at us, a heave of the sea lifted and drove their ship back. Not far, scarcely a pace on land, but the first men to leap flailed as the ships drifted apart. The axeman, his blade still buried in my shield, sprawled on the deck, and Folkbold, on my right, stabbed down with his seax, and the man shrieked like a child as the blade punctured mail, broke ribs, and buried itself in the man's lungs. I kicked the man's shrieking face, stabbed Wasp Sting into his thick beard, and saw the blood spread across the ship's pale deck planks. "More coming!" Beanoff shouted behind me. I ripped Wasp Sting to one side, widening the bloody slash in the axeman's throat, then raised my shield and half-crouched. I saw the dark prow loom again, saw it strike our hull again, and then something heavy struck my shield. I could not see what it was, but blood was dripping from the iron rim. "Got him!" Beanoff called. He was close behind me, and, like most of the second rank, was holding an ash-shafted spear that slanted towards the enemy ship's high prow. Men who leapt on us risked being impaled on those long blades. Another heave of the waves parted the ships again, and the dying man slid from my shield as Beanoff tugged the spear blade loose. The dying man still moved, and Wasp Sting struck again. The deck was red now, red and slippery. Another enemy, face contorted in rage, made a giant leap, hammering his shield forward to break our line, but Beanoff heaved on me from behind, and the man's shield clashed on mine, and he staggered back against the rail. He lunged his seax past my shield. His toothless mouth opened in a silent bellow of rage, but the point of his blade slid off my mail, and I hammered my shield forward, and the man cursed as he was forced backwards. I pushed my shield again, and he cried aloud as he fell between the ships. The wind drove us back onto the big enemy ship. Her prow was a good 3 feet higher than the stern where we stood. 5 men had managed to board us, and all 5 were dead. And now the enemy on that high prow tried to kill us by thrusting spears at us. The lunges were futile, simply banging into our shields. I could hear a man encouraging them. "They're pagans! Do God's work! Board them and slaughter them!" But they had no belly for boarding. They had to jump down onto the waiting spears, and instead I could see men going to the waist of their ship where it would be easier to cross to us, except that Egil's men had finished their killing and now waited for the next fight. "Beanoff!" I somehow stepped back, forcing my way through the second rank. "Stay here," I told him. "Keep those bastards busy." I left 6 men to help him, then led the rest down into the blood-spattered waste. "Oswy, Folkbold, we're crossing over. All of you, come!" The wind and sea were turning us, so that at any moment the 2 ships would lie side by side. The enemy waited in their ship's belly. They had a shield wall, which told me they did not want to board us, but instead were daring us to leap aboard their ship and die on their shields. They were not shouting, they looked frightened, and a frightened enemy is already half beaten. "Bebbanburg!" I bellowed, stepped onto a rower's bench, ran and jumped. The man who had shouted that we were pagans was still yelling, "Kill them! Kill them!" He was on the prow's high platform where a dozen men were still thrusting futile spears at Beornoth and his companions. The rest of the crew, and I doubted they numbered more than 40, were facing us in the dark ship's belly. The man in front of me, a youngster with terrified eyes, a leather helmet and a battered shield, stepped back as I landed. "You want to die?" I snarled at him. "Throw your shield down, boy, and live." Instead, he raised the shield and thrust it at me. He screamed as he thrust, though he had taken no hurt. I met his shield with my own, turned mine so that his turned too, and that opened his body for Wasp Sting's lethal thrust that took him low in the belly. I ripped her upwards, gutting him like a fat salmon. Folkbold was to my right, Oswy to my left, and the three of us broke through the thin shield wall, stepping over dying men, slipping on blood. Then I heard Finan shout, "I've got their stern!" A man came from my right. Folkbold tripped him. Wasp Sting sliced across his eyes, and he was still screaming as Folkbold heaved him overboard. I turned and saw that Finan and his men were on the steering platform. They were throwing the dead overboard, and for all I knew, the living as well. The enemy was now split into two groups, some at the prow, the rest between my men and Finan's men, who were being joined by Egil's eager warriors. Egil himself, his sword adder red to the hilt, was carving a path between the rowers' benches. Men shrank from his Norse fury. "Throw down your shields," I called to the enemy. "Throw down your blades." "Kill them," the man on the prow shouted. "God is on our side. We cannot be defeated." "You can die," Oswy snarled. I had 20 men with me. I left 10 to guard against the men behind us as I led the rest towards the prow. We made a shield wall, and slowly, obstructed by the rowers' benches and by the discarded oars, we walked forward. We clashed blades against our shields. We shouted insults. We were death approaching, and the enemy had taken enough. They dropped their shields, threw down their weapons, and knelt in submission. More of my men clambered aboard, joined by Egil's Norsemen. A shriek told me that a man died behind me, but it was the last shriek from a defeated crew because this enemy was beaten. I glanced right to see that the fourth enemy ship, the smallest one, had sheeted in her sail and was racing southwards. She was running away. "This fight is over," I called to the enemy, who were now crammed beneath the cross that decorated the prow of their ship. "Don't die for nothing." We had sunk one ship and captured 2. "Throw down your shields," I called as I stepped forward. "It's over." Shields clattered onto the deck. Spears and swords were dropped. It was over. All except for one defiant warrior. Just one. He was young, tall, and had a thick blonde beard and fiery eyes. He stood on the prow where he carried a long sword and a plain shield. "God is on our side," he shouted. "God won't desert us. God never fails." He hammered the blade against his shield. "Pick up your weapons and kill them!" Not one of his companions moved. They knew they were beaten. Their only hope now was that we would let them live. The young man, who had a silver chain and crucifix hanging over his mail, hammered the sword a last time, realized he was alone, and, to my astonishment, jumped down from the prow's platform and took 2 paces towards me. "You are Uhtred?" he demanded. "Men call me that," I acknowledged mildly. "We were sent to kill you." "You're not the first to be sent on that errand," I said. "Who are you?" "I am God's chosen one." His face was framed by his helmet, which was a fine piece of work, chased with silver, and topped by a cross on the ridged crest. He was good-looking, tall and proud. "Does God's chosen one have a name?" I asked. I tossed wasp sting to Oswey and slid serpent breath from her fleece-lined scabbard. God's chosen one seemed determined to fight, and he would fight alone, so there would be room for serpent breath to work her savagery. "My name," the young man said haughtily, "is for God to know. Father?" He turned and shouted. "My son!" a harsh voice answered. It was a priest who had been standing amidst the spearmen on the ship's prow, and from his grating voice I recognized him as the man who had been encouraging our slaughter. "If I die here, I'll go to heaven?" The youngster asked the question earnestly. "You will be at God's side this very day, my son. You will be with the blessed saints. Now do God's work." The young man knelt for an instant. He closed his eyes and made a clumsy sign of the cross with the hand holding his sword. Egil's men, my men, and the surviving enemy watched, and I saw the Christians among my crew also make the sign of the cross. Were they praying for me, or were they begging forgiveness because they had captured cross-prowed ships? "Don't be a fool, boy," I said. "I am no fool," he said proudly as he stood. "God does not choose fools to do his work." "Which is?" "To rid the earth of your wickedness." "In my experience," I said, "your God almost always chooses fools." "Then I will be God's fool," he said defiantly. There was a clatter behind him, and he turned, startled only to see that another of his companions had thrown down spear and shield. "You should have more faith," he told the man derisively, then turned to me and charged. He was brave, of course. Brave and foolish. He knew he would die. Maybe not at my hands, but if he had succeeded in killing me, then my men would have hacked him down mercilessly, which meant this fool knew he had only minutes to live. Yet he believed he would have another life in the sunlit boredom of the Christian heaven. And did he believe he could kill me? Nothing is certain in battle. He might have killed me if he had had both the sword skill and the shield-craft that make a great warrior, but I suspected his faith was not rooted in hard-won craft, but in the belief that his God would reach down and give him victory, and that foolish belief spurred him towards me. While he had been praying, I had slipped my hand out of my shield's leather grips, and was now holding it by just the outer loop. He must have noticed, but he thought nothing of it. I held both shield and sword low, waited until he was just 6 or 7 paces away, then I drew my left arm back and threw the shield. I threw it low, threw it hard, and threw it at his feet. And sure enough, he tripped on the shield, and a heave of the waves tipped him sideways, so that he sprawled on a rower's bench, and I stepped forward, swept serpent breath once, and her blade hit his blade with a dull sound and broke it. 2/3 of his sword clattered across the deck as he desperately stabbed the remaining stub at my thigh. I reached down and took his wrist and held it firm. "Are you really so eager to die?" I asked him. He struggled against my grip, then tried to hit me with the iron-rimmed edge of his sword, which banged against my thigh without hurting me. "Give me another sword," he demanded. I laughed at that. "Answer me, fool. Are you really so eager to die?" "God commanded me to kill you." "Or were you told to kill me by a priest who dripped poison in your ear?" I asked. He drove the shield against me again, so I placed serpent breath in its way. "God commanded me," he insisted. "Then your nailed God is as big a fool as you," I said harshly. "Where are you from, fool?" He hesitated, but I squeezed his wrist and bent his arm back painfully. "Wessex," he muttered. "I can tell that from your accent. Whereabouts in Wessex?" Anderfurre. He spoke reluctantly. And Anderfurre, I said, is in Wiltshire. He nodded. Where Athelhelm is ealdorman, I added, and saw him flinch at Athelhelm's name. Let go of the sword, boy. He resisted, but I bent his wrist again, and he let the broken sword fall. Judging by the hilt that was decorated with gold wire, it had been an expensive sword, but it had shattered when it was struck by serpent breath. I tossed the hilt to Oswy. "Take this holy fool and tie him to Spear Havoc's mast," I said. "He can live." "But Spear Havoc might not," Finnan said dryly. "She's foundering." I looked across the deck of the intervening ship and saw that Finnan was right. Spear Havoc was sinking. Spear Havoc had sprung 2 planks when she struck the first enemy ship, and water was pouring into her bows. By the time I reached her, she was already low at the prow. Gebrut, a big Frisian, had ripped up the deck planking, and now had men lifting the ballast stones which they carried to the stern to balance the ship. "We can plug it, Lord," he shouted when he saw me. "The leak's only on one side." "Do you need men?" I called. "We'll manage." Egil had followed me onto Spear Havoc's stern. "We'll not catch that last one," he said, looking at the enemy's smallest ship, which was now almost at the southern horizon. "I'm hoping to save this one," I said grimly. Gebrut might be optimistic about plugging Spear Havoc's leaks, but the wind was rising and the seas building. A dozen men were bailing the ship, some using their helmets to scoop the water overboard. "Still," I went on, "we can get home in one of those ships." I nodded towards the 2 we'd captured. "They're lumps of shit," Egil said. "Too heavy." "They might be useful for cargo," I suggested. "Better as firewood." Gebrut, his hands under the bilge's water, was stuffing cloth into the gap left by the sprung planks, while other men were hurling water overboard. One of the 2 enemy ships we had captured was also leaking. The ship with the lime-washed cross, which had been damaged when the last ship joined the fight. Her stern had been hit by the larger boat, and her planking had cracked to spring a leak at the waterline. We put most of our prisoners on that ship, after taking their weapons, their mail, their shields, and their helmets. We took their sail, which was new and valuable, and their few supplies, which were meagre. Some rock-hard cheese, a sack of damp bread, and 2 barrels of ale. I left them just 6 oars, and then cut them loose. "You're letting them go?" Egil asked, surprised. "I don't want to feed the bastards at Bebbanburg," I said. "And how far can they go? They've no food, nothing to drink, and no sail. Half of them are wounded, and they're in a leaking boat. If they've any sense, they'll row for shore." "Against the wind?" Egil was amused at the thought. "And when they get ashore," I said, "they'll have no weapons. So welcome to Northumbria." We had rescued 11 of the fishermen who had crewed the Gedine and the Swelwe, all of them forced to row for their captors. The prisoners we had taken were all either West Saxons or East Anglians, and the subjects of King Edward, if he still lived. I had kept a dozen to take back to Bebbanburg, including the priest who had so feverishly called on his men to slaughter us. He was brought to me on Spear Havoc, which was still bows down, but Gebrut's efforts were stemming the worst of the leak, and moving much of the ballast aft had steadied the hull. The priest was young and stocky, with a round face, black hair, and a sour expression. There was something familiar about him. "Have we met?" I asked. "Thank God, no." He was standing just below the steering platform, guarded by a grinning Beernoth. We had raised the sail and were going northwards, going home, driven by the steady west wind. Most of my men were on the large ship we had captured. Only a few were still on Spear Havoc, and those few were still bailing water. The young man who had sworn to kill me was still tied to the mast, from where he glowered at me. "That young fool," I said, talking to the priest and nodding towards the young man, "is from Wessex, but you sound Mercian." "Christ's kingdom has no boundaries," he retorted. "Unlike my mercy," I said, to which he answered nothing. "I'm from Northumbria," I went on, ignoring his defiance, "and in Northumbria I am an ealdorman. You call me Lord." He still said nothing, just looked up at me with a scowl. Spear Havoc was still sluggish, reluctant to lift her bows, but she was sailing and she was heading home. Bannermather and the captured ship were keeping us company, ready to take us off if Spear Havoc began to sink, though minute by minute I sensed that she would survive to be dragged ashore and repaired. "You call me Lord," I repeated. "Where are you from?"
"Christ's kingdom."
Beanoth drew back a meaty hand to strike the priest, but I shook my head. "You see that we're in danger of sinking?" I asked the priest, who stayed stubbornly silent. I doubted he could sense that Spear Havoc, far from foundering, was recovering her grace. "And if we do sink," I went on, "I'll tie you to the mast alongside that idiot child. Unless, of course, you tell me what I want to know. Where are you from?"
"I was born in Mercia," he spoke reluctantly, "but God saw fit to send me to Wessex."
"If he doesn't call me Lord again," I told Beanoth, "you can smack him as hard as you like." I smiled at the priest. "Where in Wessex?"
"Wintonchester,"
he said, paused, then sensed Beanoth moving, and hastily added, "Lord." "And what," I asked, "is a priest from Wintonchester doing in a ship off the Northumbrian coast?"
"We were sent to kill you," he snarled,
then yelped as Beanoth smacked the back of his head.
"Be strong in the Lord, father,"
the young man shouted from the mast. "What is that idiot's name?" I asked, amused. The priest hesitated a heartbeat, giving the young man a sideways glance.
"Weston, Lord," he said.
"And your name?" I asked.
"Father Cholnoth."
There was again a slight pause before he added, "Lord." And I knew then why he was so familiar, and why he hated me. And that made me laugh. We limped on home. Chapter 2. We took Spear Havoc home. It was not easy. Gebrut had slowed the leak, yet still the sleek hull wallowed in the afternoon seas. I had a dozen men bailing her, and feared that worsening weather might doom her, but the gusting wind was kind, settling into a steady westerly, and the fretting sea calmed, and Spear Havoc's wolf sail carried us slowly north. It was dusk when we reached the Farne Islands and limped between them, and a western sky that was a red-streaked furnace of savage fire against which Bebbanburg's ramparts were outlined black. It was a weary crew that rowed the stricken ship through the narrow channel into Bebbanburg's harbour. We beached Spear Havoc, and in the morning I would assemble teams of oxen to drag her above the tide line where her bows could be mended. Bannermather and the captured ship followed us through the channel. I had talked with Father Cholnoth as we laboured home, but he had proved sullen and unhelpful. Weston, the young man who had believed his god wanted my death, had been miserable and equally unhelpful. I had asked them both who had sent them north to kill me, and neither would answer. I had released Weston from the mast and showed him a heap of captured swords. "You can take one and try to kill me again," I told him. He blushed when my men laughed and urged him to accept the offer, but he made no attempt to do his god's work. Instead he just sat in the scuppers until Gerbrut told him to start bailing.
"You want to live, boy? Start slinging water."
"Your father," I spoke to Father Cholnoth, "is Cholbert?" He seemed surprised that I knew, though in truth it had been a guess.
"Yes," he said curtly.
"I knew him as a boy."
"He told me,"
the priest said. A pause, then,
"Lord."
"He didn't like me then," I said, "and I dare say he dislikes me still."
"Our God teaches us to forgive," he said,
though in the bitter tone some Christian priests use when they are forced to admit an uncomfortable truth. "So where is your father now?" I asked. He stayed silent for a while, then evidently decided his answer revealed no secrets.
"My father serves God in Wintonchester's minster. So does my uncle."
"I'm glad they both live," I said, though that was not true because I disliked both men. They were twins from Mercia, as alike to each other as two apples. They had been hostages with me, caught by the Danes, and while Cholnoth and Cholbert had resented that fate, I had welcomed it. I liked the Danes, but the twins were fervent Christians, sons of a bishop, and they had been taught that all pagans were the devil's spawn. After their release from captivity, they had both studied for the priesthood and grew to become passionate haters of paganism. Fate had decreed that our paths should cross often enough, and they had ever despised me, calling me an enemy of the church and worse, and I had finally repaid an insult by kicking out most of Father Cholbert's teeth. Cholnoth bore a remarkable resemblance to his father, but I had guessed that the toothless Cholbert would name his son after his brother. And so he had. "So what is the son of a toothless father doing in Northumbrian waters?" I had asked him.
"God's work,"
was all he would say.
"Torturing and killing fishermen?"
I asked, and to that question the priest had no answer. We had taken prisoner those men who appeared to be the leaders of the defeated ships, and that night they were imprisoned in an empty stable that was guarded by my men. But I had invited Father Cholnoth and the misery-stricken Wystan to eat in the great hall. It was not a feast. Most of the garrison had eaten earlier, so the meal was just for the men who had crewed the ships. The only woman present, besides the serving girls, was Edith, my wife, and I sat Father Cholnoth to her left. I did not like the priest, but I accorded him the dignity of his office, a gesture I regretted as soon as he took his place at the high table's bench. He raised his hands to the smoke-darkened rafters and began to pray in a loud and piercing voice. I suppose it was brave of him, but it was the bravery of a fool. He asked his God to rain fire on this pestilential fortress, to lay it waste and to defeat the abominations that lurked inside its ramparts. I let him rant for a moment, asked him to be silent, and when he just raised his voice and begged his God to consign us to the devil's cesspit, I beckoned to Berg. "Take the holy bastard to the pigs," I said, "and chain him there. He can preach to the sows." Berg dragged the priest from the hall, and my men, even the Christians, cheered. Wystan, I noticed, watched silently and sadly. He intrigued me. His helmet and mail, which were now mine, were of quality workmanship and suggested that Wystan was nobly born. I also sensed that, for all his foolishness, he was a thoughtful young man. I pointed him out to Edith, my wife. "When we're done," I told her, "we'll take him to the chapel." "The chapel?" She sounded surprised. "He probably wants to pray." "Just kill the pup," Egil put in cheerfully. "I think he'll talk," I said. We had learned much from the other prisoners. The small fleet of 4 ships had been assembled at Dumnock in East Anglia, and was crewed by a mix of men from that port, other East Anglian harbours, and from Wessex. Mostly from Wessex. The men were paid well, and had been offered a reward if they succeeded in killing me. The leaders of the fleet, we learned, had been Father Cholnoth, the boy Wystan, and a West Saxon warrior named Egbert. I had never heard of Egbert, though the prisoners claimed he was a famed warrior.
"A big man, Lord," one had told me, "even taller than you, a scarred face."
The prisoner had shuddered in remembered fear. Was he on the ship that sank? I had asked. We had not captured anyone resembling Egbert's description, so I assumed he was dead.
"He was on the Haliburn, Lord, the small ship."
Haliburn meant child of healing, but it was also a term the Christians used for themselves, and I wondered if all 4 ships carried pious names. I suspected they did, because another prisoner, clutching a wooden cross hanging at his breast, said that Father Cholnoth had promised every man that they would go straight to heaven, with all their sins forgiven if they succeeded in slaughtering me. Why would Egbert be on the smallest ship? I had wondered aloud.
"It was the fastest, Lord," the first prisoner told me. "Those other boats are pigs to sail. Haliburn might be small, but she's nimble."
Meaning he could escape if there was trouble, I had commented sourly, and the prisoners just nodded. I reckoned I would learn nothing from Father Cholnoth, but Wystan, I thought, was vulnerable to kindness, and so, when the meal was over, Edith and I took the boy to Bebbanburg's chapel, which is built on a lower ledge of rock beside the great hall. It is made of timber, like most of the fortress, but the Christians among my men had laid a flagstone floor which they had covered with rugs. The chapel is not large, maybe 20 paces long and half as wide. There are no windows, just a wooden altar at the eastern end, a scattering of milk stools, and a bench against the western wall. 3 of the walls are hung with plain woolen cloths that block the draughts, while on the altar is a silver cross, kept well polished, and 2 large candles which are permanently lit. Wystan seemed bemused when I led him inside. He glanced nervously at Edith, who, like him, wore a cross.
"Lord?"
he asked nervously. I sat on the bench and leaned against the wall. "We thought you might want to pray," I said. "It's a consecrated space," Edith reassured the boy. "We have a priest, too," I added. "Father Cuthbert. He's a friend, and he lives in the fortress here. He's blind and old, and some days he feels unwell, and then he asks the priest from the village to take his place." "There's a church in the village," Edith said. "You can go there tomorrow." Wystan was now thoroughly confused. He had been taught that I was Uhtred the Wicked, a stubborn pagan, an enemy of his church and a priest-killer, yet now I was showing him a Christian chapel inside my fortress and talking to him of Christian priests. He stared at me, then at Edith, and had nothing to say. I rarely carried serpent breath when I was inside Bebbanburg, but I had wasp sting at my hip, and now I drew the short sword, turned her so that the hilt was towards Wystan, then slid the blade across the flagstones. "Your God says you must kill me. Why don't you?"
"Lords,"
he said, then had nothing more to say. "You told me you were sent to rid the world of my wickedness," I pointed out. "You know they call me Uhtred, eh?"
"Yes, Lord,"
he said, scarce above a whisper. "Uhtred the priest-killer?" He nodded.
"Yes, Lord."
"I have killed priests," I said, "and monks." "Not on purpose," Edith put in. "Sometimes on purpose," I said, "but usually in anger." I shrugged. "Tell me what else you know about me." Wystan hesitated, then found his courage.
"You are a pagan, Lord, and a warlord. You are friends with the heathen, and you encourage them."
He hesitated again. "Go on," I said.
"Men say you want Athelstan to be king in Wessex because you have bewitched him, that you will use him to take the throne for yourself."
"Is that all?" I asked, amused. He had not been looking at me, but now raised his eyes to gaze into mine.
"They say you killed Athelhelm the Elder, and that you forced his daughter to marry your son, that she was raped, here in your fortress."
He had anger on his face and tears in his eyes, and for a heartbeat I thought he would snatch up Wasp's sting. Then Edith laughed. She said nothing, just laughed, and her apparent amusement puzzled Wystan. Edith was looking quizzically at me, and I nodded. She knew what the nod meant, and so went into the windswept night. The candles fluttered wildly as she opened and closed the door, but they stayed lit. They were the only illumination in the small chapel, so Wystan and I spoke in near darkness. "It's a rare day when there's no wind," I said mildly. "Wind and rain, rain and wind. Bebbanburg's weather." He said nothing. "Tell me," I said, still sitting beside the chapel wall, "how did I kill Ealdorman Athelhelm?"
"How would I know, Lord?"
"Aldermen in Wessex say that he died." He did not answer. "You are from Wessex?"
"Yes, Lord,"
he muttered. "Then tell me what men in Wessex say about Ealdorman Athelhelm's death."
"They say he was poisoned, Lord."
I half smiled. "By a pagan sorcerer?" He shrugged. "You would know, Lord, not me." "Then, Wystan of Wessex," I went on, "let me tell you what I do know. I did not kill Ealdorman Athelhelm. He died of the fever, despite all the care we gave him. He received the last rites of your church. His daughter was with him when he died, and she was neither raped nor forced into marriage with my son." He said nothing. The light of the big candles flickered their reflection from Waspsting's blade. The night wind rattled the chapel door and sighed about the roof. "Tell me what you know of Prince Athelstan," I said.
"That he is a bastard," Wystan said, "and would take the throne from Elfweird."
"Elfweird," I said, "who is nephew to the present Ealdorman Athelhelm and is King Edward's second oldest son. Does Edward still live?"
"Praise God, yes."
"And Elfweird is his second son, yet you claim he should be king after his father."
"He is the Atheling, Lord."
"The eldest son is the Atheling," I pointed out.
"And in the eyes of God, the king's eldest son is Elfweird," Wystan insisted, "because Athelstan is a bastard."
"A bastard," I repeated.
"Yes, Lord,"
he said stubbornly. "Tomorrow," I said, "I'll introduce you to Father Cuthbert. You'll like him. I keep him safe in this fortress. Do you know why?" Wystan shook his head. "Because many years ago," I went on, "Father Cuthbert was foolish enough to marry the young Prince Edward to a pretty Kentish girl, the daughter of a bishop. That girl died in childbirth, but she left twin children, Eadgith and Athelstan. I say Father Cuthbert was foolish because Edward did not have his father's permission to marry, but nevertheless the marriage was consecrated by a Christian priest in a Christian church, and those who would deny Athelstan his true inheritance have been trying to silence Father Cuthbert ever since. They would kill him, Wystan, so that the truth is never known, and that is why I keep him safe in this fortress." "But—" he began, and again he had nothing to say. For his whole life, which I guessed was about 20 years, he had been told by everyone in Wessex that Athelstan was a bastard, and that Elfweird was the true heir to Edward's throne. He had believed that lie. He had believed that Athelstan was whelped on a whore, and now I was destroying that belief. He believed me, and he did not want to believe me, and so he said nothing. "And you believe your God sent you to kill me?" I asked. He still said nothing. He just gazed at the sword that lay by his feet. I laughed. My wife is a Christian, my son is a Christian, my oldest and closest friend is a Christian, and over half my men are Christians. Wouldn't your God have asked one of them to kill me instead of sending you? Why send you all the way from Wessex, when there are 100 or more Christians here who can strike me down?" He neither moved nor spake. "The fisherman you tortured and killed was also a Christian," I said. He started at that and shook his head. "I tried to stop that, but Edgar—" His voice trailed away to silence, but I had noted the very slight hesitation before the name Edgar. "Edgar isn't his real name, is it?" I asked. "Who is he?" But the church door creaked open before he could answer, and Edith led Aelswith into the wind-fluttering candlelight. Aelswith stopped as soon as she entered. She stared at Wystan, and then she smiled with delight. "Aelswith is my daughter-in-law, the daughter of my enemy, and sister to his son, who hates me as much as his father did. Her father, Athelhelm the Elder, planned to make her a queen, to exchange her beauty for some throne in Christendom, but my son gained her first, and she had lived at Bebbanburg ever since. To look at her was to think that no girl so wan, so pale and thin could survive the harsh winters and brutal winds of Northumbria, let alone the agonies of childbirth. Yet Aelswith had given me 2 grandsons, and she alone in the fortress seemed immune to the aches, sneezes, shivers and coughs that marked our winter months. She looked frail, but was as strong as steel. Her face, so lovely, lit with joy when she saw Wystan. She had a smile that could melt the heart of a beast, but Wystan did not smile back. Instead, he just gaped at her as if shocked. "Ethelwulf!" Aelswith exclaimed, and went towards him with open arms. "Ethelwulf," I repeated, amused. The name meant noble wolf, and the young man who had called himself Wystan might look noble, yet he looked anything but wolf-like. Ethelwulf blushed. He let Aelswith embrace him, then looked at me sheepishly. "I am Ethelwulf," he admitted, and in a tone that suggested I should recognize the name. "My brother," Aelswith said happily. "My youngest brother." It was then she saw a wasp sting on the stone floor and frowned, looking to me for an explanation. "Your brother," I said, "was sent to kill me." "Kill you?" Aelswith sounded shocked. "In revenge for the way we treated you," I continued. "Weren't you raped and forced into an unwanted marriage?" "No," she protested. "And all that," I said, "after I had murdered your father?" Aelswith looked up into her brother's face. "Our father died of the fever," she said fiercely. "I was with him through the whole illness, and no one raped me, no one forced me to marry. I love this place." Poor Ethelwulf. He looked as if the foundations of his life had just been ripped away. He believed Aelswith, of course. How could he not? There was joy on her face and enthusiasm in her voice, while Ethelwulf looked as if he was about to cry. "Let's go to bed," I said to Edith, then turned to Aelswith. "And you two can talk." "We shall," Aelswith said. "I'll send a servant to show you where you can sleep," I told Ethelwulf, "but you do know you're a prisoner here?" He nodded. "Yes, Lord." "An honoured prisoner," I said, "but if you try to leave the fortress, that will change." "Yes, Lord," he said again. I picked up Wasp Sting, patted my prisoner on the shoulder, and went to bed. It had been a long day. So Athelhelm the Younger had sent his youngest brother to kill me. He had equipped a fleet and offered gold to the crew, and placed a rancid priest on the ships to inspire Ethelwulf with righteous anger. Athelhelm knew it would be next to impossible to kill me while I stayed inside the fortress, and knew too that he could not send sufficient men to ambush me on my lands without those men being discovered and slaughtered by Northumbria's warriors. So he had been clever. He had sent men to ambush me at sea. Ethelwulf was the fleet's leader, but Athelhelm knew that his brother, though imbued with the family's hatred for me, was not the most ruthless of men. And so he had sent Father Chulnoth to fill Ethelwulf with holy stupidity, and he had also sent the man they called Edgar, except that was not his real name. Athelhelm had wanted no one to know of the fleet's true allegiance, or to connect my death to his orders. He had hoped the blame would be placed on piracy, or on some passing Norse ship, and so he had commanded the leaders to use any name except their own. Ethelwulf had become Wystan, and I learned that Edgar was really Wearmond. I knew Wearmond. He was a huge West Saxon, a brutal man, with a slab face scarred from his right eyebrow to his lower left jaw. I remembered his eyes, dead as stone. In battle, Wearmond was a man you would want standing beside you because he was capable of terrible violence. But he was also a man who revelled in that savagery. A strong man, even taller than me, and implacable. He was a warrior, and though you might want his help in a battle, no one but a fool would want Wearmond as an enemy. "Why," I asked Ethelwulf the next morning, "was Wearmond in your smallest ship?"
"I ordered him into that ship, Lord, because I wanted him gone. He's not a Christian."
"He's a pagan?"
"He's a beast. It was Wearmond who tortured the captives. I tried to stop him."
"But Father Chulnoth encouraged him?"
"Yes."
Ethelwulf nodded miserably. We were walking on Bebbanburg's seaward ramparts. The sun glittered from an empty sea, and a small wind brought the smell of seaweed and salt.
"I tried to stop Wearmond," Ethelwulf went on, "and he cursed me, and he cursed God."
"He cursed your God?" I asked, amused. Ethelwulf made the sign of the cross.
"I said God would not forgive his cruelty, and he said God was far more cruel than man. So I ordered him into the haliberne because I couldn't abide his company."
I walked on a few paces. "I know your brother hates me," I said, "but why send you north to kill me? Why now?"
"Because he knows you swore an oath to kill him,"
Ethelwulf said, and that answer shocked me. I had indeed sworn that oath, but I had thought it was a secret between Athelstan and myself. Yet Athelhelm knew of that oath. How? No wonder Athelhelm wanted me dead before I attempted to fulfill the oath. My sworn enemy's brother looked at me nervously.
"Is it true, Lord?"
"Yes," I said, "but not until King Edward dies." Ethelwulf had flinched when I told him that brutal truth.
"But why?" he asked. "Why kill my brother?"
"Did you ask your brother why he wanted to kill me?" I retorted angrily. "Don't answer, I know why. Because he believes I killed your father, and because I'm Uhtred the pagan, Uhtred the priest-killer."
"Yes, Lord,"
he said in a low voice. "Your brother has tried to kill Athelstan," I said, "and he's tried to kill me, and you wonder why I want to kill him." He said nothing to that. "Tell me what happens when Edward dies," I asked harshly.
"I pray he lives," Ethelwulf said, making the sign of the cross. "He was in Mercia when I left, Lord, but had taken to his bed. The priests visited him."
"To give him the last rites?"
"So they said, Lord, but he's recovered before."
"So what happens if he doesn't recover?" He paused, unwilling to give the answer he knew I did not want to hear.
"When he dies, Lord?"
He made the sign of the cross again.
Elfweard becomes king of Wessex.
"An Elfweard is your nephew," I said. "An Elfweard is a sparrow-witted piece of shit, but if he becomes king, your brother thinks he can control him, and he thinks he can rule Wessex through Elfweard. There's just one problem, isn't there? That Athelstan's parents really were married, which means Athelstan is no bastard. So when Edward dies, there'll be civil war. Saxon against Saxon, Christian against Christian. Elfweard against Athelstan. And long ago I swore an oath to protect Athelstan. I sometimes wish I hadn't." He stopped in surprise.
"You do, Lord?"
"Truly," I said, and explained no further. I drew him on, pacing the long rampart. It was true I had sworn an oath to protect Athelstan, but increasingly I was not certain that I liked him. He was too pious, too like his grandfather, and I also knew too ambitious. There is nothing wrong with ambition. Athelstan's grandfather, King Alfred, had been a man of ambition, and Athelstan had inherited his grandfather's dreams, and those dreams meant uniting the kingdoms of Saxon Britain. Wessex had invaded East Anglia. It had swallowed Mercia, and it was no secret that Wessex wished to rule Northumbria, my Northumbria, the last British kingdom where men and women were free to worship as they wished. Athelstan had sworn never to invade Northumbria while I lived. But how long could that be? No man lives forever, and I was already old, and I feared that by supporting Athelstan I was condemning my country to the rule of southern kings and their grasping bishops. Yet I had sworn an oath to the man most likely to make that happen. I am a Northumbrian, and Northumbria is my country. My people are Northumbrians, and Northumbrians are a hard, tough people. Yet we are a small country. To our north lies Alba, full of ambitious Scots who raid us, revile us, and want our land. To the west lies Ireland, home to Norsemen who are never satisfied with the land they have, and always want more. The Danes are restless across the eastern sea, and they have never relinquished their claim to my land, where so many Danes have already settled. So to the east, to the west, and to the north we have enemies, and we are a small country. And to the south are Saxons, folks who speak our language, and they too want Northumbria. Alfred had always believed that all the folk who speak the English language should live in the same country, a country he dreamed of, a country called Englaland. And fate, that bitch who controls our lives, had meant I had fought for Alfred and his dream. I had killed Danes, I had killed Norsemen, and every death, every stroke of the sword had extended the rule of the Saxons. Northumbria, I knew, could not survive. She was too small. The Scots wanted the land, but the Scots had other enemies. They were fighting the Norsemen of Strathclyde and of the Isles, and those enemies distracted King Constantine. The Norse of Ireland were fearsome, but could rarely agree on one leader, though that did not stop their dragon-headed ships crossing the Irish Sea, bringing warriors to settle on Northumbria's wild western coast. The Danes were more cautious about Britain now. The Saxons had become too strong, and so the Danish boats went further south in search of easier prey. And the Saxons were getting stronger. So one day I knew Northumbria would fall, and it was likely, in my judgment, to fall to the Saxons. I did not want that, but to fight against it was to draw a sword against fate, and if that fate was inevitable, and I believed it was, then it was better that Athelstan should inherit Wessex. Elfweard was my enemy. His family hated me, and if he took Northumbria, he would bring the whole might of Saxon Britain against Bebbanburg. Athelstan had sworn to protect me, as I had sworn to protect him.
"He's using you,"
Edith had told me bitterly when I confessed to her that I had sworn to kill Athelhelm the Younger on King Edward's death.
"Athelstan is?" "Of course. And why are you helping him? He's not your friend."
"I like him well enough."
"But does he like you?" she had demanded.
"I swore an oath to protect him."
"Men and oaths. You think Athelstan will keep his oath? You believe he won't invade Northumbria?"
"Not while I live."
"He's a fox," Edith had said. "He's ambitious. He wants to be king of Wessex, king of Mercia, king of East Anglia, king of everything. And he doesn't care who or what he destroys to get what he wants. Of course he'll break his oath. He never married."
I stared at her. "What has that got to do with it?" She'd looked frustrated.
"He has no love,"
she had insisted, and looked puzzled by my lack of understanding.
"His mother died giving birth to him."
She made the sign of the cross.
"Everyone knows the devil marks those babies."
"My mother died giving birth to me," I retorted.
"You're different," she had said. "I don't trust him. And you should stay here when Edward dies."
That had been her final word, spoken bitterly. Edith was a strong, clever woman, and only a fool ignores such a woman's advice, yet her anger aroused a fury in me. I knew she was right, but I was stubborn, and her resentment only made me more determined to keep the oath. Finan had agreed with Edith. "If you go south, I'll come with you," the Irishman had told me. "But we shouldn't be going." "You want Athelhelm to live?" "I'd poke his eyeballs out by shoving Soul Stealer up his rotten arse," Finan had said, speaking of his sword. "But I'd rather leave that pleasure to Ethelstan." "I swore an oath." "You're my lord," he said, "but you're still a bloody fool." "When do we leave?" "As soon as we hear of Edward's death." For a year I had been expecting one of Athelstan's warriors to come from the south bringing news of a king's death. But 3 days after I had first spoken with Ethelwulf, a priest came instead. He found me in Bebbanburg's harbour, where Spear Havoc, newly repaired, was being launched. It was a hot day, and I was stripped to the waist helping the men who pushed the sleek hull down the beach. At first the priest did not believe I was Lord Uhtred, but Ethelwulf, who was with me and who was dressed as a nobleman, assured him I was indeed the Elderman. King Edward, the priest told me, still lived.
"God be praised,"
he added. The priest was young, tired, and saddle-sore. His horse was a fine mare, but, like the rider, she was dusty, sweat-soaked, and bone-weary. The priest had ridden hard. "You rode all this way to tell me the king still lives?" I asked harshly.
"No, lord. I rode to bring you a message."
I heard his message, and next day, at dawn, I went south. I left Bebbanburg with just 5 men for company. Finan, of course, was one, while the other 4 were all good warriors, sword-skilled and loyal. I left the priest who had brought me the message in Bebbanburg, and told my son, who had returned from the hills and was to command the garrison while I was away, to guard him well. I did not want the priest's news spreading. I also gave my son instructions to keep Ethelwulf as an honoured prisoner. "He might be an innocent fool," I said, "but I still don't want him riding south to warn his brother that I'm coming." "His brother will know anyway," Finan had said dryly. "He already knows you're sworn to kill him." And that, I thought, as I pounded the long road to Yofawick, was strange. Athelstan and I had sworn oaths to each other, and agreed to keep those oaths secret. I had broken that agreement by telling Edith, Finan, my son, and his wife, but I trusted all of them to keep the secret. So if Athelhelm knew, Then Athelstan must have told someone who, in turn, had told Athelhelm of the threat, and that suggested there were spies in Athelstan's employment. That was no surprise. Indeed, I would have been astonished if Athelhelm did not have men reporting to him from Mercia, but it did mean my enemy was forewarned of the threat I posed. There was one last person I needed to tell of my oath, and I knew he would not be happy. I was right. He was furious. Sigtryggr had been my son-in-law, and was now king of Northumbria. He was a Norseman, and he owed his throne to me, which meant, I thought ruefully, that I was to Sigtryggr what Athelhelm was to Edward. I was his most powerful noble, the one man he must either placate or kill, but he was also my friend, though when I met him in the old Roman palace of Uhtred, he fell into a rage. "You promised to kill Athelhelm," he snarled at me. "I took an oath." "Why?" It was not a question. "To protect Athelstan?" "I took an oath to protect him. I took that oath years—" "And he wants you to go south again," Sigtryggr interrupted me. "To save Wessex from its own chaos. To save Wessex. That's what you did last year. You saved that bastard Athelstan. We needed him dead, but no, you had to save the miserable arsehole's life. You won't go, I forbid it." "Athelstan," I pointed out, "is your brother-in-law." Sigtryggr uttered one word to that, then kicked a table. A Roman jug of blue glass fell and shattered, causing one of his wolfhounds to whine. He pointed a finger at me. "You must not go! I forbid it!" "Did you break your oaths, Lord King?" I asked. He snarled again, paced angrily on the tiled floor, then turned on me again. "When Edward dies," he said, "the Saxons will start fighting amongst themselves. True?" "Probably true," I said. "Then let them fight," Sigtryggr said. "Pray that the bastards kill each other. It's none of our business. While they're fighting each other, they can't fight us." "And if Elfweird wins," I pointed out, "he will attack us anyway." "You think Athelstan won't? You think he won't lead an army across our frontier?" "He promised not to, not while I live." "And that can't be long," Sigtryggr said, making it sound like a threat. "And you're married to his twin sister," I retorted. "You think that will stop him?" Sigtryggr glared at me. He had first been married to my daughter, who had died defending Uhtred, and after her death King Edward had forced the marriage between Sigtryggr and Eadgith, threatening invasion if Sigtryggr refused. And Sigtryggr, assailed by other enemies, accepted. Edward claimed the marriage was a symbol of peace between the Saxon kingdoms and Norse-ruled Northumbria, but only a fool did not recognize that the real reason for the marriage was to place a Saxon Christian queen in what was enemy country. If Sigtryggr died, then his son, my grandson, would be too young to rule, and the Danes and Norse would never accept the pious Eadgith as their ruler, and in her stead they would place one of their own on Northumbria's throne, and thus give the Saxon kingdoms a reason to invade. They would claim they came to restore Eadgith to her proper place, and so Northumbria, my country, would be swallowed by Wessex. And all that was true. Yet still I would travel south. I took an oath, not just to Athelstan, but to Ethelfled, who had been King Alfred's daughter and once my lover. I swore to protect Athelstan, and I swore to kill his enemies when Edward died. And if a man breaks his oath, he has no honour. We might have much in this life. We might be born to wealth, to land, to success, and I had been given all those things. But when we die, we go to the afterlife with nothing except reputation, and a man without honour has no reputation. I would keep my oath.
"How many men are you taking?"
Sigtryggr asked me. "Just 40.
"Just 40, he echoed scornfully. "And what if Constantine of Scotland invades?"
"He won't. He's too busy fighting Owen of Strathclotter."
"And the Norse in the west?"
he demanded. "We defeated them last year."
"And they have new leaders. There are more ships arriving."
"Then we'll defeat them next year," I said. He sat again, and 2 of his wolfhounds came to be petted.
"My younger brother came from Ireland," he said.
"Brother?" I asked. I had known Sigtryggr had a brother, but he had rarely been mentioned, and I had thought he had stayed in Ireland.
"Guthfrith,"
he said the name sourly.
"He expects me to clothe and feed him."
I looked around the big chamber where men watched us. "He's here?"
"Probably in a whorehouse." "You're going south, then?" he asked grumpily.
He looked old, I thought, yet he was younger than me. His once handsome face with its missing eye was creased. His hair was grey and lank, his beard thin. I had not seen his new queen in the palace. Reports said that she spent much of her time in a convent she had established in the city. She had given Sigtryggr no child. "We're going south," I confirmed.
"Where the worst of the trouble comes from. But don't travel through Lincoln."
He sounded unhappy. "No?"
"There's a report of the plague there."
Finan, standing beside me, crossed himself. "I'll avoid Lincoln," I said, raising my voice slightly. There were a dozen servants and household warriors within earshot, and I wanted them to hear what I said. "We'll take the western road through Manchester."
"Then come back soon,"
Sigtryggr said.
"And come back alive."
He meant that. He just didn't sound as if he meant it. We left next day. I had no intention of going south by any road, but I had wanted any listeners in Sigtryggr's court to repeat my words. Athelhelm had his spies in Sigtryggr's court, and I wanted him watching the Roman roads that led south from Northumbria to Wessex. I had ridden to Jofawick, knowing it was my duty to speak with Sigtryggr, but while we rode, Berg had taken spear havoc down the coast to a small harbour on the Humber's northern bank, where he would be waiting for us. Early on the morning after my meeting with Sigtryggr, and feeling sour with the ale and wine of the night before, I led my 5 men out of the city. We rode south, but once out of sight of Jofawick's ramparts, we turned eastwards, and that evening we found Spear Havoc, manned by a crew of 40, riding at anchor on a falling tide. Next morning I sent 6 men to take our horses back to Bebbanburg, while the rest of us took Spear Havoc to sea. Athelhelm would hear that we had been in Jofawick, and would be told that we had left the city by the southern gate. He would probably assume I was heading for Mercia to join Ethelstan, but he would be puzzled that I travelled with only 5 companions. I wanted him to be nervous, and to be watching all the wrong places. In the meantime I had told no one, not Edith, not my son, not even Finan, what we were doing. Edith and Finan had expected me to travel south on the news of Edward's death, but though the king still lived, I had left in a hurry. "What did that priest tell you?" Finan asked as Spear Havoc coasted south under the summer wind. "He told me that I needed to go south." "And what," Finan asked, "are we doing when we get there?" I wish I knew. He laughed at that. 40 of us, he said, nodding at Spear Havoc's crowded belly. Invading Wessex. More than 40, I said, then fell silent. I stared at the sun-glossed sea as it slid past Spear Havoc's sleek hull. We could not have wished for a better day. We had a wind to drive us and a sea to carry us, and that sea was rippled by dazzling light, broken only by small frills of foam curling at the wave crests. That weather should have been a good omen, but I was assailed by unease. I had launched this voyage impulsively, seizing what I thought was an opportunity, but now the doubts were nagging me. I touched Thor's hammer hanging at my neck. "The priest," I said to Finan, "brought me a message from Eadgifu." For a moment he looked puzzled, then recognized the name. "Lavender Tits!" I half smiled, remembering that I had once told Finan that Eadgifu's breast smelled of lavender. Edith had told me that many women infused lavender into lanolin and smeared it on their cleavage. "Eadgifu has tits that smell like lavender," I confirmed to Finan, "and she asks for our help." Finan stared at me. "Christ on his cross," he finally said. "What in God's name are we doing?" "Going to find Eadgifu, of course," I said. He still stared at me. "Why us?" "Who else can she ask?" "Anyone." I shook my head. "She'll have a few friends in Wessex, none in Mercia or East Anglia. She's desperate." "But why ask for your help?" "Because she knows I'm the enemy of her enemy." "Athelhelm." "Who hates her," I said. That hatred was easy to understand. Edward had met Eadgifu while he was still married to Elfled, Athelhelm's sister and Elfweir's mother. The new, younger and prettier woman had won that rivalry, usurping Elfled's place in the king's bed and even persuading Edward to name her as Queen of Mercia. To make Athelhelm's hatred even more intense, she had given Edward 2 more sons, Edmund and Uhtred. Both boys were infants, yet the eldest, Edmund, had a claim on the throne, if, so some believed, Athelstan was illegitimate, and, as many realized, Elfweird was simply too stupid, cruel and unreliable to be the next king. Athelhelm understood that danger to his nephew's future, which was why Eadgifu, in her desperation, had sent the priest to Bebbanburg. "She knows what Athelhelm is planning for her," I told Finan. "She knows? She has spies, just as he does, and she was told that as soon as Edward dies, Athelhelm plans to carry her off to Wiltshire. She's to be placed in a nunnery, and her 2 boys are to be raised in Athelhelm's household." Finan gazed across the summer sea. "Meaning," he said slowly, "that both boys will have their throats slit. Or else die of a convenient illness, yes. So what are we going to do? Rescue her?" "Rescue her," I agreed. "But, Christ, she's protected by the king's household troops, and Athelhelm will be watching her like a hawk." "She's already rescued herself," I said. "She and her children went to Kent. She told her husband she was going to pray for him at the shrine of St. Bertha, but in truth she wants to raise troops who'll protect her and the boys." "Dear God," Finan looked appalled. "And men will follow her?" "Why not? Remember that her father was Sieghelm." Sieghelm had been the ealdorman of Kent until he was killed fighting the Danes in East Anglia. He had been wealthy, though nothing like as rich as Athelhelm, and Sieghelm's son, Sigulf, had inherited that wealth along with his father's household warriors. "Sigulf probably has 300 men," I said. "And Athelhelm has double that at least, and he'll have the king's warriors too. And those warriors will be watching Athelstan in Mercia," I said. "Besides, if Eadgifu and her brother march against Athelhelm, then others will follow them." That, I thought, was a slender hope, but not an impossible one. Finan frowned at me. "I thought your oath was to Athelstan. Now it's to Lavender Tits?" "My oath is to Athelstan," I said. but Eadgifu will expect you to make her son the next king. Edmund is too young, I said firmly. He's an infant. The Witan will never appoint him king, not till he's of age. By which time, Finan pointed out, Ethelstan will be on the throne with sons of his own. I'll be dead by then, I said, and touched the hammer again. Finan gave a mirthless laugh. So we're sailing to join a Kentish rebellion. To lead it. It's my best chance to kill Athelhelm. Why not join Ethelstan in Mercia? Because if the West Saxons hear that Ethelstan is using Northumbrian troops, they'll regard that as a declaration of war by sea trigger. That won't matter if Ethelstan wins. But he has fewer men than Athelhelm. He has less money than Athelhelm. The best way to help him win is to kill Athelhelm. Far to the east, a speck of sail showed. I had been watching it for some time, but saw now that the distant ship was travelling northwards and would come nowhere near us. Damn your oaths, Finan said mildly. I agree, but remember, Athelhelm has tried to kill me, so, oath or no oath, I owe him a death. Finan nodded, because that explanation made sense to him even if he did believe we were on a voyage to madness. And his nephew? What of him? We'll kill Elfweird too. You swore an oath to kill him too? Finan asked. No, I admitted, but then touched my hammer once more. But I swear one now. I'll kill that little arsling along with his uncle. Finan grinned. One ship's crew, eh? 40 of us. 40 men to kill the King of Wessex and his most powerful ealdorman. 40 men, I said, and the troops of Kent. Finan laughed. I sometimes think you're moon-crazed, Lord, he said. But God knows you've not lost yet. We spent the next 2 nights sheltering in East Anglian rivers. We saw no one, just a landscape of reeds. On the second night the wind freshened in the darkness, and the sky, that had been clear all day, clouded over to hide the stars, while far off to the west I saw lightning flicker and heard Thor's growl in the night. Spear Havoc, even though she was tied securely in a safe haven, shivered under the wind's assault. Rain spattered on the deck, the wind gusted, and the rain fell harder. Few of us slept. The dawn brought low clouds, drenching rain and a hard wind, but I judged it safe enough to turn the ship and let the wind carry us downriver. We half-hoisted the sail, and Spear Havoc leapt ahead like a wolfhound loosed from the leash. The rain drove from astern, heavy and slanting in the wind's grip. The steering oar bent and groaned, and I called on Gerbrut, the big Frisian, to help me. Spear Havoc was defying the flooding tide, racing past mudbanks and reeds. Then, at last, we were clear of the shoals at the river's mouth and could turn southwards. The ship bent alarmingly to the wind, and I released the larboard sheet, and still she drove on, shattering water at the bows. This, I thought, was madness. Impatience had driven me to sea when any sensible seaman would have stayed in shelter. "Where are we going, Lord?" Gerbrut shouted. "Across the estuary of the Thames." The wind rose. Thunder hammered to the west. This coast was shallow, shortening the waves that shattered against our hull and drenched the rain-sodden crew with spray. Men clung to the benches as they bailed water. They were praying. I was praying. They were praying to survive, while I was asking the gods to forgive my stupidity in thinking a ship could survive this wind's anger. It was dark, the sun utterly hidden by the roiling clouds, and we saw no other ships. Sailors were letting the storm blow over, but we hammered on southwards across the wide mouth of the Thames. The estuary's southern shore appeared as a sullen stretch of sand pounded by foam, beyond which were dark woods on low hills. The thunder came closer. The sky above distant London was black as night, sometimes split by a jagged stab of lightning. The rain teemed down, and I searched the shore for a landmark, any landmark that I might recognize. The steering oar, taking all my and Gerbrut's strength, quivered like a live thing. "There!" I shouted at Gerbrut, pointing. I had seen the island ahead, an island of reeds and mud, and to its left was the wide, wind-whipped entrance to the Swalwan Creek. Spear Havoc pounded on, clawing her way towards the creek's safety. "I had a ship called Middlenicht once," I bellowed to Gerbrut. "Lord?" he asked, puzzled. "She'd been stranded on that island," I shouted. "On Sheppey. And the Middlenicht proved to be a good ship. A Frisian ship. It's a good omen." He grinned. Water was dripping from his beard. "I hope so, Lord." He did not sound confident. "It's a good omen, Gerbrut. Trust me. We'll be in calmer water soon." We plunged on, the ship's hull shaking with every wave that pounded her. But at last we cleared the island's western tip, where marker withies were being bent flat by the gale, and once in the creek, the seas calmed to a vicious chop, and we dropped the sodden sail, and our oars took us into the wide channel that ran between the Isle of Sheppey and the Kentish mainland. I could see farmsteads on Sheppey, the smoke from their roof-holes being whipped eastwards on the wind. The channel narrowed. The wind and rain still beat down on us, but the water was sheltered here, and the creek's banks had tamed the ship-killing waves. We went slowly, the oars rising and falling, and I thought how the dragon boats must have crept down this waterway, bringing savage men to plunder the rich fields and towns of Kent, and how the villagers must have been terrified as the serpent-headed war-boats appeared from the river mists. I have never forgotten Father Bioka, my childhood tutor, clasping his hands and praying nightly, "From the fury of the Northmen, good Lord, deliver us." Now I, a northerner, was bringing swords, spears, and shields to Kent. The priest who had brought me Eadgifu's message said that though she had announced her pious intention of praying at St. Bertha's tomb in Cornwell, in truth she had taken refuge in a small town called Faversham, where she had endowed a convent. "The Queen will be safe there," the priest had told me. "Safe? Protected by nuns?" "And by God, Lord," he had reproved me. "The Queen is protected by God." "But why didn't she go to Cornwell?" I had asked him. Cornwell was a considerable town, had a stout wall, and, I assumed, men to defend it. "Cornwell is inland, Lord." The priest had meant that if Eadgifu was threatened by failure, if Athelhelm discovered her and sent troops, then she wanted to be in a place where she could escape by sea, from where she could cross to Francia, and Faversham was very close to a harbour on the Swalwan Creek. It was, I supposed, a prudent choice. We rowed west, and I saw the masts of a half-dozen ships showing above the sodden thatch of a small village on the creek's southern bank. The village, I knew, was called Ora, and lay a short distance north of Faversham. I had sailed this coast with its wide marshes, tide-swamped mudbanks, and hidden creeks often enough. I had fought Danes on its shores and had buried good men in its inland pastures. "Into the harbour," I told Gerbrut, and we turned Spear Havoc, and my weary crew rowed her into Ora's shallow harbour. It was a bedraggled, poor excuse for a harbour, with rotting wharves either side of a tidal creek. On the western bank, where the wharves showed signs of being in repair, there were 4 tubby merchant ships, big-bellied and squat, whose normal duties were to carry food and fodder upriver to London. The water, though sheltered from the gale, was choppy and white-flecked, slapping irritably against the pilings and against 3 more ships that were moored at the harbour's southern end. Those ships were long, high-prowed and sleek. Each had a cross mounted on the bows. Finnan saw them and climbed onto the steering platform beside me. "Whose are those?" he asked. "You tell me," I said, wondering whether they were ships that Eadgifu was keeping in case she had to flee for her life. "They're fighting ships," Finnan said dourly. "But whose?" "Saxon, for sure," I said. The crosses on the bows told me that. There were buildings on both banks of the harbour. Most of them were shacks, presumably storing fishermen's gear or cargo that awaited shipment, but some of the buildings were larger and had smoke streaming eastwards from their roof holes. One of those, the biggest, stood at the centre of the western wharves and had a barrel hanging as a sign above a wide thatched porch. It was a tavern, I assumed, and then the door beneath the porch opened and 2 men appeared and stood watching us. I knew then who had brought the 3 fighting ships into the harbour. Finnan knew too, and swore under his breath. Because the 2 men wore dull red cloaks, and only one man insisted that his warriors wore matching red cloaks. Athelhelm the Elder had started the fashion, and his son, my enemy, had continued the tradition. So Athelhelm's men had reached this part of Kent before us. "What do we do?" Gebrut asked. "What do you think we do?" Finnan snarled. "We kill the buggers." Because when queens call for help, warriors go to war. Chapter 3. We swung spear havoc against one of the western wharves. The 2 men still watched from the tavern as we secured her lines, and then as Gebrut, Folkbald and I came ashore. Folkbald, like Gebrut, was a Frisian, and also, like Gebrut, a huge man, strong as any 2 others. "You know what to say?" I asked Gebrut. "Of course, Lord." "Don't call me Lord." "No, Lord." The rain was slashing into our faces as we walked towards the tavern. All 3 of us were wearing mail beneath sodden cloaks, but we had neither helmets nor swords, just rough woolen caps and the knives any seaman wears at his belt. I was limping, half supported by Gebrut. The ground was mud, the rain pouring off the tavern's thatch. "That's enough. Stop there," the taller of the 2 red-cloaked men called as we neared the tavern door. We stopped obediently. The 2 men were standing under a porch and seemed amused that we were forced to wait in the pelting rain. "And what's your business here?" the taller man demanded. "We need shelter, Lord," Gebrut said. "I'm no lord, and ships pay for shelter here," the man said. He was tall, broad-faced, with a thick beard cut short and square. He wore mail beneath his red cloak, had an enamelled cross on his chest and a long sword at his side. He looked confident and capable. "Of course, master," Gebrut said humbly. "Do we pay you, master?" "Of course you pay me. I'm the town reeve. It's 3 shillings. He held out his hand. Gebrut was not my quickest thinker, and he just gaped, which was the right response to the outrageous demand. 3 shillings, I said. "We only pay a shilling in London." The man smiled unpleasantly. 3 shillings, Grandpa, or do you want my men to search your miserable boat and take what we want? "Of course not, master." Gebrut found his voice. "Pay him," he ordered me. I took the coins from a pouch and held them towards the man. "Bring it to me, you old fool," the man demanded.
"Yes, master,"
I said, and limped through a puddle.
"And who are you?"
he demanded, scooping the silver from my palm.
"His father,"
I said, nodding back towards Gebrut.
"We're pilgrims from Frisia, master," Gebrut explained, "and my father seeks the blessing of St. Gregory's slippers at Cornwell."
"I do," I said. I had hidden my hammer amulet beneath my mail, but both my companions were Christians and wore crosses at their necks. The wind was tearing at the tavern's thatch and swinging the barrel sign dangerously. The rain was unrelenting.
"God-damn Frisian foreigners," the tall man said suspiciously.
"And pilgrims? Since when do pilgrims wear mail?"
"The warmest clothes we have, master," Gebrut said. "And there are Danish ships at sea," I added.
The man sneered. "You're too old to fight anyone, Grandpa, let alone take on some Danish raider." He looked back to Gebrut. "You're looking for holy slippers?" he asked mockingly.
"A touch of St. Gregory's slippers cures the sick, master," Gebrut said, "and my father suffers ache in his feet."
"You've brought a lot of pilgrims to cure one old man's feet," the man said suspiciously, nodding towards Spearhavoc.
"They're mostly slaves, master," Gebrut said, "and some of them will sell in London."
The man still stared at Spearhavoc, but my crew was either slumped on the benches or huddling under the steering platform, and in the day's dull light, and because of the sheeting rain, he could not tell whether they were slaves or not. "You're slave traders?"
"We are,"
I said. "Then there's customs duty to pay. How many slaves?"
30, master," I said.
He paused. I could see he was wondering how much he dared ask.
15 shillings,
he finally said, thrusting out a hand. This time I just gaped at him, and he put a hand on his sword hilt. 15 shillings, he said slowly, as if he suspected a Frisian could not understand him, or we'll confiscate your cargo.
"Yes, master,"
I said, and carefully counted 15 silver shillings and dropped them into his palm. He grinned, happy to have fooled foreigners.
"Got any juicy women in that ship?" "We sold the last 3 at Dumnock, master," I said.
"Pity," he said. His companion chuckled.
"Wait a few days and we might have a couple of young boys to sell you." "How young?"
"Infants." "It's none of your business," the first man interrupted, plainly angered that his companion had mentioned the boys.
"We pay well for small boys," I said. "They can be whipped and trained. A plump, docile boy can fetch a good price."
I took a gold coin from my purse and tossed it up and down a couple of times. I was doing my best to imitate Gebrut's Frisian accent, and was evidently successful because neither man seemed to suspect anything.
"Young boys," I said, "sell almost as well as young women."
"The boys might or might not be for sale," the first man said grudgingly. "And if you do buy them, you'll have to sell them abroad. Can't be sold here." He was eyeing the gold coin that I slipped back into the pouch, making sure it clinked against the other coins.
"Your name, master?" I asked respectfully.
"Wighelm."
"I am Leodolf," I said, using a common Frisian name, "and we seek shelter, nothing more."
"How long are you staying, old man?"
"How far to Cornwell?" I asked.
10 miles, he said. A man can walk there in the morning, but it might take you a week. How'd you plan to get there? Crawl? He and his companion laughed.
"I would stay long enough to reach Cornwell and then return,"
I said.
"And we crave shelter, master,"
Gebrut added from behind me.
"Use one of the cottages over there,"
Wighelm said, nodding towards the further bank of the small harbour, "but make sure your damned slaves stay shackled."
"Of course, master," I said, "and thank you, master. God will bless your kindness."
Wighelm sneered at that. Then he and his companion stepped back into the tavern. I had a glimpse of men at tables, then the door was slammed, and I heard the bar drop into its brackets.
"Was he the town reeve?"
Folkbold asked as we walked back to the ship. It was not a foolish question. I knew Athelhelm had land all across southern Britain, and he probably did own parts of Kent, but it was most unlikely that Gifu would seek refuge anywhere near one of those estates.
"He's a lying bastard is what he is," I said, "and he owes me 18 shillings.
I assumed Wighelm or one of his men was watching from the tavern as we rowed spear-havoc across the creek and moored against a half-rotted wharf. I made most of my crew shuffle as they left the ship, pretending to be shackled. They grinned at the deception, but the rain was so hard and the day so dark that I doubted anyone would notice the pretense. Most of the crew had to use a store hut for their shelter because there was no room in the small cottage, where a driftwood fire blazed furiously. The cottager, a big man called Calf, was a fisherman. He and his wife watched sullenly as a dozen of us filled his room.
"You were mad to be at sea in this weather,"
he finally said in broken English.
"The gods preserve us," I answered in Danish.
His face brightened.
"You're Danes."
"Danes, Saxons, Irish, Frisians, Norsemen, and everything in between." I put 2 shillings on a barrel that was used as their table. I was not surprised to find Danes here. They had invaded this part of Kent years before, and many had stayed, had married Kentish women and adopted Christianity. "One of those," I said, nodding at the silver shillings, "is for sheltering us. The other is for opening your mouth."
"My mouth?"
He was puzzled. "To tell me what's happening here," I said as I took serpent breath and my helmet from the big leather bag.
"Happening?"
Calf asked nervously, watching as I buckled the big sword at my waist. "In the town," I said, nodding southwards. Aura and its small harbour lay a short walk from Faversham itself, which was built on the higher ground inland. "And those men in red cloaks," I went on. "How many are they?"
3 crews.
90 men?
About that, lord.
Calf had heard Berg address me as lord. 3 crews, I repeated. "How many are here?"
"There are 28 men in the tavern, lord,"
Calf's wife answered confidently, and when I looked inquiringly at her, she nodded. "I had to cook for the bastards, lord. There are 28. 28 men to guard the ships. Our story of being Frisian slave traders must have convinced Wighelm, or else he would surely have tried to stop us landing. Or possibly, knowing his small force could not fight my much larger crew, he was being cautious, first by insisting we landed on the creek's far side from the tavern, and then by sending a messenger south to Faversham. "So the rest of the crews are in Faversham?" I asked Calf.
"We don't know, lord."
"So tell me what you do know." 2 weeks before, he said, at the last full moon, a ship had come from London carrying a group of women, a small boy, 2 babies, and a half-dozen men. They had gone to Faversham, he knew, and the women and children had vanished into the convent. 4 of the men had stayed in the town. The other 2 had purchased horses and ridden away. Then, just 3 days ago, the 3 ships with their red-cloaked crews had arrived in the harbour, and most of the newcomers had gone south to the town.
"They don't tell us what they're doing here, lord."
"They're not nice," the wife put in.
"Nor are we," I said grimly.
I could only guess what had happened, though it was not hard. Eadgifu's plan had plainly been betrayed, and Athelhelm had sent men to thwart her. The priest who came to Bebbanburg had told me that she had endowed a convent in Faversham, and Athelhelm might well have assumed she would flee there, and have sent men to trap her. "Are the women and children still in Faversham?" I asked Calf.
"We haven't heard that they've left," he said uncertainly.
"But you'd have heard if the men in red cloaks had invaded the convent?" Calf's wife made the sign of the cross.
"We'd have heard that, Lord," she said grimly.
So the king still lived, or at least the news of his death had yet to reach Faversham. It was obvious what Athelhelm's men had come to do in Kent, but they would not dare lay hands on Queen Eadgifu and her sons until they were certain Edward was dead. The king had recovered before, and while he lived he still possessed the power of the throne, and there would be trouble if he recovered again, and then discovered his wife had been forcibly detained by Athelhelm's men. Thunder hammered close, and the wind seemed to shake the small cottage. "Is there a way to reach Faversham," I asked Calf, "without being seen from the tavern across the water?" He frowned for a moment.
"There's a drainage ditch back yonder." He pointed eastwards. "Follow that south, Lord, and you'll find reed beds. They'll hide you."
"What about the creek?" I asked. "Do we need to cross it to reach the town?"
"There's a bridge," Calf's wife said.
"And the bridge might be guarded," I said, though I doubted any guards would be alert in this filthy weather.
"It'll be low tide soon," Calf assured me. "You can wade it."
"Don't tell me we're going back into this rain," Finnan said. "We're going back into this rain. 30 of us. You want to stay and guard Spear Havoc?" "I want to watch what you're doing. I like watching crazy people."
"Do we take shields?"
Berg asked, more sensibly. I thought about that. We had to cross the creek, and shields were heavy, and my plan was to turn back once we were on the far bank and rid ourselves of Wighelm and his men. The fight, I thought, would be inside the tavern, and I did not intend to give the enemy time to equip themselves for a battle. In a small room, the large shields would be an encumbrance, not a help. "No shields," I said. It was madness. Not just to go into the afternoon's storm and wade through a flooding ditch, but to be here at all. It was an easy excuse to say I was trapped by my oath to Athelstan, but I could have discharged that oath by simply riding with a handful of followers to join Athelstan's forces in Mercia. Instead, I was wading through a mucky ditch, soaked to the skin, cold, deep inside a country that thought me an enemy, and relying on a fickle queen to let me fulfill my oath. Eadgifu had failed. If what the priest had told me was true, she had come south to raise forces from her brother Sigulf, the Ealdorman of Kent, and instead she was inside a convent that was ringed by her enemies. Those enemies would wait until the king died before they seized her, but seize her they would, and then arrange for the death of her 2 young sons. She had claimed to be making a pilgrimage to Cornwell, but Athelhelm, who was staying close to the dying king, had seen through that pretense. He had sent men to find her, and, I suspected, dispatched more men to persuade Sigulf that any attempt to support his sister would be met with overwhelming force. So Athelhelm had won. Except Athelhelm did not know I was in Kent. That was a small advantage. The ditch led south. For a time we waded with the water up to our waists, well hidden from aura by the thick reeds. I tripped twice on eel traps, cursed the weather, but after half a mile or so the ditch bent east to skirt higher ground, and we could clamber from the mucky water and cross a soggy pasture, only to see the creek in front of us. The track from the harbour to Faversham lay beyond the creek. No one moved there. To my left was Faversham, hidden behind wind-tossed trees and sheeting rain, and to my right the harbour, still hidden by the small swell of land we had just crossed. Calf had said the creek could be waded at low tide, which was soon, but the rain was flooding from a dozen ditches, and the creek's water was running fast and high. Lightning split the dark clouds ahead of us, and the thunder crashed across from the low clouds. "I hope that's a sign from your god," Finnan grumbled. "How in hell do we cross that?"
"Lord,"
Berg called from my left.
"a fish trap."
He was pointing upstream where water churned and foamed around willow stakes. "That's how we cross," I told Finnan. It was hard, it was wet, and it was treacherous. The willow stakes with their netting were not made to support a man, but they gave us a tenuous safety as we struggled through the creek. At its deepest the water came to my chest and tried to drag me under. I stumbled in the creek's centre and would have gone under water if it had not been for Folkbold holding me upright. I was grateful none of us was carrying a heavy iron-rimmed shield. The wind screeched. It was already late in the day. The hidden sun was sinking. The rain was in our faces. The thunder was crashing above, and we crawled out of the water, sodden and chilled. "We go that way." I pointed right, northwards. The first thing to do was to retrieve 18 shillings and to destroy the ship guards in Ora's tavern. We were between those men and Faversham now. It was possible that Wighelm had warned the larger force in the town of our arrival, and that his few men would be reinforced, but I doubted it. Weather like this persuaded men to stay near the hearth, so perhaps Thor was on my side. I had no sooner thought that than a deafening clap of thunder sounded and the skies were ripped by jagged light. "We'll be warm soon," I promised my men. It was a short walk to the harbour. The track was raised on an embankment, and floodwaters lapped at the sides. "I need prisoners," I said. I half drew serpent breath, then let her fall back into a fleece-lined scabbard. "You know what this storm means?" Finnan had to shout to make himself heard above the wind's noise and the pelting rain. "That Thor is on our side. It means the king has died." I stepped over a flooded rut. "There was no storm when Alfred died." "Edward is dead," Finnan insisted. "He must have died yesterday." "We'll find out," I said, unconvinced. And then we were in the outskirts of the village, the street lined by small hovels. The tavern was in front of us. It had sheds at the back, probably stables or storage. The wind streamed the hearth smoke eastwards from the tavern's roof. "Folkbold," I said, "you keep 2 men with you and stop anyone escaping." Calf had told me the tavern only had 2 doors, a front and a back, but men could easily escape through the shuttered windows. Folkbold's task was to stop any fugitive from reaching Faversham. I could see the masts of Athelhelm's 3 ships swaying in the wind above the roof. My plan was simple enough: to burst in through the tavern's back door and overwhelm the men inside, who, I assumed, would be huddled as close to the flaming hearth as possible. We were about 50 paces from the tavern's back door when a man came outside. He hunched against the rain, hurried to a shed, struggled with the latch door, and as he pulled it open, turned and saw us. For a heartbeat he just gazed. Then he ran back inside. I swore. I shouted at my men to hurry, but we were so cold, so drenched, that we could manage little more than a fast, stumbling walk, and Wighelm's men, warm and dry, reacted swiftly. 4 men appeared first, each carrying a shield and spear. More men followed, no doubt cursing that they were forced into the storm, but all carrying shields which showed the dark outline of a leaping stag, Athelhelm's symbol. I had planned a bloody tavern brawl, and instead the enemy was making a shield wall between the sheds. They faced us with levelled spears, and we had none. They were protected by shields, and we had none. We stopped. Despite the seething rain and the howl of the wind, I could hear the clatter of iron-rimmed shields touching each other. I could see Wighelm, tall and black-bearded, at the centre of the wall that was just 30 paces away. "Wolf trap!" I said, then swerved to my right, beckoning my men to follow, and hurried between two hovels. Once out of sight of Wighelm and his spearmen, I turned back the way we had come. We broke down a rough driftwood fence, skirted a dung heap, and filed into another narrow alley between two of the cottages. Once hidden in the alley, I held up a hand. We stopped, and none of my men made a noise. A dog howled nearby, and a baby cried from inside a hovel. We drew our swords, waited. I was proud of my men. They knew what I meant by a wolf trap, and not one had questioned me or asked what we were doing. They knew because we had trained for this. Wars are not only won on the battlefield, but in the practice yard of fortresses. Wolves are the enemies of shepherds. Dogs are their friends, but shepherds' dogs rarely kill a wolf, though they might frighten them away. We hunt wolves in Northumbria's hills, and our wolfhounds will kill, yet the wolves are never defeated. They come back. They prey on flocks. They leave bloody carcasses strewn on the grass. I offer a bounty to folk who bring in a fresh, stinking wolf pelt, and I pay the bounty often, yet still the wolves ravage livestock. They can be deterred, they can be hunted, yet wolves are a cunning and subtle enemy. I have known flocks to be regularly attacked, and we have beaten the surrounding woods and hills, ridden with our sharpened wolf spears, sent the hounds searching and found no trace of a wolf, and next day another dozen sheep or lambs are ripped apart. When that happens, we might set a wolf trap, which means that instead of searching for the wolves, we invite them to search for us. My father liked to use an old ram for the trap. We would tether the beast close to where the wolf pack had made its last kill, then wait in ambush upwind of the bait. I preferred to use a pig, which was more expensive than an aging ram, but more effective too. The pig would squeal in protest at being tethered, a sound that seemed to attract wolves, and squeal even louder when a wolf appeared. Then we would release the hounds, lower spears, and spur to the kill. We lost the pig as often as not, but we killed the wolf. I had few doubts that my men were better fighters than Wighelm's troops, but to ask men to attack a shield wall without shields of their own, and without axes to hold down an enemy's shield or spears to pierce the gaps between the enemy's shields, is to invite death. We would win, but at a cost I was not willing to pay. I needed to break Wighelm's shield wall, and do it without leaving a couple of my men gutted by his spears. So we waited. I had made a mistake. I had assumed Wighelm's men would be sheltering from the storm, and that we could approach the tavern unseen. I should have crept behind the cottages until we were closer, but now I would invite Wighelm to make a mistake. Curiosity would be his undoing, or so I hoped. He had seen us approaching, he had made his shield wall, and then we had vanished into an alley, and we had not reappeared. He would be gazing into the storm, looking past the sheeting rain, wondering if we had retreated southwards. He could not ignore us. Just because we had vanished from his sight did not mean we had fled. He needed to know where we were. He needed to know whether we still barred his road to Faversham. He waited a long time, nervously hoping we had gone all together, or hoping he would catch a glimpse that would tell him where we were. But we did not move. We made no noise. We waited. I beckoned Oswy to my side. He was young, lithe, cunning, and savage. He had once been my servant before growing old enough and skilled enough to join the shield wall. "Sneak up the back of the cottages," I told him, pointing southwards. "Go as far as you can. Show yourself. Stare at them. Show them your naked arse, and then pretend to run away." He grinned, turned, and disappeared behind the southern hovel. Finnan was lying flat at the street corner, peering towards the tavern through a patch of nettles. Still we waited. The rain was pelting, bouncing in the street, cascading from the roofs and swirling in the gusting wind. Thunder crackled and faded. I pulled my hammer amulet free, clutched it, closed my eyes briefly and prayed that Thor would preserve me. "They're coming," Finnan called. "How?" I needed to know whether Wighelm had stayed in the shield wall or was hurrying to catch us. "They're running," Finnan called. He wriggled back out of sight, stood and wiped mud from Soul Stealer's blade. Or trying to run. It seemed that Oswy's insult had worked. Wighelm, if he had possessed an ounce of sense, should have sent 2 or 3 men to explore the village, but he had kept his shield wall together, and now hurried his men in pursuit of Oswy, who, he must have assumed, was running with the rest of us. So Wighelm had broken his own shield wall, and now chivied his men up the street in what he fondly imagined was a pursuit. And we burst from our alley, screaming a war cry that was as much a protest against the cold and wet as a challenge to the red-cloaked men. They were straggling in the muddy street, miserable because of the weather and, best of all, scattered. We struck them with the force of the storm itself, and Thor must have heard my prayer, because he released a sky-splintering hammer of thunder directly over our heads, and I saw a young man turn towards me, terror on his face, and he raised his shield that I hit with my full weight, driving him down into the mud. Someone, I assumed it was Wighelm, was bellowing for the West Saxons to make their shield wall, but it was much too late. Berg passed me as I kicked the youngster's sword arm away, and the day's gloom was lit by a bright spray of blood as Berg's savage blade sliced the fallen man's throat. Berg kept running, hamstringing a burly man who was shouting incoherently. The man screamed as Berg's sword sliced through the back of his knees, and then shrieked as Gebrut lunged a sword into his belly. I was running towards Wighelm, who turned his spear towards me. He looked as terrified as his men. I knocked the spear aside with my sword, body-charged his shield, and threw him down into the mud. I kicked his head, stood over him, and held serpent breath at his throat. "Don't move," I snarled. Finnan snatched Wighelm's spear and lunged it left-handed at the shield of a tall man, half crouching to meet Folkbold's charge. The spear struck the bottom edge of the shield, tipping it downwards, and Finnan's fast sword slashed viciously across the man's eyes. Folkbold finished the blinded man with a savage 2-handed thrust that pierced mail and ripped up from belly to breastbone. The flooded rut in the street turned red, the rain hammered and splashed pink, and the wind howled over the marshes to drown the agonized sobs. Berg, usually so lethal in a fight, had slipped in the mud. He fell, sprawling, desperately trying to kick himself away from a red-cloaked spearman who, seeing his chance, raised his spear for the fatal lunge. I hurled serpent breath at the man, and the blade, whirling through the rain, struck him on the shoulder. It did no damage, but made him look towards me, and Vidar Leifson leapt to grab his spear-arm, then pulled him and turned him, dragging him into Bearnoth's sword. Wighelm, seeing I had no weapon, tried to slam his shield against my thigh, but I put a boot on his face and pressed his head into the mud. He began to choke. I kept my boot there, leaned down and plucked his sword from its scabbard. I had no need of Wighelm's sword because the fight ended swiftly. Our attack had been so sudden and so savage that Wighelm's miserable, wet men stood no chance. We had killed 6 of them, wounded 4, and the others had thrown down their shields and weapons and were begging for mercy. 3 fled into an alley, but Oswy and Berg hunted them down, and brought them back to the tavern, where we stripped the prisoners of their mail and sat them in a wet, miserable huddle at one end of the biggest room. We fed the hearth with more fuel. I sent Berg and Gebrut to discover a small boat, then to cross the creek and bring Spear Havoc back with the men who had been left to guard her, and Vidar Leifson and Biernoth were set to watch the road from Faversham. Oswy was cleaning serpent breath, while Finnan was making certain our prisoners were securely tied with seal-hide ropes. I had spared Wighelm's life. I drew him away from the other prisoners and sat him on a bench close to the hearth that was spitting sparks from the driftwood fuel. "Free his hands," I told Finnan, then held out my own hand. 18 shillings, I said, "for Grandpa." He grudgingly took the coins from his pouch and put them in my palm. "And now the rest?" I demanded. He spat mud from his mouth. "The rest?" he asked. "The rest of your coins, you fool. Give me all you've got." He untied the pouch and gave it to me. "Who are you?" he asked. "I told you. Leodolf of Frisia. Believe that, and you're a bigger fool than I already think you are." Thunder sounded loud, and the seethe of rain on the roof became stronger. I tipped the coins from Wighelm's pouch onto my hand and gave the money to Finnan. "I doubt these bastards have paid the tavern keeper," I said, "so find him and give him this. Then tell him we need food. Not for them," I looked at the prisoners, "but for us." I looked back to Wighelm and drew a short knife from my belt. I smiled at him and drew the blade across my thumb as if testing the edge. "Now you're going to talk to Grandpa," I told him, and laid the flat of the blade on his cheek. He shuddered. Then he talked, and so confirmed much of what I had guessed. Eadgifu's declaration that she was travelling to Cornwell to pray at the shrine of St. Bertha had not deceived Athelhelm for a moment. Even as the Queen and her small entourage travelled south, Athelhelm's men were galloping towards Wiltonshire, where they roused a troop of his household warriors. Those men, in turn, went to London, where Athelhelm kept ships which had brought them to this creek on the muddy shore of Kent, where, just as Athelhelm had surmised, Eadgifu had taken shelter. "What are your orders?" I asked Wighelm. He shrugged. "Stay here, keep her here, wait for more orders." "Orders that will come when the king dies?" "I suppose so." "You weren't told to go to Cornwell, to order the Queen's brother to stay quiet?" "Other men went there." "What other men? Who? And to do what?" "Draogan. He took 50 men, and I don't know why he went there." "And Draogan is—" "He commands 50 of Lord Athelhelm's household troops." "What about Wayermund?" I asked. The mention of that name made Wighelm shudder. He made the sign of the cross. "Wayermund went to East Anglia," he said. "But why? I don't know." "You don't like Wayermund?" I asked. "No one likes Wayermund," he replied bitterly, "except perhaps Lord Athelhelm. Wayermund is Lord Athelhelm's beast." "I've met the beast," I said bleakly, remembering the huge, vacant-faced warrior who was taller and stronger than any man I had ever met except for Stieper, who was another fearsome West Saxon warrior. Stieper had been a slave, but had become one of King Alfred's most trusted warriors. He had been my enemy too, but had become a friend. "Does Lord Stieper still live?" I asked. Wighelm looked momentarily confused at the unexpected question, but nodded.
He's old, but he lives.
Good, I said. And who is in Faversham? Again Wighelm looked puzzled by the sudden change of questioning.
Eadgifu is there, he recovered.
I know that. Who leads the men there?
Eanwulf.
And how many men does he have?
About 50.
I turned to Immer Hergilson, a young man whose life I had saved and who had served me devotedly ever since. Tie his hands, I ordered him.
Yes, Lord.
Lord,
Wighelm repeated the word nervously.
You're
I'm a lord, I said savagely. The thunder sounded, but further away now, carrying Thor's anger out to the turbulent sea. The wind still shook the tavern, but with less anger than before.
Storm's passing, I reckon.
Finnan brought me a pot of ale. It's passing, I agreed. I pulled a shutter open, making the flames in the hearth flicker. It was almost dark outside. Send someone to tell Vidar and Beornoth to come back, I said. There was no chance that men from Eanwulf's troop in Faversham would come north in the darkness, so there was no need to watch for them. And tomorrow? Finnan asked. Tomorrow, we rescue a queen, I said. A queen whose feeble revolt against Athelhelm had failed, and she was my best hope of keeping the oath to kill Wessex's most powerful lord and his nephew, who, with Finnan's premonition that the storm was sent to mark the death of a king, was king already. And we had come to make certain his reign was brief. Tomorrow. The storm blew itself out overnight, leaving fallen trees, sodden thatch, and flooded marshland. The dawn was damp and sullen, as if the weather was ashamed of the previous day's anger. The clouds were high, the creek had settled, and the wind was fitful. I had to decide what to do with the prisoners. My first thought was to put them in a stout shack on the harbour's western side and leave 2 men to guard them. But Wighelm's men were young, they were strong, they were bitter, and they would surely find some way to break out of the shack. And the last thing I wanted was to have vengeful warriors following me south to Faversham. Nor did I want to leave any men behind, either to guard the prisoners or to protect Spear Havoc. If we were to go to Faversham, then I would need all of my men.
Just kill the bastards,
Vidar Leifson suggested.
Put them on the island,
Finnan said, meaning Sheppy.
And if they can swim?
He shrugged.
Not many can.
A fishing boat might rescue them.
Then do as Vidar suggests,
Finnan said, tired of my doubts. There was a risk in stranding them, but I could think of no better solution, and so we herded them on to Spear Havoc, rowed a mile eastwards down the Swalwan Creek, and there found an island of reeds that, judging by the line of flotsam heaped on the shore, did not flood at high tide. We stripped the prisoners naked and sent them ashore, making them carry their 4 wounded men. Wighelm was the last to go. You can reach Sheppy easily enough, I told him. The island of reeds was only a long bow-shot from Sheppy's marshes. But if you hurt anyone ashore, I'll find out and I'll come for you. And when I find you, I'll kill you slowly. You understand? He nodded sullenly.
Yes, Lord.
He knew who I was now, and he was afraid.
All these people,
I said, gesturing at both Sheppy and the mainland, are under my protection, and I am Uhtred. Who am I?
Uhtred of Bebbanburg, Lord, he said fearfully.
I am Uhtred, and my enemies die. Now go. It was midday before we were back in the creek's harbour, and another hour before we set off on the southwards road. We had eaten a poor meal of fish stew and hard bread, cleaned our mail and weapons, and donned the dark red cloaks that were the marks of Athelhelm's men. We had captured 24 of Athelhelm's shields, all painted with a leaping stag, and I had given those to my men. The rest of us would go to Faversham without shields. My pagans, like me, hid their hammer amulets. Ideally, I would have sent a couple of men to scout the town, but streets and alleys are harder to explore unseen than woodlands and hedgerows, and I feared the men might be captured, questioned too harshly, and so reveal our presence. Better, I thought, to arrive at Faversham in force, even though that force was only half the enemy's number. I did send Uhtred, the most cunning of my scouts, to explore the edge of the town, but ordered him to remain hidden. "Don't be captured." "Bastards won't get a smell of me, lord." The sky cleared as we walked southwards. The wind was dying, gusting occasionally to stir our borrowed cloaks. There was warmth in the sun, which glittered off the flooded pastures. We met a small girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old, driving 3 cows northwards. She shrank onto the road's side as we passed, looking fearful. "Better weather today," Beornoth called cheerfully to her, but she just shivered and kept her eyes lowered. We passed orchards where trees had been felled by the storm, and one stout trunk had been split and scorched by lightning. I shivered when I saw a dead swan, lying with a broken neck in a flooded ditch. It was not a good omen, and I raised my eyes in hope of seeing a better sign, but saw only the storm's ragged rearguard of clouds. A woman was digging in the garden of a small reed-thatched cottage, but seeing us she went indoors, and I heard the locking bar drop into place. Was this, I wondered, how folk had behaved when they saw Roman troops approaching? Or Danes? Faversham was nervous, fearful, a small town caught again at the crossroads of powerful men's ambitions. I was nervous too. If Wilhelm had told me the truth, then Athelhelm's men in Faversham outnumbered mine. If they were alert, if they were expecting trouble, then we would be swiftly overwhelmed. I had thought to use the captured cloaks and shields as a means of entering the town unsuspected, but Uhtred returned to tell me that a dozen spearmen were guarding the road. "They're not lazy buggers either," he said. "Wide awake they are." "Just 12 men." "With plenty more to back them up, lord," Uhtred said grimly. We had left the road to hide behind the blackthorn hedge of a rain-soaked pasture. If Uhtred was right, then an assault on the 12 guards would bring more enemy running, and I could find myself in a ragged fight far from the safety of spear havoc. "Can you get into the town?" I asked Uhtred. He nodded. "Plenty of alleyways, lord." He was a middle-aged Saxon who could move through woodland like a ghost, but he was confident he could get past Athelhelm's sentries and use his cunning to stay undiscovered in the town. "I'm old, lord," he said, "and they don't look at old men like young ones." He discarded his weapons, stripped off his mail, and, looking like a peasant, slipped through a gap in the blackthorn hedge that sheltered us. We waited. The last clouds were thinning, and the sunlight offered welcome warmth. The smoke from Faversham's cooking fires drifted upwards instead of being flayed sideways by the wind. Uhtred did not return for a long time, and I had begun to fear he had been captured, and Finan feared the same. He sat beside me, fidgeting, then went very still as a band of red-cloaked horsemen appeared to the east. There were at least 20 of them, and for a moment I thought they might be searching for us, and I half drew serpent breath, but then the horsemen turned back towards the town. "Just exercising the horses," I said, relieved. "They were good horses, too," Finan said. "Not cheap country nags." "I'm sure they have good horses here," I said. "It's good land once you're off the marshes." "But the bastards came by ship," Finan pointed out. "No one told us they brought horses with them." "So they took them from the townsfolk." "Or they've been reinforced," Finan said ominously. "It feels bad, lord. We should go back." Finan was no coward. I'm ashamed even to have thought this. Of course he was no coward. He was among the 2 or 3 bravest men I have ever known, a swordsman of lightning speed and deadly skill. But that day he had an instinct of doom. It was a feeling of dread, a certainty based on nothing he could see or hear, but a certainty all the same. He claimed the Irish had a knowledge denied to the rest of us, that they could scent fate, and though he was a Christian, I knew he believed the world to be seething with spirits, and it seemed those unseen creatures had spoken to him. In the night he had tried to persuade me to board Spear Havoc and sail back north. We were too few, he had said, and our enemies too numerous. And I saw you dead, Lord, he had finished, sounding grieved to speak of such a thing. Dead? I had asked. Naked, blood-covered, Lord, in a field of barley. He paused, but I said nothing. We should go home, Lord. I was tempted, and Finan's vision or dream had almost convinced me. I touched my hammer amulet. We've come this far, I told him, but I need to speak to Eadgifu. Why, for God's sake? We had been sitting on a bench beside the tavern's hearth. All around us men snored. The wind still rattled the shutters and fretted at the reed thatch, and rain still fell through the roof-hole to hiss in the fire, but the storm had gone out to sea, and only the remnants disturbed the night. Because that's what I came to do, I had answered stubbornly. And she was supposed to raise a force of Kentish men? That's what the priest told me. And has she? I had sighed. You know the answer as well as I do. So tomorrow we go inland? He asked. We've no horses. What happens if we get cut off from the harbour? I had thought of answering him by saying I needed to fulfil my oath, but of course, Finan was right. There were other ways to keep my promise to Athelstan. I could have joined him in Mercia, but instead I had chosen to believe the priest, and had hoped to lead a rebellious band of Kentish warriors to attack Athelhelm from within Wessex. So I'm a fool, I had said instead to Finan, but tomorrow we find Eadgifu. He had heard the resolve in my voice, and accepted it. Amazing what a pair of good-smelling tits will make a man do, he had said. And you should sleep. So I had slept, and now I was on the edge of Faversham, and Edric was missing, and my closest friend was feeling doomed. We'll wait till dusk, I said. If Edric hasn't returned, we'll go back to Spear Havoc. God be praised, Finan said. And no sooner had he made the sign of the cross than Edric appeared at the hedge. He brought us a loaf of bread and a lump of cheese. Cost me a shilling, Lord. You went into the town? And it's swarming with the buggers, Lord. It's not good news. Another 60 men came yesterday, just before the storm struck. Came from London, all of them in those silly red cloaks. They came on horseback. I swore, and Finan made the sign of the cross. The lady is still in the convent, Lord, Edric went on. They've not tried to winkle her out, not yet. No news of the king's death, you see. A shilling, Lord. I gave him 2. How did you find all that out? Saw the priest. Father Radwolf, nice man, gave me a blessing, he did. Who did you say you were? Told him the truth, of course. Told him we were trying to rescue the lady. And he said... He said he'd pray for us, Lord. So my foolish dreams had ended. Here, in the damp grass behind a thorny hedge, reality had smacked me. The town was crammed with the enemy. We had come too late, and I had failed. You were right, I told Finan ruefully. I'm Irish, Lord. Of course I was right. We'll go back to Spear Havoc, I said. Burn Athelhelm's 3 ships in the harbour, then go back north. My father had once told me to make few oaths. "Oaths will bind you, boy," he had said, "and you're a fool. You were born a fool. You jump before you think, so think before you swear an oath." I had been a fool again. Finnan had been right. Trigger had been right. Edith had been right. And my father had been right. I had no business here. The fool's errand was over. Except it was not, because the horsemen came. Chapter 4. There were 36 horsemen, all in mail, all with shields, and half of them carrying long spears. They came from the east, circling below the small swell of pasture where we were crouched beside the blackthorn hedge. We had seen them, but they had not yet seen us. My first instinct was to draw serpent breath, and my first thought was that Athelhelm's men must have seen Edric and followed him from the town. My second thought was the realization that we had few shields. Men on foot who lack shields are easy meat for horsemen. My third thought was that these men were not wearing red cloaks, and their shields did not show Athelhelm's badge of the leaping stag. The shields seemed to show some kind of animal, but the paint had faded, and I did not recognize the symbol. Then the leader of the horsemen saw us and held up his hand to check his men. The horses turned towards us, their big hooves churning the wet turf to muddy ruin. "What's on the shields?" I asked Finnan. "Some are showing a bull's head," he answered, "with bloody horns. The rest are crossed swords." "Then they're Kentishmen," I said, feeling relief. And just then the newcomers saw our shields showing the leaping stag. They saw our dark red cloaks, and their swords slid free of their scabbards, their spurs went back, and their spears were lowered. "Drop your weapons!" I shouted to my men. "Drop the shields!" The big horses were lumbering up the damp slope, spear points glittering. I ran a few paces towards them, stopped, and rammed serpent breath point first into the turf. "No fight!" I shouted at the approaching horsemen. I spread my arms to show that I carried no weapons or shield. The leading horseman curbed his stallion and held his sword aloft to check his men. The horses snorted and scraped at the wet pasture with heavy hooves. I walked on down the gentle slope as the Kentish leader nudged his horse towards me. He stopped and pointed his sword towards me. "Are you surrendering, old man?" he asked. "Who are you?" I demanded. "The man who'll kill you if you don't surrender." He looked past me towards my men. If it had not been for the silver cross hanging at his neck and for the symbols on his men's shields, I might have taken him for a Dane or a Norseman. He wore his black hair very long, cascading to his waist from beneath his fine silver-chased helmet. His mail was polished, while his bridle and saddle were studded with small silver stars. His tall, mud-spattered boots were of the finest leather and carried long silver spurs. His sword, which he still held towards me, had delicate golden decorations on its crosspiece. "Are you surrendering or dying?" he asked. "I'm asking, who are you?" I said harshly. He looked at me as if I were a piece of dung while he decided whether or not to answer. He finally did, but with a sneer. "My name," he said, "is Owagen of Cornwell, and you are?" "I am Uhtred of Bebbanburg," I said, just as arrogantly, and that answer provoked a satisfying reaction. Owagen, his name meant cursed, so I assumed he had chosen the name himself rather than been christened with it, lowered the sword so that it pointed at the wet grass, then just stared at me in astonishment. He saw a bedraggled, grey-bearded, mud-covered warrior in battered mail and with a scarred helmet. I stared at him and saw a handsome young man with dark eyes, a straight, long nose, and a clean-shaven chin. I suspected Owagen of Cornwell had been born to privilege, and could not imagine a life without it. Lord Uhtred of Bebbanburg, I added, stressing the Lord.
Truly? He asked, then hastily added, Lord?
Truly, I snarled.
He is, Lord Uhtred,
an older man said brusquely. He had walked his horse close behind our Wigan's stallion, and now looked down at me with an evident dislike. He, like Arwegan, wore fine mail, was well horsed, and carried a drawn sword which, I could see, had a well-worn edge. His close-cut beard was grey, and his hard face crossed with 2 scars, and I assumed he was an old and experienced soldier, entrusted to give advice to the younger man.
I fought alongside you in East Anglia, Lord, he said to me.
He spoke curtly. And you are?
Swithin Swithinson,
he said, still in a distinctly unfriendly tone.
And you, Lord, are a long way from home.
He had said Lord with a remarked reluctance. I was invited here, I said.
By?
Arwegan asked. The Lady Eadgifu.
The Queen invited you?
Arwegan sounded astonished. I just said so. There was an awkward silence, then Arwegan pushed his sword into its long scabbard.
You are indeed welcome, Lord, he said.
He might be arrogant, but he was no fool. His horse tossed its head and skittered sideways, and he calmed it with a gloved hand on its neck.
Any news of the king?
None.
And of the lady?
So far as I know, I said, she's still in the convent and kept there by Athelhelm's men, who now number well over 100. What are you hoping to do?
Rescue her, of course.
With 36 men? Arwegan smiled.
Ealdorman Sigulf has another 150 horsemen to the east.
So Eadgifu's brother had answered his sister's call. I had sailed south with the thought of allying myself with the men of Kent to free Wessex of Elfweir's kingship. But now that I was face to face with 2 of Kent's leaders, my doubts increased. Arwegan was an arrogant youth, and Swithin plainly hated me. Finan had come to join me, standing just a pace behind and to my right. I heard him growl, a signal that he wanted me to abandon this madness, to go back to spear havoc and so home. "What's happened to Dragon?" I asked.
"Dragon?"
Arwegan responded, puzzled. "One of Lord Athelhelm's men," I explained. "He led men to Cornwell to persuade Ealdorman Sigulf to stay in his bed." Arwegan smiled.
"Those men. We have their mail, we have their weapons, and we have their horses. I assume Lord Sigulf will have their lives too if they make trouble."
"And Ealdorman Sigulf," I went on, "sent you to do what?" Arwegan gestured to the west.
"Stop the bastards escaping, Lord. We're to block the road to London."
He made it sound easy. Perhaps it was. "Do that, then," I said. Arwegan was taken back by my tone, which had been harsh, but he nodded to me and beckoned to his horsemen.
"Will you come with us?" he asked.
"You don't need me," I said.
"True, we don't,"
Swithin growled, then spurred his horse away. The Kentish horsemen were keeping to the lower ground, trying to stay hidden from the town, though I suspected they must have been seen already, because there was little cover in this low, damp land. "So do we help them?" Finan demanded. I still gazed after the horsemen.
"It seems a pity," I said, "to come this far and not smell her tits again."
Finan treated that jest with contempt.
"They weren't happy to see us, so why help them?"
"Swithin wasn't happy," I agreed, "and I'm not surprised. He remembers us from East Anglia." Kent had ever been a restless shire. It had once been its own kingdom, but that was far in the past, and it was now a part of Wessex, though every now and then there were stirrings of independence, and that ancient pride had driven Sigulf's grandfather to side with the Danes of East Anglia shortly after Edward became king. That alliance had not lasted. I had shamed the Kentishmen into fighting for Wessex, but they had never forgotten the disgrace of their near treachery. Now Sigulf was rebelling again, this time to help Edmund, his sister's eldest son, inherit the throne of Wessex. "If we join their fight," Finan said, "we're fighting for Eadgifu's boys." I nodded. "True." "For God's sake, why? I thought you supported Ethelstan." "I do." "Then—" "There are 3 claimants for the throne of Wessex," I interrupted him. "Elfwerd, Ethelstan, and Edmund. Doesn't it make sense that 2 of those should join together to defeat the 3rd? "And when he's defeated, what happens to the 2? I shrugged. "Eadgifu's boy is an infant. The Witan will never choose him." "So now we fight for Eadgifu?" I paused a long while, then shook my head. "No." "No?" For a moment I did not answer. Instead I was thinking of Finan's omen, his vision of my naked corpse in a field of barley. Then I remembered the dead swan I had seen lying in the drab ditch with a broken neck, and that, I thought, was an omen if ever there was one. And at that moment I heard the beat of wings and looked skywards to see 2 swans flying north. Thor had sent me a sign, and it could not have been clearer. Go north. Go home. Go now. What a fool I was. To think I could lead a Kentish rebellion against Wessex. To defeat Athelhelm with a ragged band of Kentishmen and a handful of Northumbrians. It was pride, I thought, mere foolish pride. I was Uhtred of Bebbanburg, and one of my poets, one of the men who composed songs for the winter nights in Bebbanburg's hall, always called me Uhtred the Unbeaten. Did I believe him? I had been beaten often enough, though a kindly fate had always given me revenge. But every man knows, or should know, that fate is fickle. "Weird bith full arad," I told Finan. Fate is inexorable. "And fate is a bitch, too," he said. "But what's our fate now?" "To avoid all fields of barley," I said lightly. He did not smile. "Are we going home, Lord?" I nodded. "We're going back to spear havoc," I said, "and we're going home." He looked at me almost with disbelief, then made the sign of the cross. "And thank the living Christ for that." And so we walked back north. Crows or foxes had savaged the swan's corpse, strewing feathers around the exposed ribs, and I touched Thor's hammer and silently thanked the gods for sending me their signs. "Those dreams," Finan said awkwardly, "they're not always right." "They're a warning, though." "Aye, that they are." We walked on. "So, what happens to Lavender Tits now?" Finan asked, anxious not to talk any longer about his premonition. "That's up to her brother. I tried, now he must." "Fair enough." "And Arwigan," I said, "is guarding the wrong road." "He is?" "If Athelhelm's men retreat, they'll likely come down this road. Some of them, anyway. They won't want to lose their ships." "And that pompous little arsling doesn't know they have ships?" "Apparently not," I said, and I didn't think to tell him. "So let the pompous bastard waste his time," Finan said happily. It was late in the summer afternoon. The sky had cleared, the air had warmed, and the sunlight glittered its reflection from the flooded meadows and marshes. "I'm sorry," I said to Finan. "Sorry? I should have listened to you, to Edith, to Sigtrygr." He was embarrassed by my apology. "Oaths.
he said after a few paces, sit hard on a man's conscience. They do, but I still should have listened. I'm sorry. We'll take the ship north, and then I'll ride south to join Athelstan in Mercia. And I'll come with you, Finan said enthusiastically. He turned to look back the way we had come. I wonder how Sigulf is doing. There was no sound of battle from Faversham, but we were probably far enough to be out of earshot of the clash of weapons and the screams of the wounded. If Sigulf has any sense, I said, he'll negotiate before he fights. Does he have sense? No more than me, I said bitterly. He doesn't have a reputation, not that I've heard. And his father was a treacherous fool. Still, he's attacking Athelhelm, and I wish him luck. But he'll need more than a couple of 100 men to fight off Athelhelm's revenge. And that's not your fight, eh? Anyone who fights Athelhelm is on my side, I said, but coming here was madness. You tried, Lord, Finan said, trying to console me. You can tell Athelstan you tried to keep the oath. But I failed, I said. I hate failure, and I had failed. But fate is a bitch, and the bitch had not done with me yet. Oswy was the first to spot our pursuers. He called to me from behind. Lord! I turned and saw horsemen coming. They were a good way behind us, but I could see the red cloaks. Finan, of course, saw more than I did. 20 men, he said. Maybe 30. In a hurry. I turned to look southwards, wondering if we could reach Spear Havoc before the horsemen reached us, and decided we could not. I turned again. My worry was that the small group of approaching men was merely a vanguard, that a horde of Athelhelm's warriors was close behind them, but the distant road beyond the galloping horsemen stayed empty. "Shield wall!" I called. 3 ranks! Red cloaks in the front! The horsemen would see their own men barring the road. They might wonder why, but I did not doubt they would think us their allies. Sigulf must have chased them out, I said to Finan. And killed the rest? He asked. I doubt it. There were... He stopped suddenly, staring. They have women. I could see that for myself now. Behind the leading horsemen were 4 or 5 riders, all cloaked in grey, except one who wore black. I was not certain they were women, but Finan was. It's Lavender Tits, he said. Is it? Has to be. So Athelhelm's men in Faversham must have decided to remove Eadgifu and her women before the Kentish forces could reach the town's centre. They were now cantering down the road, heading for their ships and doubtless relying on Wighelm and his men to provide much of the crew, but Wighelm was somewhere on the island of Sheppey, naked. Don't look threatening, I told my men. Rest the shields on the ground. I want them to think we're friends. I turned back to Finan. We'll have to be quick, I said. Name 6 of your men to seize the women's bridles. And once we've rescued her? He asked. What do we do with her? Take her to Bebbanburg. The sooner the better, he grunted. The approaching horsemen were half hidden by a tall stand of reeds, and still no one followed them from the town. I closed my helmet's leather cheek-pieces to conceal my face. Berg, I called. Berg was in the front rank, one of the men cloaked in red and carrying Athelhelm's leaping stag on his shield. When they get up close, hold up a hand. Make them think we have a message. Yes, Lord. The horsemen emerged from the thick reeds and spurred towards us. Front rank, I called. You take care of the leading horseman. I had 30 men in 3 ranks. Second rank. I was in the second rank, thinking I was less likely to be recognized than if I stood in the front. We get rid of the horsemen behind the women. Finan, you take the women, then go where you're needed. Meaning he would reinforce whichever of us needed help. I could hear the hooves now and see dark clods of mud spewing from the racing horses. One of the leading men half stood in his stirrups and shouted, but whatever he said was lost in the noise of hooves and jangling bridles. Then Berg took a pace forward and held up his hand,
and the horsemen had no choice but to curb their beasts. "Wighelm!" the leading man shouted. "Go back!" "He's at the ships," I called back. "Get out of the way!" The man had been forced to a halt, and his followers milled uncertainly behind him. "Get out of the way!" he bellowed again angrily. "Get out of the way and go back to the harbour!" He spurred his horse straight at my front rank, evidently expecting us to make way for him. "Now!" I called, and drew serpent breath. Berg slapped his shield hard across the face of the leading man's stallion. The beast slewed sideways, slipped in the mud, and fell. The rest of my front rank was charging into the confused horsemen, using the spears we had captured from Wighelm's men to savage both horses and men. Terrified beasts reared, riders were dragged from their saddles. Berg hauled the man who had shouted at us from beneath his fallen and floundering horse. "Keep that one alive!" I shouted at him. The enemy, at least those closest to us, had not even had the time to draw their swords, and my men were fast and savage. The women, I could see now they were women, were looking terrified. I ran past them to be faced by a horseman levelling his sword as he spurred his stallion towards me. I hammered his blade aside with serpent breath, and then rammed her up into his armpit. I felt her pierce mail and grind on bone, then blood flowed down the blade. Gebrut ran past me, bellowing in Frisian. Two of the horsemen had managed to turn their beasts and were spurring back towards Faversham. "Let them go!" I shouted at Oswey, who had begun sprinting after them. He would not catch them, and I expected to be at sea long before any help arrived from the town. The man whose shoulder I had wounded had switched his sword to his other hand and now clumsily tried to strike down at me from across his saddle, but then he suddenly vanished, tugged down by Vidar. I pulled myself onto his horse, gathered the reins, and kicked my heels. "Lady Eadgifu!" I shouted, and one of the grey-hooded women turned to me, and I recognized her pale face framed with her raven-black hair. "Ride on!" I called to her. "Ride on! We have a ship waiting! Go! Be enough!" "Lord?" "Get a horse. Protect the ladies." I could see that 3 of the women had small children on their saddles. "Go!" Some of the enemy had spurred off the road and were trying to get past us, but the land was a bog, sodden with water, and the horses struggled. Their riders savaged the poor beasts with spurs. The animals whinnied in protest, but could not move. A half-dozen of Finnan's men attacked them with spears that far outreached the riders' swords. 2 of the enemy simply threw themselves from their saddles and stumbled into the reeds as the others flung down their weapons in surrender. Back on the road, Berg was holding his blade at the throat of the group's leader, who lay flat on his back. The best ways to win any battle are to surprise the enemy, to outnumber the enemy, and to attack that enemy with such speed and ferocity that he has no idea what is happening until a sword is at his throat or a spear blade is deep in his guts. We had achieved all 3, though at a cost. Imar Hergildson, the least experienced of my men, had seen a red-cloaked rider and thrust up with his spear, and so wounded Oswey, who had mounted a riderless stallion. Oswey was now cursing and threatening revenge. The horses were still panicking, a woman was screaming, a wounded horse was hammering the road with his hooves, and some of the enemy was scrambling towards the reed beds. "Oswey!" I bellowed. "How badly are you hurt?" "Scratched, Lord." "Then shut your mouth." Some of the West Saxons had escaped, but most were our prisoners now, including the young man who had evidently been their leader. Berg was still holding him on the road with the sword at his throat. "Let him up," I said. I saw that the women were safe, some 50 paces down the road from where they now watched us. "What's your name?" I demanded of the young man. He hesitated, unwilling to answer, but a twitch of serpent breath changed his mind. "Erewolf," he muttered, staring down at his fallen blade. I leaned down from the saddle and forced his head up with serpent breath's tip. "Do you know who I am?" He shook his head. I am Uhtred of Bebbanburg, I said, and saw the fear in his eyes. And you call me lord. So what were your orders, Herewulf?
To keep the Lady Eadgifu safe, lord.
Where?
Chippenham, lord, he said sullenly.
Chippenham was a fine town in Wiltshire, and doubtless Herewulf had thought to take the women and children up the Thames, through London and so to Athelhelm's shire. Any news of the king? I asked him.
He's still sick, lord, he said. That's all we know.
Take off his mail, I ordered Berg. You're lucky, I spoke to Herewulf, because I might leave you alive. Might? He just stared at me. What's happening in Faversham? I asked. For a moment he was tempted to be defiant, but I touched serpent breath to his cheek, and that loosened his tongue.
They're talking, he said reluctantly.
Talking?
To the east of the town.
That made sense. Sigulf had brought warriors to his sister's aid, only to discover a force equal to his own guarding her. If they fought, then men would die, and others would be wounded in an uncertain battle. Sigulf was being prudent, hoping to talk his sister out of her enemy's grip. But that enemy had been clever. Under the cloak of talking, they had spirited her out of the convent and sent her north towards their ships. The risk they were taking was that Edward might recover and punish them, but better his anger than an heir to the throne safely out of Athelhelm's grasp. "You were sent to keep the Lady Eadgifu safe?" I asked the prisoner.
"I told you so." Herewulf was recovering his defiance.
"Then tell Lord Athelhelm that I'll do that job for him."
"When Elfweird is king," Herewulf responded, "Lord Athelhelm will take your fortress and feed your carcass to the pigs."
"His father tried," I said, sheathing serpent breath, "and he's worm food now. Be grateful I've let you live." We took the mail from all the prisoners, took their weapons and their horses, then left them on the road where one stallion lay dead, its blood darkening the mud. 2 men had been killed, though a dozen others of Athelhelm's men were bleeding, as was Oswy, though he claimed he could hardly feel the wound. I kicked my horse to where the Lady Eadgifu waited. "We have to move, my lady," I said. "They'll pursue us soon, and we need to get to the ship."
"Lord Uhtred," she said in a tone of amazement. "You came."
"We must go, my lady."
"But my brother—"
"Is talking to Athelhelm's men, my lady, and I can't wait to find out what they decide. Do you wish to wait? You can stay here, and I'll go." There were 4 women with Eadgifu. I assumed they were her servants or companions, one of whom was holding a small boy just 3 or 4 years old, while 2 carried babes in arms. There was also a priest who wore a black cloak.
"Lord Uhtred is right, my lady," the priest said nervously. "But my brother has come."
Eadgifu stared towards Faversham as if expecting men with bulls or swords on their shields to come to her rescue. "And a lot of Ealdorman Athelhelm's men have come too," I said, "and until I know who's won that battle, we must stay with the boat."
"Can't we go back?"
Eadgifu pleaded. I stared at her. She was undeniably beautiful. She had skin as pale as milk, dark eyebrows and black hair, rich lips and an understandable look of anxiety. "Lady," I said as patiently as I could, "you asked for my help, and I'm here. And I don't help you by taking you back into a town that is full of brawling men, half of whom want to kill your children." She began, then decided not to speak. "We go that way," I insisted, pointing north. I looked behind and still saw there was no pursuit. "Let's go!" I shouted. Eadgifu kicked her horse alongside mine.
"Can we wait to find out what happened in Faversham?" she asked.
"We can wait," I agreed, "but only once we're aboard my ship."
"I worry for my brother."
"And for your husband?" I asked brutally. She made the sign of the cross.
Edward is dying. Maybe he's already dead.
And if he is, I said, still speaking harshly, Elfweird is king.
He is a rotten soul, she spat. An evil creature, the spawn of a devil-woman.
Who will kill your children in the time it takes to drown a kitten, I said, so we must take you somewhere safe.
Where is safe?
The question had come from one of Eadgifu's women, the only one who was not holding a child. She kicked her horse so that she rode on my left, then asked, "Where will we go?" It was plain that English, which she spoke with a delicate accent, was not her native tongue. "You are—" I asked. "I am Benedetta," she said with a dignity that intrigued me. The unusual name intrigued me too, for it was neither Saxon nor Danish. "Benedetta," I repeated it clumsily. "I am from Lupiae," she said proudly, and when I said nothing, "You have heard of Lupiae?" I must have stared vacantly at her because Eadgifu answered for me.
"Benedetta is from Italy."
"Rome," I said. "Lupiae is far to the south of Rome," Benedetta said dismissively.
"Benedetta is my treasured companion,"
Eadgifu explained. "And evidently a long way from home," I remarked.
"Home!"
Benedetta almost spat the word at me.
"Where is home, Lord Uhtred, when slavers come and take you away?"
"Slavers?"
"Saraceni pigs," she said. "I was 12 years old, and you have not answered me, Lord Uhtred."
I looked at her again and thought this fine, defiant woman was as beautiful as her royal mistress.
"I haven't answered you." "Where is safe?"
"If Lady Eadgifu's brother survives," I said, "then she is free to join him. If not, we go to Bebbanburg."
"Sigulf will come,"
Eadgifu said confidently, though immediately after speaking she made the sign of the cross. "I hope so," I said awkwardly, and wondered how I could cope with Eadgifu and her companions in Bebbanburg. The fortress was comfortable, but offered nothing like the luxuries of the palaces at Wintoncester and London. Then there were the rumours of plague in the north, and if Eadgifu and her children were to die in my fortress, then men in Wessex would say I had killed them, just as they claimed I had killed Athelhelm the Elder.
"My brother will come," Eadgifu interrupted my thoughts, "and besides, I cannot go to Bebbanburg."
"You'll be safe there, my lady," I said.
"My son," she said, pointing to the eldest of her children, "should be king of Wessex. He cannot be king if we are hiding in Northumbria."
I half smiled. "Elfweird will be king," I said gently, "and Ethelstan will try to be king, so there will be war, my lady. Best to be far away from it."
"There will be no war," she said, "because Ethelstan will be king."
"Ethelstan?" I asked, surprised. I had thought she would press her son's claim to the throne over Ethelstan's. "He'll only be king if he defeats Elfweird," I added.
"Ethelstan will be king of Mercia. My husband," she said those last two words with venom in her tone, "has made the decision. It is in his will. Elfweird, the horrible boy, will be king of Wessex and of East Anglia, and Ethelstan will be king of Mercia. It is decided."
I just stared at her, scarce believing what I had heard.
"They are half-brothers," Eadgifu went on, "and they each get what they want, so there will be no war."
And still I stared.
Edward was dividing his kingdom. That was madness. His father's dream had been to make one kingdom out of 4, and Edward had brought that dream so close to reality, yet now he would take an axe to it. And he believed that would bring peace.
"Truly?" I asked.
"Truly," Eadgifu answered. Ethelstan will rule in Mercia, and the nasty pig boy will rule the other 2 kingdoms until my brother defeats him. Then my Edmund will be king. Madness, I thought again. Pure madness. Fate, that malevolent bitch, had surprised me again, and I tried to persuade myself that it was none of my business. Let Elfweird and Ethelstan fight it out. Let the Saxons kill each other in a welter of blood, and I would go back north. But the malevolent bitch had still not done with me. Athelhelm lived, and I had made an oath. We rode on. Once back in the harbour, we piled our captured shields, weapons, and mail in Spear Havoc's belly. They could all be sold. The ship was floating some 3 or 4 feet below the level of the wharf, and Eadgifu protested that she could not jump down, nor would she be carried. "I am a queen," I heard her complain to her Italian companion, "not some fishwife." Gerbrut and Folkbold ripped up 2 long timbers from the wharf and made a crude gangplank, which, after some protests, Eadgifu agreed to use. Her priest escorted her down the perilous slope. Her eldest son, Edmund, followed her down and immediately ran to the heap of captured weapons and dragged out a sword with a blade as long as he was tall. "Put it down, boy," I called from the wharf. "You should call him Prince," the priest reproved me. "I'll call him Prince when he proves he deserves the title. Put it down." Edmund ignored me and tried to swing the blade. "Put it down, you little shit," I bellowed. The boy did not drop the sword, just stared at me with defiance that turned to fear as I jumped down into Spear Havoc's belly. He began to cry, but Benedetta, the Italian woman, intervened. She stepped in front of me and took the sword from Edmund's hand. "If you're told to drop a sword," she said calmly, "then you drop it, and do not cry. Your father is a king, and maybe you will be a king one day, and kings do not cry." She tossed the sword into the pile of captured weapons. "Now say you are sorry to the Lord Uhtred." Edmund looked at me, muttered something I could not hear, then fled to Spear Havoc's bows, where he clung to his mother's skirts. Eadgifu put an arm around him and glared at me. "He meant no harm, Lord Uhtred," she said coldly. "He might have meant no harm," I answered harshly, "but he could have caused it." "He could also have hurt himself, my lady," Benedetta said. Eadgifu nodded at that. She even smiled, and I understood why she had called the Italian woman her treasured companion. There was a confidence in Benedetta that suggested she was Eadgifu's protector. She was a strong woman, as competent as she was attractive. "Thank you," I said to her softly. Benedetta, I saw, had a small smile. She caught my eye, and the smile stayed. I held her gaze, wondering at her beauty, but then the priest stepped between us. "Edmund is a prince," he insisted, "and should be treated as royalty." "And I'm an ealdorman," I snarled, "and should be treated with respect, and who are you?" "I'm the prince's tutor, lord, and the queen's confessor, Father Art." "Then you must be a busy man," I said. "Busy, lord?" "I imagine Queen Eadgifu has much to confess," I said, and Father Art blushed and looked away. "And is she a queen?" I demanded. "Wessex doesn't recognize that title." "She is Queen of Mercia until we hear of her husband's death," he said primly. And he was indeed a prim little man, with a coronet of wispy brown hair surrounding a bald pate. He noticed the hammer at my neck and grimaced. "The Queen," he continued, still looking at the hammer, "wishes that we wait for news from the town." "We'll wait," I said. "And then, lord?" "If she wishes to go with her brother, she can go. Otherwise she goes with us to Bebbanburg." I looked up at the wharf. "Gerbrut!" "Lord?" "Get rid of those ships."
I pointed to the 3 ships that had brought Athelhelm's men from London to this muddy harbour. "Take what's useful from them first," I called after him. We salvaged seal-hide ropes, new oars made from larchwood, 2 barrels of ale, 3 of salted pork, and a faded banner of the leaping stag. We heaped them all in spear havoc. Then Gebrut fetched a metal bucket of embers from the tavern's hearth and blew the embers to life in the bellies of the 3 ships. "The crosses," Father Art said when he realized what was happening. "Crosses?" "On the front of the ships. You can't burn our Lord's symbol." I growled in frustration, but recognized his unhappiness. "Gebrut," I bellowed, "remove the crosses from the prows." All 3 ships were alight before he and Beornoth managed to knock out the pegs holding the crosses. "What do I do with it?" he asked when the first came loose. "I don't care. Float it." He threw the cross overboard, then jumped to help Beornoth loosen the second cross. They freed it, scrambled aft and escaped the flames just in time, but were too late to save the 3rd cross, and I wondered what kind of omen that was. My men apparently saw nothing sinister because they were cheering. They always enjoyed destruction, and they whooped like children as the flames seared up the tarred rigging, then as the fire reached the sails that were furled tight on the yards, and they too erupted in flame and smoke. "Was that necessary?" Father Art asked. "You want to be pursued by 3 shiploads of Athelhelm's warriors?" I asked in return. "No, Lord." "It was necessary," I said, though in truth I doubted that any of the 3 ships could have caught spear havoc. They were typical West Saxon ships, well-made but heavy, brutish to row, and sluggish under sail. The wind had gone around to the southwest. The evening air was warm, the sky almost cloudless, though now smirched by the pyre of dark smoke from the burning boats. The tide was low, but had turned and the flood had begun. I had moved Spear Havoc well away from the blazing ships and moored her to the most northerly wharf, close to the entrance channel. Fisherfolk watched from their houses, but they stayed well clear both of the fire and of us. They were wary, and with good reason. The sun was low in the west, but the summer days were long, and we had 2 or 3 hours of daylight left. "I won't stay here overnight, my lady," I told Eadgifu. "We'll be safe, won't we?" "Probably, but we still won't stay." "Where do we go?" "We'll find a mooring on Sheppey," I said. "Then, if we've heard nothing from your brother, we go north tomorrow." I watched the village through the shimmer of fire. No one had appeared from Faversham, so whoever had won the confrontation in the town was evidently staying there. 2 ravens flew high above the smoke. They were flying north, and I could not have wished for a better sign from the gods. "Ethelstan might be in London," Eadgifu told me. I looked at her, struck as ever by her loveliness. "Why would he be there, my lady?" "London belongs to Mercia, doesn't it?" "It did once," I said. "Your husband's father changed that. It belongs to Wessex now." "Nevertheless," she said, "I heard that Ethelstan would garrison London as soon as he heard of my husband's death." "But your husband still lives," I said, though whether that was true or not I did not know. "I pray so," she said entirely unconvincingly. "Yet surely Prince Ethelstan must have forces near London." She was a cunning bitch, as clever as she was beautiful. I say cunning because her words made absolute sense. If she was right and Edward had divided his kingdom, then Ethelstan, who was no fool and must have heard of the will's contents, would move quickly to take London and so sever East Anglia from Wessex. And Eadgifu, who well knew of my long friendship with Ethelstan, was trying to persuade me to take her to London rather than to Bebbanburg. "We don't know that Ethelstan is in London," I said, "and we won't know until after Edward is dead."
They say the prince has put his troops just north of London, Benedetta said.
Who's they?
She shrugged. Folk in London say that.
A king is dying, I said. And whenever a king dies, there are rumours and more rumours. Believe nothing you cannot see with your own eyes.
But if Ethelstan is in London, Eadgifu persisted, you would take me there?
I hesitated, then nodded. If he's there, yes.
And he will let my children live? She asked.
Besides Edmund, she had 2 babies, a boy called Uhtred, and a girl named Eadba. Ethelstan is not a man to kill children, I said, which was not the answer she wanted. But if you have a choice between Elfweird and Ethelstan, choose Ethelstan.
What I want, she said angrily, is Elfweird dead and my son on the throne.
With you ruling for him? I asked. But she had no answer to that, or at least none that she wanted to speak.
Lord!
Emma called.
Lord!
And I turned to see 3 horsemen appear in the shroud of smoke that drifted from the burning boats. The horsemen saw us and spurred towards us.
Arwigan!
Eadgifu shrieked the name with alarm. She stood and gazed at the men who flogged their tired horses towards our wharf. Behind them came a score of red-cloaked men in pursuit.
Arwigan!
Eadgifu shouted again, fear for him plain in her voice. Gebrut, I called, cut the forward line.
You can't leave him here!
Eadgifu screamed at me. Cut it, I bellowed. Gebrut sliced through the bow line with an axe, and I drew serpent breath and moved to the aft line. Eadgifu clutched at my arm. Let me go, I snarled, shook her off, then sliced through the seal-hide rope. Spear Havoc trembled. The tide was pushing her onto the wharf, but the wind was against the tide, and there was just enough wind on the furled sail to float us out into the channel. Bianov helped by seizing an oar and thrusting against a weed-thick piling. The 3 horsemen had reached the wharf. They threw themselves from their saddles and ran. I saw the terror on Arwigan's face because Athelhelm's men were close behind, their horses' hooves drumming loud on the wharf's timbers. "Jump!" I shouted. "Jump!" They jumped. They made a desperate life-saving leap, and 2 collapsed sprawling on Spear Havoc's rowing benches, while Arwigan fell just short but managed to grasp Spear Havoc's low midships rail, where 2 of my men took hold of him. The pursuing horsemen reined in, and 2 of them threw spears. One blade thumped into the bulks of timber supporting our mast. The second missed Arwigan by a finger's breadth, but the men in Spear Havoc's bow were using oars to pole her off the channel's muddy bank and north towards the wider waters of the Swalwan Creek. More spears followed, but all fell short. If we'd stayed, I told Eadgifu, those horsemen would have rained spears on us. Men would have been wounded. Men would have been killed.
He almost drowned, she said,
her eyes on Arwigan, who was being hauled aboard. So that, I thought, was why she had come to Kent. And they'd have aimed their spears at your sons, I said. She seemed not to hear me, but instead went forward to where the half-drenched Arwigan was sitting on a bench. I turned and caught Benedetta's gaze. She held my eyes, as if daring me to speak aloud of what I suspected, and I thought again what a beauty she was. She was older than Eadgifu, but age had added wisdom to beauty. She had a dark skin, which gave her grey-green eyes a striking intensity, a long nose and a slender, grave face, wide lips, and hair as black as Eadgifu's.
"Where to?"
Gebrut distracted me. He had come aft and taken the steering oar. The sky was darkening. It was dusk, a long summer dusk, and no time to begin a long voyage. "Cross the creek," I said. "Find somewhere to spend the night."
"And in the morning, Lord?"
"We go north, of course. North to Bebbanburg. North to home, a north to where no kings died and no madness ruled. We crossed the creek in the dying light and found an inlet that twisted deep into Sharpe's reeds, where we could spend the short summer night. The ships we had set on fire burned bright, throwing lurid shadows on the small harbour, their last flames only extinguished as the first stars showed. We could have sailed that evening, but we were tired, and the shoals around Sharpe are treacherous and best tackled in daylight. We were safe for the night. We could sleep under the watch of our sentries, and there was a hummock of dry ground where we could make a fire. The wind died in the darkness, then came again with the dawn. Only now it was a west wind, brisk and warm. I wanted to leave, wanted to be sailing Spear Havoc north along the East Anglian coast, wanted to leave Wessex and its treachery far behind, but Benedetta asked me to wait. "Why wait?" I asked her. "We have things to do," she said distantly. "So do I, a voyage. It will not take long, lord." She still wore the grey cloak and hood, her face shadowed from the sun that rose behind her to gloss the Swalwan Creek with a shimmer of red gold. "What won't take long?" I asked irritably. "What we must do," she said stubbornly. I understood then. "There's privacy under the steering platform," I told her, "and buckets." "Idgifu is a queen," Benedetta said with a touch of anger. "Queens do not crouch in a stinking space over a dirty bucket." "We can wash the buckets," I suggested, but received nothing in reply but a scornful look. I sighed. "You want me to find her a palace?" "I want you to give her some privacy, some dignity," Benedetta said. "She is a queen. We can go to the ale-house, yes?" She pointed across the creek. "That harbour will be full of Athelhelm's troops," I said. "Better to piss in a bucket than fall into their hands." "Then the reeds will do," she said stiffly. "But your men must stay away." Which meant I had to order 2 of the rowing benches to be loosened and fashioned into a makeshift gangplank, then post sentries to guard the reeds from anyone approaching whatever place the women chose, and finally threaten death by dismemberment if any of those sentries were within sight of the women. Then we waited. I talked to Arwegan as the sun rose higher, but he could tell me little of what had happened in Faversham the previous day. He had posted his men as guards on the road that led to London, then been surprised by Athelhelm's horsemen who had attacked him from the south. "We fled, lord," he confessed. "What of Sigulf?" "I don't know, lord." "The last I heard," I said, "they were negotiating." "Which only bought them time to take her ladyship from the convent," Arwegan said bitterly. "Then you're fortunate I was here," I said. He hesitated, then nodded. "Indeed, lord." I looked across the reed beds, wondering what on earth took the women so long, then back over the creek. At first light the harbour had appeared deserted, but now I could see men there, red-cloaked men. I pointed to them. "Athelhelm's men," I told Arwegan, "which suggests Sigulf lost. And they can see us. They'll be coming for us." "You burned their ships, lord." "But I didn't burn their fishing boats, did I?" I cupped my hands and bellowed at the reeds. "My lady! We have to go!" And it was then I saw the ship. A small ship, coming from the west, rowing down the Swalwan Creek. I could not see the hull, which was hidden by the tall reeds, but there was a cross on the prow, and the distance between that cross and the high mast suggested it could not hold more than 10 or 12 benches on each side. The approaching ship's crew had lowered their sail, presumably for fear that a sudden gust of wind might drive them onto a mudbank and leave them waiting for the tide. Oars were slower, but much safer. "Gebrut!" I bellowed. "Lord?" We have to stop that ship. Get us underway. The women, Arbogin protested. We'll come back for them. Oars, hurry! I threw off the only mooring line, which we had tied to a massive log that had drifted ashore. Then men began poling the ship out of the narrow inlet. "Mail!" I called, meaning that men should don their armour. I pulled my own mail coat over my head, holding my breath as the stinking leather liner scraped my face. I buckled serpent breath to my waist. The bow oars were in clear water now when Spear Havoc lunged ahead. I shoved the steering oar over, held my breath again as the hull touched mud, but a heave of the oars pulled her free. We turned westwards and more oars found purchase as we slid into deeper water. I could see the approaching ship now, and she was half the size of Spear Havoc, and with fewer than 20 men aboard. I had suspected she might be a trading ship, but she had a lean hull and a high prow, a ship made for swift passage. Her oars checked as they saw us, and I could see a man in a red cloak shouting from the stern, perhaps wanting his oarsmen to turn the ship so they could flee, but Spear Havoc was too close and too threatening. "Put on red cloaks!" I shouted at Finnan, who had assembled a group of mailed and armed men at Spear Havoc's bows. He waved in reply and called for a man to bring the cloaks. "Don't kill the bastards!" I bellowed. "I just want to talk to them." I had asked Finnan's men to wear the red cloaks, so that the approaching ship would believe that we, like them, served Athelhelm. I did not think they would fight us, we were too big, but they could have veered into the southern bank and fled across the marshes if they thought we were enemies. The pretence must have worked, because the ship began rowing towards us again, their panic over. "Lord!" Vidar Leifson, who was standing on one of the rowing benches closest to the stern, called to me. He pointed behind, and I turned to see that a fishing boat, crammed with red-cloaked men, was being laboriously rowed from the harbour entrance. I glanced across the reed beds, but could see neither the stranded women nor the 5 sentries we had posted. A pair of cranes flew from the reeds, their huge wings beating laboriously, and the red feathers of their heads bright in the morning sun. They slowly gained height, long legs trailing, and one of the men on the fishing boat hurled a spear at the closest bird. It missed and plunged harmlessly into the creek. A good omen, I thought. "We'll deal with that fishing boat soon," I told Vidar, hoping that the men on that boat had no idea that the women and children they had come to recapture were almost unguarded on Sheppey. Then I called to the oarsmen to stop rowing as Spear Havoc's prow loomed above the smaller ship. We coasted for a few paces. Then I felt a quiver in the hull as we touched her. Finnan and 2 men jumped onto the stranger's deck. "Hold her here," I told Gebrut, meaning he should try to keep Spear Havoc next to the smaller ship. Then I went forward to see that Finnan was arguing with a red-cloaked man. No swords had been drawn. "What is it?" I called down. "A hired boat," Finnan answered laconically, "bringing messengers from Athelhelm." "Bring them on board." "This fella doesn't like that idea," Finnan said with a grin. "He doesn't believe I serve that piece of shit Athelhelm." The red cloaks had at least made them believe we were friends until Finnan and his men boarded their small ship. "You have a choice," I snarled at the man facing Finnan. "You either come aboard my ship, or we practice our sword skill on you. You choose." "And you are?" he demanded. "Uhtred, I said, and was rewarded with a visible shudder. Reputation is sometimes enough to end a confrontation, and the red-cloaked man, whoever he was, had no desire to add his death to my reputation. He clambered up onto Spear Havoc's prow, urged on by a slap from Finnan, and was followed by a priest. I judged both men to be middle-aged, while the one who had argued with Finnan was richly dressed and had a silver chain at his neck. "Throw your oars overboard," I called to the smaller ship's master. "Finnan, cut his halyards." The 20 oarsmen watched sullenly, as Finan slashed through every line he could find. By the time he was done, the smaller ship could neither row nor sail, while the flooding tide would take it gently away from Faversham. "When we're gone," I called to the master, "you can swim for your oars and splice your lines." His only answer was to spit overboard. He was unhappy, and I could not blame him, but I did not want him returning to London to spread news of my arrival in Wessex. I let Gebrut turn spear havoc, a tricky task in the narrow and shallow channel, but one he did with his usual skill as I went forward and confronted our two visitors. "First, who are you?"
"Father Hedrick,"
the priest answered. "You're one of Athelhelm's sorcerers?"
"I serve in his household,"
the priest answered proudly. He was a small, tubby man with a wisp of white beard. "And you?" I asked the well-dressed man who wore the silver chain. He was tall, thin, with a long jaw and dark, deep-set eyes. A clever man, I thought, which made him dangerous. "I am Haldor." "A Dane?" I asked. His name was Danish. "A Christian Dane," he said. "And what does a Christian Dane do in Athelhelm's household?" "I serve at Lord Athelhelm's wishes," he answered icily. "You have a message?" They were both silent.
"Where to, Lord?"
Gebrut called from the stern. I saw that the fishing boat was waiting. She was too small, and the number of men aboard too few to dare challenge us, but even as I watched, I saw a second and equally heavily laden boat come from the harbour. "Pick up the women," I called to Gebrut. "We'll deal with those boats after." I turned back to our two prisoners. "You have a message?" I demanded a second time.
"King Edward is dead,"
Father Hedrick said, then made the sign of the cross.
"God rest his soul."
"And King Elfweird reigns," Haldor the Dane added, "and may God give him a long and prosperous reign." The king was dead, and I had come to kill the new king. Weird Bith Full Arad. Part 2. City of Darkness. Chapter 5. Eadgifu, her women, and her 3 children must all have been waiting for us, because they were crouched with the sentries just inside the tall reeds at the creek's edge, hidden from Athelhelm's men, who rowed clumsily to confront us. We steered spear havoc into the muddy bank, feeling the hull touch bottom. "Come on!" I called to the women. "Hurry!" "We'll get wet," Eadgifu protested. "Wet is better than dead, my lady. Now hurry." She still hesitated until Arwigan leapt overboard, then waded ashore and held out his hand. I saw her smile as she took it. Then Arwigan, along with the sentries, helped them all into the creek. Eadgifu squealed as the water came over her waist, but Benedetta calmed her. "Lord Uhtred is right, my lady. Better to be wet than dead." Once at the ship's side, we unceremoniously lifted Eadgifu into the ship. She scowled as she reached the deck. "Your husband's dead," I told her with deliberate brutality. "Good. May he rot in peace," was her curt answer, though I suspect her anger was delivered more towards me for soaking her rich clothes than at her husband. She turned and offered a hand to help Arwigan into the boat, but Beanoff gently edged her aside and lifted the man by himself. Then Eadgifu saw Haldor and the priest at the stern of the boat, and she spat towards them. "Why are they here?" "Prisoners," I said curtly. "Kill the Dane," she said. "He has to answer questions first," I told her, then reached down and took one of the babies from Benedetta's grasp. "Bastards are coming," Finan warned me from spear havoc's stern. The 2 small fishing boats crammed with Athelhelm's men were rowing towards us, though they were still a long way off. They were rowing hard, but their boats were clumsy, heavy, and sluggish. We pulled the last woman and child aboard, then poled Spear Havoc off the bank and out into deeper water. "Oarsman, pull!" I shouted. "Finnan, put the bird on the prow." That made my men cheer. They liked it when our sleek sparrowhawk carving crested the prow, though in truth she looked more like an eagle than a sparrowhawk, because her beak was far too long, but she had savage eyes and a menacing presence. Finnan and 2 other men slotted her into place and hammered home the 2 pegs that held her firm. The crews of the 2 fishing boats, seeing us coming eastward towards them, had stopped rowing and were now standing with spears in their hands. But either the sudden appearance of the sparrowhawk's feral head, or the sight of the small waves beginning to break white and quick at Spear Havoc's cutwater, persuaded them to sit and pulled desperately for the southern shore. They feared a ramming. "Pull!" I bellowed at the oarsmen. The rowers dragged on the oars' looms, thrusting Spear Havoc still faster. Gebrut and 2 other men hauled on the main halyard to hoist the sail. The fishing boats were still trying to escape us, and I heard a man scream at his oarsmen to pull harder. I was steering towards them, and as the sail caught the wind, our ship seemed to leap ahead, but then, just before we reached spear range, I hauled the steering oar towards me, and Spear Havoc turned to slide past them on the creek's further side. We could easily have sunk both fishing boats, but instead I would avoid them, not because I feared them, but in the closing moments before we rammed the first boat, we were likely to be assailed by spears, and I had no wish for a single man of Spear Havoc's crew to be wounded or worse. We had escaped, and that was victory enough. A dozen spears were hurled as we passed, but all fell far short. And then we were coursing eastwards towards the open sea. We brought the oars inboard and lashed them down. Gebrut had tied down the sail's last sheet, and so I gave him the steering oar. "Just follow the creek," I told him, "then steer north. We're going home." "God be praised," he said. I jumped down from the steering platform. Our 2 prisoners, the tall, well-dressed Dane and the smaller priest, were under guard by the mainmast. Arwegan, his clothes soaked, had been joined by the 2 men who had escaped pursuit with him, and were standing over the prisoners with a drawn sword. He was taunting them. "Leave us," I told him. "Leave us," I snarled. He irritated me. He went to join Eadgifu and her ladies at the stern, and I drew the short knife from my belt. "I don't have time to persuade you to answer my questions," I told the 2 men, "so if either of you don't answer straight away, I'll blind you both. When did the king die?"
"A week ago?"
The priest, shivering with fright, answered quickly.
"Maybe 6 days. I've lost count, Lord."
"You were with him at the end?"
"We were in Ferentone," the Dane said stiffly. "Where he died," the priest added quickly.
"And Athelhelm was there?"
"Lord Athelhelm was with the king to the end,"
Haldor said. "And Athelhelm sent you south?" The priest nodded. The poor man still looked terrified, and no wonder. I was holding the short knife near his left cheekbone, and he was imagining the blade slicing into his eye. I twitched it. "He sent you south to do what?" I demanded. The priest whimpered, but Haldor answered. "To remove the Lady Eadgifu and her children to a place of safety." I left that lie unchallenged. Eadgifu might have been safely walled up in a convent, but the 2 boys would be lucky to see another autumn. The girl, who had no claim to the throne, might have lived, but I doubted it. Athelhelm would probably wish to cull the whole brood. "And the king," I said, "divided the kingdom?"
"Yes, Lord,"
the priest muttered. "Ethelstan is king in Mercia?" I asked. "And that piece of weasel shit Elfweird rules in Wessex?"
"King Elfweird rules in Wessex and East Anglia," the priest confirmed, and Ethelstan is named King of Mercia. But only if the Witan confirms the king's dying wishes, Haldor said, which they will not.
They won't?
Why would they consent to the bastard being king of Mercia? Elfweird must be made king of all 3 kingdoms.
And that, I thought, was probably true. The West Saxon and East Anglian Witens, both firmly under Athelhelm's influence, would never vote to accept Ethelstan as a rival king in Mercia. They would claim all 3 kingdoms for Elfweird. "So you don't feel bound by the king's last wishes?" I asked.
"Do you?"
Haldor asked belligerently. "He wasn't my king," I said.
"It is my belief," Haldor said, "that King Edward was of unsound mind when he dictated his will. So no, I do not feel bound by his final wishes."
I agreed with Haldor that Edward had been a lackwit when he divided his kingdoms, but I was not going to admit that. "Where was King Ethelstan when his father died?" I asked instead. Haldor bridled at my calling Ethelstan a king, but managed to suppress his indignation.
"I believe that Feicnapa was still in Chester," he said coldly, "or maybe in Gloucester."
Feicnapa? I asked. He had said it as a name, but it means pretty boy. Feye, though, also means doomed. Whatever he meant, it was plainly an insult. Haldor looked at me coldly.
"Men call him that."
"Why?"
"Because he's handsome,"
Haldor suggested. His answer had been fatuous, but I let it pass. "And Athelhelm?" I asked. "Where is he now? London?"
"God, no,"
the priest answered with a shudder, earning a scowl from the tall Dane. "No?" I asked, and again neither man replied, so I touched the knife's sharp tip onto the priest's left cheek, just beneath the eye.
"Mercian forces occupied London," the priest said hurriedly. "We were lucky to escape unnoticed."
Gebrut shouted orders from Spearhaven's stern. We were leaving the Swalwyn Creek, turning northwards, and the ship pounded into the first of the wide estuary's larger waves.
"Loosen that sheet!"
Gebrut pointed to the windward sheet.
"And haul in on that line!"
He pointed to the other sheet, and the sail turned to drive the boat north. The wind was freshening, the sea sparkled with reflected sunlight, and our white wake spread as we left Wessex behind and headed northwards. Father Art, the priest who accompanied Eadgifu, suddenly lurched to the ship's leeward rail and vomited.
"There's only one cure for seasickness, Father," Gebrut bellowed from the stern. "Sit under a tree."
My men laughed at the old joke. They were happy because they were sailing north. North to home. North to safety. We would soon be in sight of the estuary's further shore, the vast mud expanse where the East Saxons had settled. Then, if this wind held, we would sail up the East Anglian coast and so to the wilder shores of Bebbanburg. Except Ethelstan's men were in London. For a few moments I was tempted to ignore that news. What did it matter to me if Ethelstan's men had captured London? I was going home to Bebbanburg, but Ethelstan's forces were in London. "You saw Ethelstan's men?" I asked the 2 prisoners.
"We did," Haldor answered, "and they have no right to be there."
"London is part of Mercia," I said.
"Not since King Alfred's day,"
the Dane insisted. Which was probably true. Alfred had made certain that his West Saxon troops garrisoned London, and, despite Mercia's legal claim to the city, it had been effectively ruled from Wintoncester ever since. But Ethelstan had acted fast. Eadgifu had been right. He must have had troops north of the city, waiting for his orders, and those troops now separated Wessex from East Anglia. "Was there fighting?" I asked.
None. Haldor sounded disappointed. The garrison wasn't strong, Lord, the priest explained, and the Mercians came suddenly and in great numbers. We were not expecting them. That was treachery, Haldor snarled. Or cleverness, I said. So where is Athelhelm now? Both men shrugged. He's probably still in Wintoncester, Lord, Haldor said grudgingly. That made sense. Wintoncester was the capital of Wessex, and in the heartland of Athelhelm's lavish estates. I had no doubt that Elfweard was there too, hungry for the Witan to announce that he was truly king. Edward's body, escorted by his own household troops, would be travelling south to Wintoncester so he could be buried beside his father, and that funeral would assemble the West Saxon lords whose troops Athelhelm would need. And Ethelstan, wherever he was, would be sending messengers to the Mercian lords demanding warriors to preserve his Mercian throne. In brief, both Athelhelm and Ethelstan would be gathering the forces necessary to unpick Edward's division of his kingdoms, but at least Ethelstan had shown forethought and sense in capturing London before Athelhelm could reinforce the city's small garrison. "Is King Ethelstan in London?" I asked Haldor. Again he grimaced at the word king, but made no comment on it. "I don't know," he said. "But you're quite sure his men are?" He nodded unwillingly. By now the coast of East Saix was in sight, a low, dull brown streak of mud, topped with a fringe of summer green. The few trees were small and wind-bent, the mud speckled with the white of seabirds. The tide would soon be ebbing, which made any landfall on that coast treacherous. We could be stranded on a falling tide for hours, yet I was determined to nose spear havoc into the shore. I pointed ahead. "That's Foulness," I told the two prisoners. "There's little there except sand, mud, and birds, and soon you too, because I'm putting you ashore there." Foulness was a bleak place, windswept and barren, locked in by tidal creeks, marshes, and mudbanks. It would take Haldor and the priest the rest of the day to find a way to firmer ground, and then more time to work their way back to Wintoncester if that was indeed where Athelhelm was. We lowered the sail as we neared the shore, and then, using a dozen oars, nosed our way gently through small breaking waves until Spear Havoc's cutwater slid onto mud. "It would be easier to kill them," Arwigan said as Berg, grinning, prodded the two captives off the bows towards the water. "Why would I kill them?" I asked. "They're enemies." "They're helpless enemies," I said, "and I don't kill the helpless." He looked at me defiantly. "And what about the priests you killed?" I wanted to kill Arwigan at that moment. "Anger leads to savagery," I said curtly, "and to stupidity." He must have felt my anger because he backed away. The priest was protesting that jumping into the water would give him a fever, but every moment we waited the wind was nudging Spear Havoc further onto the mud. "Get rid of him," I called to Berg. Berg more or less threw the priest overboard. "Wade ashore," Berg called. "You won't drown." "Pole her off," I called, and the men in the bows shoved their oars into the sticky mud and heaved. For a heartbeat, Spear Havoc seemed reluctant to move. Then, to my relief, she lurched and slid back into safer, deeper water. "Same course, Lord?" Gebrut asked me. "Hoist the sail and up the coast?" I shook my head. "London." "London?" "Oars!" I shouted. We turned west. We were not going home after all, but upriver to London, because King Ethelstan's troops were there, and I had an oath to keep. It was a hard row against the wind, against the tide, and against the river's current, but it would become easier when the tide turned and the flood would carry us upriver. I knew these waters, knew the river,
because when Gisela was alive I had commanded the London garrison. I had become fond of the city. We passed Canninger, a marshy island on the East Saix shore, beyond which was Beamfleot, where in Alfred's reign we had stormed the Danish fort and put a whole army to the sword. I remembered Skill, and did not want to remember her. She had died there, killed by the man she had betrayed, while all around them the women screamed and the blood flowed. Finan stared, and he too was thinking of the sorceress. "Skill," he said. "I remember," I said. "What was her lover's name?" "Harold. He killed her." He nodded. "And we captured 30 ships. I was still thinking of Skill, remembering. War seemed cleaner then. No, we were younger then, that's all. The two of us were standing in the prow. I could see the hills rising beyond Beamfleot, and I remembered a villager telling me that the god Thor had walked the ridge there. He was a Christian, yet he had seemed proud that Thor had walked his fields. We had taken the Sparrowhawk's head from the prow, so that to a casual glance we were just another ship rowing upriver to the wharves of London. Low hills of ripening wheat rose beyond the muddy banks. The oars creaked as they pulled. A man stretching a net to catch marsh birds stood from his task to watch us pass. He saw we were a ship of warriors and made the sign of the cross, then bent to his task again. As the estuary narrowed, we began passing close to ships coming downriver, their sails bellying in the southwest wind, and we shouted for news as passing ships always do. Were there Mercian troops in London? There were. Was King Ethelstan there? No one could say, and so, still largely ignorant of what happened in London, let alone Wessex, we rowed on towards the wide smear of dark smoke that always hung above the city. The tide had turned, and we were using just 6 rowers on each side to keep the boats heading. Berg had the steering oar now, while Eadgifu, her children, and her companions were huddled under the prow platform where Finan and I stood. "So it's over," Finan said to me. I knew he had been brooding over my sudden decision to go west to London instead of north to Bebbanburg. "Over?" I asked. "Ethelstan's men are in London. We join him, we fight a battle, we kill Athelhelm, we go home." I nodded. "That's my hope." "The men are worried." "About a battle?" "About the plague." He crossed himself. "They have wives and children. So do I." "The plague wasn't at Bebbanburg." "It's in the north. Who knows how far it's spread?" "Rumour said it was at Lincoln," I said, "but that's a long way from Bebbanburg." "That's small consolation to men worrying about their families." I had been trying to ignore those rumours of the plague. Rumours are just that, and most are not true, and the days around a king's death provoke many rumours. But Sigtrygr had warned me of the sickness in Lincoln. Others had spoken of death in the north, and Finan had been right to remind me. My men wanted to be reunited with their families. They would follow me into battle, they would fight like demons, but a threat to their wives and children was far more important to them than any oath of mine. "Tell them," I said, "that we'll be home soon." "What's soon?" Finan demanded. "Let me find the news in London first," I said. "And what if Ethelstan's there?" Finan asked. "And what if he wants you to march with him?" "Then I march," I said bleakly, "and you can take Spear Havoc home." "Me?" Finan said, sounding alarmed. "Not me. Berg can sail her." "Berg can sail her," I agreed, "but you'll command Berg." I knew Finan was no seaman. "I'll command nothing," he retorted fiercely. "I'll stay with you." You don't have to— I took an oath to protect you, he interrupted me. You? I never asked any oath of you. You didn't, he agreed, but I still swore an oath to protect you. When? I asked. I don't remember any such oath. I took it 2 heartbeats ago, he said, and if you can be tied by a stupid oath, so can I. I release you from any oath. Again, he interrupted me. Someone has to keep you alive. Seems God gave me the task of keeping you away from barley fields. I touched the hammer and tried to convince myself that I was making the right decision. There are no barley fields in London, I told Finnan. That's true. Then we shall live, my friend, I said, touching him on the shoulder. We shall live, and we'll go home. I walked to the stern, where the lowering sun cast a long, rippling shadow behind Spear Havoc. I sat on one of the low steps that led to the steering platform. A swan flew northwards, and I idly worried it was an omen that we should also go north. But there were other birds, other omens. Sometimes it is hard to know the will of the gods, and even when we do know, we cannot be certain they are not toying with us. I touched the hammer again. You believe that has power? A voice asked. I looked up and saw it was Benedetta, her face shadowed by the hood she wore. I believe the gods have power, I answered. One god, she insisted. I shrugged, too tired to argue. Benedetta stared at the slow-passing bank of East Saix. We're going to London? She asked. We are. I hate London, she said bitterly. It's a lot to hate. When the slavers came, she began, then stopped. You told me you were 12. She nodded. I was to be married that summer, to a good man, a fisherman. They killed him too? They killed everyone. Saraceni. She spat the word. They killed anyone who fought back or anyone they didn't want as a slave. They wanted me. There was a terrible savagery in the last 3 words. Who are the Saraceni? I asked, stumbling over the unfamiliar word. Men from across the sea. Some even live in my land. They are not Christian. They are savages. I patted the step beside me. She hesitated, then sat. And you came to Britain? I asked, curious. She was silent for a while, then shrugged. I was sold, she said simply, and taken north. I don't know where. I was told this is valuable. She touched a finger to her skin, which was lightly brushed with a golden darkness. It is valuable in the north, where the skin is pale like sour milk. And in the north I was sold again. I was still just 12 years old. She paused to look at me. And I was already a woman, not a child. Her voice was bitter. I nodded to show I understood. A year later, she went on, I was sold again, to a Saxon from London, a slave trader. He paid much money, and his name— She was speaking so softly that I almost could not hear her. His name was Gunnald. Gunnald, I repeated. Gunnald Gunnaldsson. She was gazing at the northern bank, where a small village came down to the water. A child waved from a decaying wharf. I watched the oars dipping, pulling, then rising slowly with water dripping from the long blades. They brought me to London, where they sold their slaves, Benedetta went on.
And both raped me. Father and son, both, but the son was the worst. They would not sell me, they wanted to use me, so I tried to kill myself. It was better than being used by those pigs.
She had said the last few words very softly, so she could not be overheard by the men on the nearest rowing bench. "Kill yourself?" I asked just as quietly. She turned to look at me, then slowly, without a word, pushed back the hood and unwound the grey scarf she always wore about her neck. I saw the scar then, a deep scar across the right side of her slender neck. She let me look for a moment, then replaced the scarf.
"I did not cut deep enough," she said bleakly, "but it was enough to make them sell me."
"To Edward?"
"To his steward. I would work in his kitchens and in his bed. But Queen Eadgifu rescued me, so I serve her now."
"As a trusted servant?"
"As a trusted slave."
She still sounded bitter.
"I am not free, Lord."
She pulled the hood back over her raven-black hair. "Do you keep slaves?" she asked belligerently.
"No,"
I said, which was not strictly true. Bebbanburg had many estates where my household warriors farmed, and I knew many of them had slaves, and my father had kept a score in the fortress to cook, clean, sweep, and warm his bed, and some of those were still there, aged now and paid as servants. I had taken no new slaves because my own experience as a slave, when I had been condemned to pull an oar through wintry seas, had soured me against slavery. But then, I thought, I did not need slaves. I had enough men and women to keep the fortress safe, warm, and fed, and I had enough silver to reward them. "I've killed slave traders," I remarked, knowing, as I said it, that it was only spoken to attract Benedetta's approval.
"If we go to London," she said, "you may kill one for me."
"Gunnold? He's still there?"
"He was 2 years ago," she answered bleakly. "I saw him. He saw me too, and he smiled. It was not a good smile."
"You saw him? In London?"
She nodded. "King Edward liked to visit. The Queen liked it too. She could buy things."
"King Edward could have arranged Gunnold's death for you," I said. She sneered at that.
"Edward took money from Gunnold. Why kill him? I meant nothing to Edward, rest his soul."
She made the sign of the cross.
"What happens to us in London?"
"We meet with Ethelstan, if he's there."
"And if he's not?"
"We go to meet him."
"And what will he do to us? To my lady? To her children?"
"Nothing," I said flatly. "I'll tell him you're under my protection."
"He will honor that?"
She sounded sceptical. "I have known King Ethelstan since he was a child," I said, "and he is an honourable man. He will send you under escort to my home at Bebbanburg while we fight our war."
"Bebbanburg,"
she pronounced the name in her strange accent.
"What is at Bebbanburg?"
"Safety. You'll be under my protection there."
"Arwegan says we are wrong to accept a pagan's protection," she said flatly.
"Arwegan doesn't have to go with the Queen," I said. I thought she would smile for a heartbeat, but the impulse left her and she just nodded.
"He will go with her,"
she said in a tone of disapproval, then turned her large grey-green eyes on me.
"Are you truly a pagan?"
"I am."
"That is not good," she said seriously.
"Tell me," I said, "Is Gunald Gunnaldson a pagan?" She did not answer for a long while. Then she shook her head abruptly. "He wears the cross. Does that make him a better man than me?" She hesitated for a brief moment. "No," she finally admitted. "Then maybe," I said, "if he's still in London, I'll kill him." "No," she said firmly. "No?" "Let me kill him," she said, and almost for the first time since I had met her, Benedetta looked happy. We rode on. We reached London at dusk, a dusk made darker by the city's canopy of smoke. At least a score of other ships were lumbering upriver, most laden with the food and supplies that a city's horde of people and horses need. One ship so heavily laden that it looked like a floating hayrick as it rode the flooding tide about the river's great bends. We passed the smaller settlements built to London's east, the shipbuilders with their stacks of timber and the smoking pits where they burned pine to make stinking pitch, and the tanners who made a stink all of their own as they cured pelts with shit. Above it all was London's own thick stench of wood smoke and sewage. "It's not a river," Finnan complained. "It's a cesspool." "You get used to it," I said. "Who'd want to?" He looked down at the water flowing past Spear Havoc's hull. "Those are turds." We left the marshy banks for the 2 low hills of London. It was getting dark now, but there was still just enough light to show 3 spearmen standing on the high stone rampart of the small Roman bastion that guarded the eastern end of the city. None of the 3 was wearing a dark red cloak, and no leaping stag banners hung against the wall. Nor did the 3 men show any interest as we passed. The wharves, packed with ships, began just beyond the small fort, and in their centre, still downstream of the great bridge, was the stone wall I knew so well. The wall had been made by the Romans, and protected a masonry platform on which they had built a lavish house. I had lived there with Gisela. No ship was tied to the stone wall, and so I pushed the steering oar over, and the tired rowers dragged their last strokes. "Oars in!" I called, and Spear Havoc slid gently against the massive stone blocks. Gebrut threaded the bow-line through one of the vast iron rings set in the wall, and waited as Spear Havoc coasted the last few yards. Her stern thumped against the stone, and Berg seized another of the rings. I tossed him the stern line, and our ship was hauled in to grate her hull against the wall. When I had kept a ship here before, I had packed canvas sacks with straw to cushion the hull, but that was a task that could wait for the morning. A narrow flight of steps was inset into the stone to allow folk to climb the wall at low tide. "Wait," I told my crew and passengers. Then Finnan and I jumped onto the steps and climbed to the wide river terrace where, on evenings when the wind came from the north to blow away the Thames stench, Gisela and I had liked to sit. Night was falling fast now, and the house was dark except for a dim light behind one of the shutters and the glimmer of flames in the central courtyard. "Someone's living here," Finnan said. "The house belongs to the king," I said. "Alfred always gave it to the garrison commander, though most never used it. I did." "But which king?" "Ethelstan's now," I said. "But the West Saxons will want it back." London was valuable. The city's customs dues alone could finance a small kingdom, and I wondered if Edward, in his will, had declared which of his sons, Elfweird or Ethelstan, was to rule here. In the end, of course, it was whichever half-brother could muster the most spears. The house door opened. Wayamond walked out. I did not recognize him at first, nor did he recognize me. Behind him the passage that led to the courtyard was lit with torches, so his face was in shadow, while I was probably the last person he had ever expected to see in London. At first, All I was aware of was the man's size. A huge man, a head taller than myself, broad-shouldered, shaggy-haired, with booted legs like tree trunks. Light from the torches flickered off the links of a mail coat that fell to his thighs. He was eating meat that he tore off the bone with his teeth. "You can't leave your poxy ship there," he growled, then went utterly still. "Christ," he said, threw the bone away and drew his seax, then leapt at me with a surprising speed for such a huge man. I had not brought serpent breath from the ship, though my own seax, Wasp Sting, hung at my waist. I stepped fast to my right, away from Finan so that Waymond would have an enemy on two sides, and dragged the short sword from her scabbard. Waymond's first slash missed me by a finger's breadth. I ducked the second, a wild swing aimed at my head, and parried the third with Wasp Sting, catching his blade at the root of the short sword. The blow jarred at my arm. His strength was prodigious. Like me, Finan only had a seax, but he moved behind Waymond, who somehow sensed the Irishman's approach, turned and swept his short blade to drive Finan back. I went to my right, stepping past Waymond and dragging Wasp Sting's blade across the back of his left leg. I was trying to slice his hamstring, but Wasp Sting was a short stabbing weapon, not made for cutting, and the blade hardly pierced his tall leather boot. He turned on me, roaring, and I stepped back, lunged Wasp Sting to strike and pierce his thigh, then fell sideways to avoid his savage response. Wasp Sting had wounded him. I had felt the blade pierce, but Waymond did not seem to notice the injury. He turned back, snarling, as Finan attacked again to distract him, but we were like terriers assaulting a boar, and one of us, I knew, must be gored soon. Waymond had driven Finan back and now came for me, launching a massive kick that should have crushed my ribs. I was still getting to my feet, raised Wasp Sting, and by luck, or by the favour of the gods, she parried Waymond's blade that he had hacked down at me. Once again the shock of the impact seared up my arm. Finan stabbed at Waymond, and the huge man again had to turn away from me, backhanding his sword, but Finan was lightning fast and danced back. "This way!" he called to me. I had scrambled to my feet. Finan was still shouting at me to go towards Spear Havoc, but Waymond prevented that by running at me. He was roaring. There were no words, just a bellow of rage and a stench of ale on his breath. I stepped to my right, towards Finan. Waymond reached with his free hand and grabbed the neck of my mail coat and hauled me towards him. I saw him grin, teeth missing, knew I was about to die, felt his enormous strength as he dragged me effortlessly into his close embrace, and I saw his seax coming from my right, the blade's point aimed at the base of my ribs. I tried to tear myself free and could not, but Finan was just as fast, and his lunge at Waymond's back must have wounded the big man because he roared again and twisted away to drive Finan back. He still held my coat, and I sliced at his arm with Wasp Sting. She did not break his mail, but the force of the blow made him let go of me, and I backhanded Wasp Sting across his neck. The blade's edge hit the base of his skull, but he was still moving, which robbed the blow of almost all its force, and for all the good it did, I might as well have stroked his neck with a feather. He turned back, his scarred face a grimace of rage, and suddenly a spear flashed across my sight, the blade reflecting the small flame-light, and it struck Waymond's blade and glanced off. My men had come from Spear Havoc. A dozen were running towards us, and more were coming up the narrow stone steps. Waymond might have been in a rage. He might have drunk too much ale, but he was no fool when it came to a fight. He had stood in too many shield walls, had felt the shadows of defeat and the imminence of death too often, and so he knew when to retreat. He spun away from me towards the house, where, just as my men came from the ship, 3 of his companions burst through the door with their long swords drawn. "Back!" Waymond bellowed. He was suddenly outnumbered, and he and his men went through the door, which they slammed shut. I heard the locking bar drop into place. "Dear God," Finan said. "He's a brute. Are you wounded?" "Bruised," I said. It had been stupid to approach the house so lightly armed.
"I'm not hurt," I went on as Berg handed me serpent breath. "You?" "I'm alive," he said dourly. Alive, but in confusion. Every person we had spoken to had been certain that Ethelstan's troops occupied London. Yet here was one of Athelhelm's most feared warriors at the very heart of the city. I went to the house door, knowing it would not pull open, nor did it. A woman screamed from somewhere inside. "Get an axe," I ordered. I knew the house all too well, and knew there was no way in from the river terrace except by this door. The stone walls were built to the very edge of the masonry platform, so there was no way to walk down the sides of the house, while the windows were guarded with iron bars. Beanoth brought an axe and struck a giant blow that made the stout door shudder. A woman screamed again. I could hear other noises inside the house, footsteps and muttered words, but what they meant I could not tell. Then the axe fell again, and another mighty blow, and the noises beyond the door faded away. "They've gone," Finan said. "Or they're waiting to ambush us," I answered. Beanoth's axe crashed through the thick wood. I stooped to peer through the hole, and saw the passageway beyond was empty. Torchlight still flickered in the courtyard at the passageway's end. "Keep going," I told Beanoth, and 2 more blows were enough to let him reach through the shattered door and lift the locking bar. The house was empty. The great rooms, closest to the river, had 6 straw mattresses, some cloaks, a litter of ale-pots and half-eaten bread, and an empty scabbard. Waymond, or one of his men, had kicked over a pail of shit and piss that was smeared across the tiled floor of the room where Giza and I had once slept. The servants' rooms across the courtyard still had a simmering cauldron of bean and mutton stew, and a heap of firewood stacked against one wall, but no servants. I went to the front door, opened it cautiously, and stepped onto the street with serpent breath in my hand. There was no one in sight. Finan pulled me back into the house. "You stay here," he said. "I'll go and talk to the sentries at the bastion." I began to protest, but Finan cut me off. "Stay here," he insisted, and I let him take a half-dozen men along the dark street. I locked the door and went back to the larger room, where Eadgifu was spreading her own cloak on one of the mattresses. Edmund, her eldest son, was peering into the other room with its stinking floor, but I dragged him away and thrust him back to his mother. Father Art, who had vomited helplessly for almost all of Spear Havoc's voyage, had recovered, and opened his mouth to protest at my treatment of the prince, but one look at my face persuaded him to stay silent. He was frightened of me. "The straw has fleas," Arwegian complained. "Lice too, probably," I said, "and don't be in too much of a hurry to make beds." "I'm not making a bed," Eadgifu said, "just a place to sit. We're going to the palace, surely? In London I always stay in the palace." "We'll go to the palace, my queen," Arwegian reassured her. "Don't be a bloody fool," I snarled at him. "Those were Athelhelm's men. If we're wrong and they're still occupying the city, then we leave. We leave tonight. Finan's gone to discover what's happening." Arwegian stared at me. "Leave tonight?" It would be difficult. The Thames was wide, and though the current would help us downstream, there were shoals in the river that would make it a perilous journey in darkness. But if Athelhelm's men were still holding the city, we would have no choice. "How long do you think we'll all live?" I asked Arwegian with a patience I did not feel, "if Athelhelm's troops are here?" "Maybe they're not?" Eadgifu asked. "Which is what Finan is finding out, my lady," I said. "So be ready to leave in a hurry." One of the babies began crying, and a maidservant hurried the child out of the room. "But if Athelstan's men are here," Eadgifu pleaded, "we can go to the palace. I have clothes there. I need clothes." "Maybe we'll go to the palace," I said,
too tired to discuss it. If the city was safe, then I would let her find her luxury, but till then she could scratch her flea bites. I went back to the river terrace to escape the stench of the house, and there sat on the low wall that fronted the Thames, and gazed down as Berg and 2 men turned spear havoc so that her prow was pointing downstream. They did it efficiently, made her fast again, and so ready to leave the city in a hurry if Finan brought bad news. Then all 3 settled into the ship's wide belly. They would guard the ship from the night thieves who could strip rigging and steal oars. I watched the river swirl, and tried to make some sense of the day. I reckoned Wayamund must have sailed straight back to London when he saw our ships destroying his small fleet off the Northumbrian coast. But if Ethelstan controlled the city, as we had been told, then why was Wayamund still here? Why had the big West Saxon not left with the rest of Athelhelm's men? And why only 6 warriors? I had seen 4 men, but there had been 6 straw beds, and that too was strange. Why would 6 men quarter themselves in this riverside house when, presumably, the rest of Athelhelm's men would be lodged in the old fort or guarding the palace at London's northwestern corner? Night had fallen now. There were buildings on the Thames south bank, and the torch flames that lit the entrance to a church flickered their shimmering reflections on the river. A 3/4 moon slid behind a cloud. The ships moored at the nearby wharves groaned in the wind, their halyards slapping lazily against masts. I heard men laughing from the Dead Dane, a nearby tavern. The house door opened, and I turned, expecting Finan, but it was Rorick, my servant, who brought a flaming torch that he put into a bracket by the door. He glanced at me, seemed to be about to speak, then thought better of it and went back into the house, first holding open the door for a hooded figure who walked slowly and carefully towards me, carrying 2 beakers. One of the beakers was held towards me. "It is wine." It was Benedetta who offered me the drink. "It is not good wine, but it is better than ale." "You don't like ale?" "Ale is sour," she said, "and so is this wine." I sipped it. She was right, it was sour, but I was used to sour-tasting wine. "You like sweet wine?" I asked. "I like good wine." She sat beside me. "This vinegar was found in the kitchens of the house. Maybe they cook with it? It stinks." "The wine?" "The river." "It's a city," I said. "All cities make their rivers stink." "I remember this smell," she said. "Hard to forget it." Benedetta sat to my left, and I remembered the heavy wooden bench where Gisela and I would sit, with Gisela always on my left. "The Queen is not happy," Benedetta said. "She wants her comfort." I grimaced. "She wants a mattress filled with feathers." "She would like that, yes." "She asked for my help," I said harshly, "and I gave it to her. When I get her to a safe place, she can have all the damned feathers she wants, but till then she can suffer fleas like the rest of us." "I shall tell her," Benedetta said, sounding as if she looked forward to giving that piece of bad news. "You think London is not safe?" "Not till I know who controls the city," I said. "Finan should be back soon." I had heard no shouts in the night, no sound of running feet, no clash of swords. That lack of sounds suggested that Finan and his men had met no enemies. Benedetta had half pushed back her hood, and I gazed at her in the night. She had a strong, boned face with large eyes that looked bright against her bronze-darkened skin. "You are looking at me," she said flatly. "I am." "Men look at women," she went on,
and take what they want." She shrugged. "But I am a slave, so what can I expect?" "You serve a queen. You should demand respect." "I do demand it, but that does not make me liked, or make me safe." She paused. Edward looked at me too. I said nothing, but I suppose the question was written all over my face. She shrugged. "He was kinder than some." "How many men do I have to kill for you?" She smiled at that. "I killed one myself." "Good. That one was a pig. A porco. He was on top of me, and I put a knife into his ribs while he was grunting like a pig." She turned to look at me. "Will you really let me kill Gunald Gunnaldson?" "Is that what you want?" "That would be good," she said wistfully. "But how can I kill the porco if you send us to your home in the north?" "We don't know what we're doing yet." "If Gunald Gunnaldson lives," Benedetta went on, "then I think it is not far from here." "It is by the river. I know, because the smell was always there. A big building, dark. It had a private place where their ships tied up." "A wharf?" "A wharf," she repeated the word, "with a wooden wall, and 2 ships were kept there, and there was a courtyard with a fence, another wall. He would show the slaves there, or his father would show us. I thought I was in hell. Men would laugh as they fingered us." She stopped abruptly. She was staring towards the house, and I saw the glint of a tear. "I was just a child." "Yet the child went to a palace," I said gently. "Yes." She stopped after that one word, and I thought she would say no more. Then she spoke again. "Where I was a toy, till the Queen wanted me to serve her. That was 3 years ago." "How long ago—" I began, but she interrupted me. 22 years, Lord. I count the years. 22 years since the Saraceni took me from my home." She looked upriver to where the gaunt storehouses stood above the wharves. "I would enjoy killing him." The house door opened again, and Finnan appeared. Benedetta started to stand, but I put a hand on her arm to keep her seated. "Finnan," I greeted him. "Ethelstan's men are here," Finnan said. "Thank the gods for that. But Ethelstan isn't. They think he's still in Gloucester, but they're not sure. Is that ale?" "Wine." "Devil's piss," Finnan said, "but I'll drink it." He took the beaker from me and sat at the angle of the wall. "Your old friend Mirhwaller commands here." And that news was a relief. Mirhwaller was indeed an old friend. He had led Ethelfled's household warriors. He had fought beside me many times, and I valued him as a sober, sensible, and reliable man. "Only he's not here either," Finnan went on. "He left yesterday. He took most of his men to Worlamchester." "He took them to Worlamchester? Why?" It was as much a protest as a question. "God alone knows why," Finnan said. "The feller I talked to just knew Mirhwaller was gone. Didn't know why he left, but it was all done in a hurry. He left a man called Bedwin in command here." "Bedwin?" I repeated the name. "Never heard of him. How many men did Ethelstan take?" "Over 500. I swore, briefly and uselessly. "And how many did he leave here?" 200. Which was not nearly enough to defend London. "And most of those," I said bitterly, "are probably the oldest and weakest men."
I gazed up, seeing a star wink between two hurrying clouds. "And Wayamund?" I asked. "The devil only knows where that bastard is. I saw no sight or sound of him." "Wayamund?" Benedetta asked with alarm in her voice. "He was in the house when we arrived," I explained. "He is a devil," she said angrily, and made the sign of the cross. "He is vile." I could guess why she spoke so fiercely, but did not ask her. "He's gone," I reassured her instead. "He's disappeared," Finnan corrected me grimly. "But the bastard must be lurking somewhere." And Wayamund only had 5 men, which surely meant we were safe from him. And he had evidently taken the women servants from the house, which suggested he had other plans for the night, rather than attacking us. But why, I wondered, was Wayamund even in the city? And why had Mirwala taken most of the garrison north? "Has the war started?" I asked. "Probably," Finnan said, then drained the wine. "God, that's swell." "Where is this place?" Benedetta asked, then tried to pronounce it. "Wellamchester." "Where is that?" "A day's march north of here," I said. "It's an old Roman town." "A Mercian town?" Benedetta asked. "Yes." "Maybe they attack it?" she suggested. "Maybe," I said. But I thought it far more likely that Mirwala had taken men to garrison Wellamchester, because the town, with its strong Roman walls, lay across one of the main roads from East Anglia, and the lords of that kingdom were now firmly allied with Wessex. Finnan must have thought the same. "So maybe he's stopping an East Anglian army from reinforcing Athelhelm?" he suggested. "I'd guess as much, but I have to find out." I stood. "How?" Benedetta asked. "By asking Bedwin," I said. "Whoever he is. He'll be at the palace, I suppose, so I'll start there." "Don't forget Wayamund is here," Finnan warned me. "I won't go alone. You're coming. It's a mess," I said angrily. But in truth, it was a mess of my own making, because I had sworn an oath. "Let's go." "I'm coming," Benedetta said, standing. "You're coming?" I turned to her, startled. My surprise had made me speak too harshly, and she looked frightened for a heartbeat. "The Queen wants me to go," she said uncertainly, and then, like a mare going from a stumbling walk into a smart trot, she went on more confidently. "She wishes me to fetch some robes she's left in the palace, and some slippers." Finnan and I still just stared at her. "Queen Idgifu," Benedetta went on with dignity now, "keeps clothing in each royal house. She has need of some. When those pigs took her from Faversham, they would not let us carry clothes." She paused, looking at us. "We need clothes." There was another awkward pause as Finnan and I digested that. "Then you'd better come," I said. I left Berg in charge of the house and the ship. I would rather have taken the young Norseman with me, because he was invaluable in a fight, but after Finnan he was my most reliable man. "Keep the doors barred," I told him, "and put a larger guard on Spear Havoc. I don't want her burned in the night." "You think Wayamund will come back?" "I don't know what Wayamund will do," I told him. So far as I could tell, Wayamund only had the 5 men, far fewer than I did, but his presence in the city still troubled me. My reason said that he was helpless, trapped and outnumbered in a city possessed by his enemies, but my instinct was screaming that there was danger. "Maybe Athelhelm has others hidden in the city," I told Berg. "Your job is to keep the Queen and her sons safe. You don't fight a battle if Wayamund comes, you get everyone on board Spear Havoc and you take her out into the river where the Queen will be safe." "She will be safe, Lord," Berg promised me. "And you hold the ship in the river till we come back," I ordered him. "And if you don't come back?" Berg asked, hastily adding, "Which you will, Lord, of course you will." "Then you go home to Bebbanburg, and you take Queen Eadgifu with you." "I go home?" He sounded appalled that he would have to leave without me. "You go home," I said. I took Finan and 6 other men, all in mail, all helmeted and all carrying longswords. We walked east, following the wall the Romans had built to face the river, a wall that was now much pierced by ragged holes to give access to the busy wharves. I suspected we passed the slave house where Benedetta had been treated so brutally, but if we did, she said nothing. The narrow street was dark except where flame-light was cast through a door or window, and as we approached any such building the noise inside would cease at the sound of our footsteps. Babies were hushed, and dogs quieted. Any person we saw, and they were very few, scurried out of our path into the shadows of a doorway or alley. The city was nervous, frightened of becoming the victim to men's ambitions. We turned into the widest street that led uphill from London's bridge. We passed a big tavern called the Red Pig, an alehouse that had always been popular with Athelhelm's troops when they were in the city. "Remember the pig?" I asked Finan. He chuckled. "You hanged a man from the tavern sign." "A Kentishman," I said. A fight had started in the street, and had looked as if it might turn into a riot, and the quickest way to end it had been to hang a man. A torch burned outside the Red Pig, but despite that flickering light, Finan tripped on a slab and almost fell. He swore, then wiped his hand on his cloak. "London," he said bitterly, "where the streets are paved with shit." "Saxons are dirty people," Benedetta said. "Cities are dirty," I said. "They do not wash," Benedetta went on. "Even the women, most of them." I found I had nothing to say. London was indeed dirty. It was filthy, yet it fascinated me. We passed pillars that had once graced great buildings, but which were now surrounded by wattle and clay. Shadows lay beneath arches that led to nowhere. New buildings had been made since I left, filling the gaps between the Roman houses, some of which still had tiled roofs above 3 or 4 stone-built stories. You could see, even in the night, that this had once been a glorious place, proud with pillars and gleaming with marble. Now, except for the streets closest to the river, it was largely abandoned and gone to ruin. Folk had always believed that the ghosts of the Romans stalked these ancient streets, and so they preferred to settle in the new Saxon city built to the west, and though Alfred and his son Edward had encouraged people to move back inside the old walls, much of London was still a wasteland. We passed a newly thatched church, and turned left at the top of the hill, and ahead of us, on the city's western hill, flaming torches lit the palace, which lay close by the cathedral that Alfred had ordered to be rebuilt. We had to cross the shallow valley where the Wheeler Brook flowed south to the Thames. We crossed the bridge and walked uphill towards the palace that had first been built for Mercia's kings. The entrance was a Roman arch carved with spearmen who carried long oblong shields, and it was guarded by 4 men who had round shields painted with Ethelstan's symbol, the dragon holding a lightning bolt. That symbol was something of a relief. Finan had assured me that Ethelstan's men still occupied the city, but the dragon with its jagged lightning was my first proof. "They're old men," Finan grunted. "Probably younger than you and me," I said, which made him laugh. The old men at the gate were evidently alarmed by our approach, because one hammered on the closed doors with the butt of his spear, and a moment later 3 more men appeared. They pulled the doors shut behind them, then lined beneath the arch and levelled their weapons. "Who are you?" one of the newcomers demanded. "Is Bedwin in the palace?" I asked. The man who had spoken hesitated. "He is," he finally said. And I'm the Jarl Uhtred of Bebbanburg, here to see him. I rarely use the Danish title, but the man's surly tone had angered me, and my men, hearing the arrogance in my voice, drew their swords. There was a brief pause. Then, at a signal, the spears were lowered. 6 of the men just gaped at me, but the surly man still wanted to keep his authority. "You have to surrender your weapons," he demanded. "Is there a king here?" The question seemed to confuse him. "No," he managed to say. "No, lord," I snarled. "No, lord." "Then it isn't a king's hall tonight, is it? We keep our weapons. Open the doors." He hesitated again, then relented, and the high doors creaked open on their ancient iron hinges, and I led my men into the lantern-lit corridor beyond. We passed the stairs where so often I had climbed to meet Ethelfled, and that memory was as sharp and painful as the recollection of Gisela on the river terrace. Where were they now, I wondered? Did Gisela wait for me in Asgard, the home of the gods? Did Ethelfled watch me from her Christian heaven? I have known many wise men, but none who could answer those questions. We walked through a courtyard where a wooden chapel stood above the remnants of a Roman pool, then through a broken arch into a passage made of thin Roman bricks. "You can put your swords in their scabbards," I told my men, then pushed open the crude wooden door that had replaced some piece of Roman magnificence. The feasting hall beyond was lit by a myriad rushlights and candles, but there were only a dozen men seated about the one table. They looked alarmed as we entered, then stood, not in welcome, but to give themselves space to draw their swords. "Who are you?" a man demanded. I had no chance to answer because another man answered for me. "He is the Lord Uhtred of Bebbanburg." It was a tall, stern priest who had spoken, and who now offered me a slight bow. "It is good to see you again, Lord. Welcome." "Father Oda," I said. "It's a surprise to see you." "A surprise, Lord?" "I thought you were in Manchester." "I was, and now I'm here." His words were touched by a Danish accent. His parents had come as invaders to East Anglia, but the son had converted to Christianity and now served Ethelstan. "And I am surprised to see you too, Lord," he went on, "but glad of it. Now come." He gestured me towards the table. "There's wine." "I came to see Bedwin." Father Oda indicated the man at the head of the table who had challenged us when we entered, and who now walked towards us. He was a tall man, dark-haired, with a long face and long moustaches that hung down to the ornate silver cross at his breast. "I am Bedwin," he said, sounding anxious. 2 wolfhounds growled when he spoke, but quieted at a gesture from him. He stopped some paces away, his face still showing puzzlement at our arrival, an expression that swiftly changed to resentment. Did he think I had come to usurp his place as commander of the city? "We were not told of your coming, Lord," he said, and it was almost a reproof. "I came to see King Ethelstan." "Who is in Gloucester," Bedwin said, almost as if he was ordering me to go across Britain. "You say there's wine, Father?" I asked Oda. "Which needs drinking," the priest answered. I gestured for my men to follow me, then sat on the bench and allowed Oda to pour me a generous beaker. "This," I held a hand towards Benedetta, "is one of Queen Eadgifu's attendants. She's come to collect some of the Queen's robes. I'm sure she would like some wine too." "Queen Eadgifu?" Bedwin asked, as if he had never heard of her. "Who is here in London," I said, "with her children. She'd like to use her old chambers in this palace." "Queen Eadgifu?" Bedwin sounded angry. "What is she doing here? She should be with her husband's corpse." I drank the wine, which was much better than the swill I had drunk earlier. "She fled from Mercia," I said patiently, "because Lord Athelhelm threatened her life and those of her children. I rescued her from his forces, and she now seeks the protection of King Ethelstan." That was not quite true. Eadgifu trusted Ethelstan almost as little as she trusted Athelhelm, but Bedwin did not need to know that. "Then she must travel to Gloucester," Bedwin said indignantly. "There's no room for her here." "Mirwalla might have a different opinion," I suggested. "Mirwalla has gone north," Bedwin said. "To Worlamchester, I hear." Bedwin nodded, then frowned as Father Oda refilled my beaker. It was Father Oda who answered me, his voice smooth. "We had a report that an East Anglian army was coming, Lord," he explained, "and Mirwalla thought the danger sufficient to take most of his men to Worlamchester." "Leaving London almost defenceless," I said unhappily. "Indeed, Lord." Father Oda spoke calmly, but could not hide his disapproval of what Mirwalla had chosen to do. "But Mirwalla will return when he has dissuaded the East Anglians." "When he's beaten the shit out of them, you mean?" "No, Lord. Dissuaded them. King Ethelstan insists that we do not begin the fighting. Lord Athelhelm must kill first. King Ethelstan will not have the blood of fellow Christians on his hands unless he is attacked." "Yet he captured London. Are you telling me there was no fighting?" Bedwin answered. "The West Saxons abandoned the city." I stared at Bedwin with astonishment. They abandoned it? It seemed unbelievable to me. London was Britain's largest city. It was the fortress that joined East Anglia to Wessex. It was the place where a king could earn a small fortune in fees and taxes, and Athelhelm had simply given it up. Father Oda offered an explanation. "We came, Lord. They numbered fewer than 200 men. They asked for a flag of truce. We described in some detail what fate awaited them if they insisted on defending the city, and seeing the sense of our proposals, they left." "Some stayed," I said. "No, Lord," Bedwin insisted. "They left." "Wayamond is here," I said. "I fought him not 2 hours ago." "Wayamond!" Bedwin made the sign of the cross. I doubt he was even aware of doing it, but the fear that Wayamond's name aroused was plain on Bedwin's face. "You know it was Wayamond?" he asked. I did not answer, because none of this made sense. Athelhelm knew as well as any man that London was a prize, and not a prize to be given up lightly. Even if Elfweird and Ethelstan agreed to keep to the terms of their father's will, and Elfweird would rule Wessex while Ethelstan was king of Mercia, they would still fight over London, because whoever ruled London was the richest king of Britain, and riches bought spears and shields. Yet Athelhelm's men had simply abandoned the city. Now, astonishingly, Mirwalla had done the same. "You're sure it was Wayamond?" Oda repeated Bedwin's query. "It was Wayamond," Finnan said curtly. "He had men with him?" the priest asked. "A few," I said. "Maybe only 5. "Then he's no danger," Bedwin remarked. I ignored his stupidity. Wayamond was a one-man army, a destroyer, a killer, a man who could dominate a shield wall and change history with his sword. So why was he here? "How," I asked, "did you discover this East Anglian army, the one Mirwalla has gone to stop?" "News came from Worlamchester, Lord," Bedwin said stiffly, "and it told of an East Anglian army ready to march into the heart of Mercia." There was some sense in that. Ethelstan would be watching southwards, guarding the Thames crossing places, and an enemy army at his back would be a distraction at best and a looming disaster at worst. But though it all became clear to me, I could still feel the prickle of instinct telling me it was all wrong. Then Suddenly, like a mist lifting from the morning land to reveal hedgerow and spinney, it all made sense to me. "Have you sent patrols eastwards?" I asked Bedwin. "Eastwards?" he asked, puzzled. "Towards Chelmsborough." Chelmsborough was a town to the northeast, a town on one of the main Roman roads leading from East Anglia's heartland to London. Bedwin shrugged. "I have few enough men to hold the city, lord, without sending men away." "We should have sent patrols," Oda said quietly. "Priests should not concern themselves with such matters," Bedwin snapped, and I realized the two men had disagreed. "It is always wise," I said acidly, "to listen to a Dane when he talks of warfare." Oda smiled, though I did not. "Send a patrol in the morning," I ordered Bedwin. "At dawn, a strong patrol, at least 50 men, and give them your fastest horses." Bedwin hesitated. He did not like me giving him orders, but I was a lord, an ealdorman and a warrior with a reputation. Even so, he bridled, and he was searching for the words to argue with me, but those words never came. Because a horn sounded in the night. It blew again and again, an urgent, even desperate call, and then it stopped abruptly. A church bell clanged, then another, and I knew that my orders had been given too late because Athelhelm's trap was sprung. Because surely Weymund had been left behind to do just one thing, to open a gate in the dead of night. And somewhere along the city's eastern ramparts there must already be slaughtered guards and an open gate, which meant that Athelhelm's East Anglian army was nowhere near Worlemchester. It was coming into London. And so the screaming began. Chapter 6. I swore. Much good that did. Bedwin was gaping. The other men about the table were looking equally confused, each of them just waiting for someone to tell them what to do. "This way," I snarled at my men and grasped the sleeve of Benedetta's robe. "Come!" At that moment, of course, I did not know what was happening, but the insistent horn and the clangor of bells spoke of an attack. The only other event that might have started such an alarm was a fire, but as we ran from the palace door there was no glow in the sky. The guards were just standing there, staring eastwards. "What do we do, lord?" one called to me. "Go inside, join Bedwin." The last thing I needed was nervous half-trained men trailing me. The bells announced that there would be killing in the city this night, and I needed to reach Spearhavoc. I shouted at my men to follow me down the hill, but before we were halfway to the river, I saw horsemen pouring from a nearby street, the points of their spear blades catching and reflecting the light of a torch. I was still holding Benedetta's arm, and she gasped in alarm as I veered sharply right to dive into an alley. I would have preferred to go left, to head eastwards towards Spearhavoc, but there was no alley or street close enough. I stopped in the alley and swore again, and it did no more good than the first curse. "What is it?" Beanoff asked. "The enemy," Vidar Leifson answered for me. "Coming from the east by the look of it," Fennin said quietly. "I told the fool to send scouts," a voice said, "but he refused. He said he had too few men, but he'll have even fewer now." The alley was dark and I could not see the speaker, but his Danish accent betrayed him. It was Father Oda. "What are you doing here?" I asked harshly. "Seeking safety," he answered calmly, "and I trust you to protect me, lord, more than I trust that fool Bedwin." For a moment I was tempted to order him back to the palace, then relented. One more man would make no difference to us, even if the man was a Christian priest and carried no weapon. "This way," I said. I still went downhill, but now using back streets and alleys. The sound of the horses' hooves was muffled, but I heard a scream, then heard the clash of sword on metal. We kept running. The horsemen I had seen had been coming from the east. The riverside house where I had left Berg, The rest of my men and Eadgifer were all to the east, and the house was not far from the city's easternmost gate. Wayemund, I thought, must have attacked that gate to let in the approaching troops, who now spread through the city. Worse, Wayemund would know exactly where to find me, and he had doubtless led men straight to the house. So had Berg managed to escape? If he had, then he would have taken Spear Havoc into the river's centre and would be holding her there. But as we stumbled down the alleys, I wondered how we would ever reach her.
"Down here, Lord,"
Oswy called. Oswy was young, clever, and a good warrior. I had met him when he was an orphan haunting the streets of London and making a living by theft. He had tried to steal from me, had been caught, and instead of giving him the whipping he deserved, I had pardoned him and trained him as a fighter. He knew the city, and he must have known what was in my mind, because he led us downhill through a maze of alleys. The footing was treacherous in the dark, and I almost fell twice. Father Oda was guiding Benedetta now. The rest of us all had drawn swords. The noise in the night was louder, the roar of men, of screaming women, of howling dogs and the hammer of iron-shod hooves, but no enemy had yet pierced these narrow alleys in the western part of the city.
"Stop!"
Oswy held up a hand. We had reached the street that ran just inside the old river wall, and the bridge was close to our left. We were hidden by dark shadow, but the approach to the bridge was lit by torches, and there were men there too many men. Men in mail and helmets, men with shields, spears, and swords. None wore the dull red cloak of Athelhelm's men, but nor did any of them carry Ethelstan's symbol on their shields.
"East Anglians?"
Finan asked me. Who else? The East Anglians were barring our way eastwards, and we shrank back into deep shadow as dozens of horsemen came into sight. They came from the east, were led by a man wearing a red cloak, and were carrying long spears. I heard laughter, then a command to go uphill. The hoofbeats sounded again as we shrank into the alley, hidden there by shadow and fear. I swore for the third time. I had hoped to get down to the tangle of wharves and work my way along the riverbank to the house, but that had always been a forlorn ambition. Berg and his men had either been overwhelmed and slaughtered, or else they had reached Spear Havoc and were even now out in the river's darkness. But had this East Anglian army come by boat too? That seemed unlikely. It would take a seaman of uncanny ability to negotiate the seaward twists of the Thames in the moon-shrouded darkness. But one thing was sure. The eastern part of the city, the part I needed to reach, was swarming with the enemy. "We go north," I said, and I knew I was trying to lead us out of a mistake. There had never been a real chance of reaching Spear Havoc, and in taking my men and Benedetta down the hill, I had gone in the wrong direction.
"North?"
Oswy asked. "If we can leave the city," I said, "we have a chance to reach the road to Worlemchester."
"We have no horses,"
Father Oda pointed out calmly. "Then, damn it, we walk," I snarled.
"And the enemy," he went on, still speaking calmly, "will send horsemen on patrol."
I said nothing, nor did anyone else speak until Finan broke the silence.
"It is always wise," he said dryly, and using the words I had spoken to Bedwin not long before, "to listen to a Dane when he talks of warfare."
"So we won't stay on the road," I said. "We'll use the woods where the horsemen can't find us. Oswy, get us to one of the northern gates." The attempt to reach the northern city wall also failed. Whoever led the East Anglian army was no fool. He had sent men to capture and then guard each of the 7 gates. 2 of those gates pierced the walls of the Roman fort built at the city's northwestern corner, and when we drew close, we heard the sound of men fighting. There was an open space in front of the fort, and to the west of the ruined amphitheatre, and a score of bodies lay on that paved square that was lit by the torches burning on the palace walls. Blood had run on the stone, and trickled into the weed-thick gaps between the old paving slabs, where men in red cloaks were stripping the corpses of mail. The fort's southern gate, one of the two that led into the city, was wide open, and 6 horsemen came through the arch. They were led by an imposing man who rode a great black stallion, wore a white cloak, and had a mail coat of brightly polished metal.
"That's Varin,"
Father Oda whispered. "Varin?" I asked. We were again hidden in the deep shadow of an alley.
"An East Anglian,"
Father Oda explained,
"and one of Lord Athelhelm's commanders."
"Varin is a Danish name," I said.
"He is a Dane," the priest said, "and like me he is a Christian. I know him well. We were friends once."
"In East Anglia?" I asked. I knew that Father Oda's parents had settled in East Anglia, sailing there from their home across the North Sea.
"In East Anglia," Father Oda said, "which is as much a Danish land as it is Saxon. 1/3 of Lord Athelhelm's East Anglian troops are Danes, maybe more than 1/3.
That should not have surprised me. East Anglia had fallen to the Danes before Alfred had come to the throne, and had long been ruled by Danish kings. Their sovereignty ended when Edward's West Saxon army defeated them, and though many had died in the fighting, the Danes who survived had known which way fate's wind was blowing, and so had converted to Christianity. They then swore loyalty to the new Saxon lords who took over the wide estates. Athelhelm the Elder, who had died while my prisoner, had been given vast tracts of East Anglia, and had raised an army of hard-bitten Danes to defend it. Those were the men who, with their Saxon comrades, had come to London this night.
"We'll not be getting out of the city this way," Finan said sourly.
Varin's men had captured the gates, the bridge, and the Roman fort, which meant London had fallen. Merwalla had been lured northwards, Bedwin had failed to guard the eastern roads, and now squads of Athelhelm's warriors began to probe into the deep alleys and streets of the city to end any hope of resistance from Bedwin's defeated troops. We were trapped. And I had made a second mistake that night. The first was the vain attempt to reach Spear Havoc. The second was to try to leave by a northern gate. And my best hope now was to find a boat and escape downriver.
"Get us back to the wharves," I told Oswy, "east of the bridge."
I wanted to be downriver of the bridge, which had perilous narrow gaps between the stone piers where the water seethed, churned, and had capsized many a smaller boat.
"Bastards were swarming down there," Finan warned me.
"Then we hide," I snarled. My anger was with myself, not with Finan. I felt like a rat trapped by terriers, still fighting but with no place to run. No place to run, but there were places to hide. And Oswy knew London like a rat knows a stable yard. He led us quickly, keeping to the small alleys that the enemy had not yet reached. We went eastwards now, and though we had still not met the enemy, we could hear them. We could hear shouts and shrieks, the clash of blades, the laughter of men enjoying an easy victory. Some people had fled to the churches to seek sanctuary, and as we skirted one wooden church I heard a woman wailing and a baby crying. We had to cross the wide street that led from the bridge to the big market square at the top of the hill. Torches burned on either side of the street, spewing dark smoke into the troubled air. There were groups of men beneath the flames, their swords sheathed and their shields stacked against walls. One group had rolled a barrel from the Red Pig Tavern, and an axeman stove in the lid to provoke cheers. A woman screamed, then abruptly went silent. London had fallen, and the captors were enjoying the spoils. But then a red-cloaked horseman spurred up from the river.
"To the palace, lads!" he called. "Leave that ale, there's plenty more."
The street emptied slowly, but it was still dangerous. I peered downhill and saw there were men guarding the bridge, and some of them began to climb towards us. I guessed that this main street would stay busy all night, yet we had to cross it if we were to find a ship on the wharves to the east of the bridge. "We just stroll across," I said. "Stroll?" Father Oda asked. "We don't run. We don't look frightened. We just stroll." So we did. We walked across the street slowly, as if we had not a care in the world. Benedetta was still with Father Oda, and one of the men coming from the bridge saw her. "You found a woman?" he shouted. "A woman!" a half-dozen voices echoed. "Shara!" the first man called. "Keep going," I said, and followed Oswy through a half-broken arch that led into another alley. "Now hurry," I called. But hurrying was treacherous because it was pitch dark. The alley was narrow, and its footing nothing but earth and broken stone. I heard our pursuers shout again. They had reached the arch and were following us into the darkness. "Finan," I said. "A pleasure," he answered grimly, and the two of us let the others go past. "Bring her here," a man shouted. He received no answer. He could hear nothing but stumbling footsteps. "You bastards," he called again. "Bring the bitch here." Again he received no answer, and so he came towards us, followed by 4 men. We could see them outlined against the small light from the main street, but they would have seen little of us because their looming shadows obscured our drawn swords. "Bring her here," the man bellowed again, and then made a mewing sound as serpent breath pierced his mail, tore through the muscles of his belly, and then twisted in his guts. He collapsed into me, his sword clattering on the ground, his right hand clutching at my mail coat. I brought my right knee up to his chin, and the scream that had just begun became a bloody gurgle. I stepped back and wrenched Serpent Breath free. Finan, with his usual lightning speed, had put his man down with no noise except for the hoarse bubbling gasp of a cut throat. I saw the blood spurt black across the alley, and some splashed on my face as I stepped over the gut-slit man to thrust my blade into another. He tried to twist aside, but Serpent Breath sliced across his ribs, tearing mail. Then he tripped on the first dying man, and Beanoth, behind me, hammered down with his sword's pommel to break the man's skull open like an egg. Finan had taken a man's eyes, and that man was screaming, hands clutched to his bloody face. The last man stopped, then fled from the alley. Finan started after him, but I seized his arm. "Back," I said. "Back! Leave him!" The fugitive had already reached the wider, torchlit street. We ran, looking for Oswy. I turned right into another alley, tripped, skinned my left hand on a wall, turned left again. Sudden shouts came as men discovered the carnage we had made. Finan tugged my sleeve, and I followed him down 3 stone steps. The moon had come from behind cloud, and I could see again, except that we were in the black shadow of gaunt stone walls. Ruins, I thought. Then we crossed a moonlit space and turned into another alley. Where the hell was Oswy? I could hear shouts behind us. The last bell in the west of the city stopped tolling, then a voice called near us. "This way! This way!" I saw a shadow within a shadow on top of a mound of broken stone. We clambered over and dropped down into bleak darkness. I trod on someone, Benedetta, who gasped. Then I dropped beside her. "Quiet, Lord," Oswy whispered. "Quiet." Like hunted beasts, we had gone to ground, but the hunters wanted more blood. One of our pursuers carried a flaming torch, and the blundering shadows of big men were thrown onto a broken wall beside us. The hunters stopped. I held my breath and heard voices muttering. "This way," one said, and the shadows faded as the footsteps went further east. None of us moved. None of us spoke. Then a woman screamed terribly from not far away, and men roared in triumph. She screamed again. Benedetta whispered something bitter. I did not understand a word, but I sensed she was trembling. and I reached out to touch her, and she seized my skinned hand and held it tightly. And so we waited. The noises subsided, but we could still hear the woman whimpering. "Pigs," Benedetta said softly. "Where are we?" I whispered in Oswy's direction. "Safe, Lord," he murmured, though our refuge seemed anything but safe to me. We appeared to be in the ruins of a small stone house, with no way out except to go back the way we had entered. Other houses nearby were still being used. I saw flamelight appear and vanish at a shuttered window. Another woman screamed, and Benedetta's hand gripped mine hard. Oswy whispered something, and I heard Finnan grunt in reply. Then flint struck on steel. There a puff of breath, another spark, and the small kindling from Finnan's pouch caught fire. The flame was tiny, but just enough to show what looked like a small cave mouth in the rubble at the base of the broken wall, the dark opening supported by a shattered and tilted pillar. Oswy crawled into the hole. Finnan handed him a scrap of burning wood, and the small flame vanished inside the hole. "This way," Oswy hissed. Finnan followed. Then, one by one, we wriggled into the cave. Finnan had lit a larger piece of wood, and in its light I saw we were in a cellar. I dropped down to a stone floor and almost gagged at the stench. The cellar had to be close to a cesspit. Benedetta held her scarf to her mouth and nose. Thick pillars of narrow Roman brick supported the ceiling. "We used to hide here," Oswy said, then clambered through a gap in the stone wall on the cellar's far side. "Be careful here." Again Finnan followed him. The flame of the makeshift torch flickered. Beyond the gap was another cellar, but deeper, and to my right was the cesspit. A narrow ledge led to a brick arch, and it was through that last opening that Oswy vanished. A boy's voice challenged him. More voices added to the sudden noise, then Finnan handed the torch to Vidar and drew his sword. He stepped through the arch and shouted for silence. There was immediate quiet. I followed Finnan to discover a dozen children in the final cellar. The oldest might have been 13, the youngest only half that age. 3 girls and 9 ragged boys, all of them looking starved, their eyes big against pale, wild faces. They had beds of straw, their clothes were rags, and their hair hung lank and long. Oswy had lit a small fire, using straw and scraps of wood, and in its light I could see that one of the older boys held a knife. "Put it away, boy," I snarled, and the knife vanished. "Is this the only entrance?" I asked from the brick arch. "The only one, Lord," Oswy said, tending his fire. "He's a lord?" a boy asked. None of us answered him. "Who are they?" I asked, though it was a stupid question because the answer was plain to see. "Orphans," Oswy said. "Like you?" "Like me, Lord." "Aren't there convents?" Benedetta asked. "Places to look after motherless children?" "Convents are cruel," Oswy said harshly. "If they don't like you, they sell you to the slavers on the river." "What's happening?" the boy who had hidden the knife asked. "Enemy troops," I answered. "They took the city. You'd best stay hidden till they calm down." "And you're running from them?" he asked. "What do you think?" I asked, and he said nothing. But I knew what he was thinking. That he could earn a small fortune by betraying us, which is why I had asked Oswy if there was another way out of this stinking dark cellar. "You'll stay here till we say you can leave," I added. The boy just looked at me and said nothing. "What's your name, boy?" He hesitated, as if wanting to challenge me, then muttered his name. "Aldwin." "Aldwin Lord," I corrected him. "Lord," he added reluctantly. I crossed to him, stepping over rags and straw. I crouched and stared into his dark eyes. "If you betray us, Aldwin, the enemy will give you a shilling, maybe 2 shillings. But if you do me service, boy, I will give you gold." I took a coin from my pouch and showed it to him. He stared at it, looked up into my eyes and then back to the coin. He did not speak, but I could see the hunger in his gaze. "Do you know that man?" I asked, nodding towards Oswy. He glanced at Oswy, then back to me. "No, Lord." "Look at him," I said. The boy frowned, not understanding, but obediently looked at Oswy, who was lit by the flames of the small fire. Aldwin saw a warrior with a trimmed beard, a fine mail coat, and a sword belt thick with embroidery and small silver panels. "Tell him who you are, Oswy," I commanded, "and what you were."
"I'm a warrior of Northumbria," Oswy said proudly. "But I was once like you, boy. I lived in this cellar. I stole my food, and I ran from the slavers like you do. Then I met my lord, and he became my gold giver."
Aldwin looked back to me.
"You are really a lord?"
I ignored the question. "How old are you, Aldwin?" He shrugged.
"I don't know, lords. 12?
"You lead these boys and girls?" He nodded.
"I look after them, lord."
"Are you cruel?" I asked.
"Cruel?"
He frowned. "Are you cruel?" I asked again. He still seemed puzzled by that question, and instead of answering, glanced at his companions. It was one of the girls who responded.
"He can hurt us, lord," she said, "but only when we do something wrong."
"If you serve me," I said, "I will be a gold giver to you all. And yes, Aldwin, I am a lord. I am a great lord. I have land, I have ships, and I have men. And in time I will drive the enemy from this city, and the streets will run with their blood, and the dogs will gnaw their flesh, and the birds will feast on their eyes."
"Yes, lord,"
he whispered. And I hoped I'd told him the truth. Spear Havoc was gone. The stone wharf was empty, and no corpses lay on the terrace. My new troops brought me the news, or rather, Aldwin and his younger brother went as my scouts, and came back bubbling with happiness at a successful mission. Father Oda had tried to warn me against employing them, saying that the temptation for them to betray us was too great, but I had seen the hunger in Aldwin's young eyes. It was not a hunger for treachery, nor for the satisfaction of greed, but a hunger to belong, to be valued. They returned.
"There were soldiers there, lord,"
Aldwin said excitedly. "What was on their shields?"
"A bird, lord."
These were city children, and would not know a crow from a kittiwake, but I assumed the bird, whatever it might have been, was a symbol from East Anglia. "And no corpses?"
"None, lord. No blood either."
That was a sensible observation. "How close did you get?"
"We went inside the house, lord. We said we were beggars."
"What did they do?"
"One hit me around the head, lord, and told me to piss off."
"So you pissed off?"
"Yes, lord."
He grinned. I gave him silver, and promised him gold if he continued to serve me. So, Spear Havoc was gone, which was a relief, but there was always the chance that an East Anglian fleet had been waiting in the sea reach of the Thames to reinforce the men who had captured the city, and that fleet could have captured Berg and my ship. I touched my hammer amulet, said a silent prayer to the gods, and tried to plan a future, but could see no hope beyond the immediate need to find food and ale.
"We steal,"
Aldwin said when I asked him how his small band fed themselves. "You can't steal enough food for us," I said. "We'll have to buy."
"They know us in the markets, lord,"
Aldwin said gloomily.
"They chase us away. And the best markets,"
one of the girls said,
"are outside the city."
She meant in the sprawling Saxon-built town to the west of the Roman walls. Folk preferred living there, far from the ghosts of London. "What do you need?" Father Oda asked me. "Ale, bread, cheese, smoked fish, anything." "I will go," Benedetta said. I shook my head. "It's not safe for a woman yet. Maybe tomorrow when things calm down." "She'll be safe in the company of a priest," Father Oda remarked. I looked at him. The only light in the cellar came from a crack in the roof that also served as the smoke hole.
"But we only have the fire at night, Lord," Aldwin had told me, "and no one has ever noticed the smoke."
"You can't go, Father," I told Oda. He bristled. "Why not?" "They know you, Father," I said. "You're from East Anglia." "I've grown a beard since then," he said calmly. It was a short beard, neatly cropped. "You either starve or let us go," he went on. "And if they take me captive, what can they do?" "Kill you, Father?" Finnan said. A flicker of a smile touched the priest's face. "My Lord Uhtred is known as the priest-killer, not Lord Athelhelm." "What will they do to you?" I asked. He shrugged. "Either ignore me, or, more likely, send me to Lord Athelhelm. He is angry with me." "You? Why?" "Because I served him once," Father Oda said calmly. "I was one of his confessors, but I left his service." I stared at him in surprise. When I had first met Father Oda, he had been in the company of Osferth, an ally of Ethelstan's, and now I discover he had been in Athelhelm's service. "Why did you leave?" Finnan asked. "He demanded we all give an oath to Prince Elfweird, and in conscience I could not do so. Elfweird is a cruel, unnatural boy." "And King of Wessex now," Finnan added. "Which is why Lord Uhtred is here," Oda went on, still calm. "Soon the priest-killer will be a killer of kings too." He looked away from me to Oswy. "You will come with us, but no mail coat, no weapons. I am a priest. The Lady Benedetta will say she is my wife, and you are our servants, and we go to buy food and ale for the Brethren of St. Erkenwald." I knew there was a monastery dedicated to St. Erkenwald in the east of the city. "You, boy," Father Oda pointed at Aldwin, "will follow us as far as the city gate and come back here if you see we are in trouble with the gods. And you, Lord," he smiled at me, "will give us money." I always carried a pouch of coins, a heavy pouch, though I suspected it would lighten fast unless I could devise a way of escaping the city. I gave Father Oda a handful of silver shillings. I was hesitant to allow Benedetta to go with him, but, as Oda pointed out, the presence of a woman and a priest would allay suspicions. "They are looking for warriors, Lord," Oda said, "not for married couples." "It's still dangerous for a woman," I insisted. "And only men may face danger?" Benedetta challenged me. "She will come to no harm," Oda said firmly. "If any man offends her, I will threaten him with the eternal furnaces of hell and the endless torments of Satan." I had been raised with those threats hanging over me, and despite my belief in the older gods, I still felt a shiver of fear. I touched the hammer. "Go, then," I said. And so they did, and returned safely 3 hours later, with 3 sacks of food and 2 small barrels of ale.
"No one followed them, Lord,"
Aldwin told us. "There was no trouble," Oda reported with his usual calm. I talked to the commander of the gate, and he tells me there are now 400 men in the city and more coming. By sea? I asked, fearing for spear havoc. He did not say. Lord Athelhelm is not here, nor is King Elfweird. Those two remain in Wintoncester as far as he knows. The new garrison is commanded by Lord Varin, who we saw yesterday. Indeed.
It was good to breathe proper air,
Benedetta said wistfully. She was surely right, because the stench of the cesspit was overwhelming. I was sitting on the damp floor, leaning my head against the dank bricks, and I thought that Jarl Uhtred, Lord of Bebbanburg, had come to this. I was a fugitive in a London cellar, leading a handful of warriors, one priest, a royal slave, and a band of ragged children. I touched the hammer hanging at my neck and closed my eyes. "We have to leave this damned city," I said bitterly. "The walls are guarded," Father Oda warned me. I opened my eyes to look at him. 400 men, you say? It's not enough.
No?
Benedetta looked surprised. London's walls must be near 2 miles round, I said, looking at Finnan, who nodded agreement. And that doesn't count the river wall, I went on. 400 men can't defend 2 miles of wall. You'd need 2,500 men to fight off any attack. But 400 men can guard the gates, Finnan said quietly. But not the river wall. Too many gaps in that. Reinforcements are coming, Father Oda reminded me, and there's more. More? No one can move in the streets after sunset, he said. Varin sent men to announce that edict. Folk must stay indoors until sunrise. No one spoke for a moment. The children were tearing into the bread and cheese that Benedetta had given them. "No!" she cried sternly, stopping their squabbling. "You must have manners. Children without manners are worse than animals. You, boy," she pointed at Aldwin, "you have a knife and you will cut the food. You will cut it evenly, the same for everyone."
"Yes, lady,"
he said. Finnan grinned at the boy's obedience. "You're thinking," he said to me, "of stealing a boat?" "What else? We can't drop over the wall into the city's ditch. We won't fight our way through a gate without starting a pursuit by horsemen, but a boat might serve." "They'll have captured the wharves," Finnan said, "and be guarding them. They're not fools."
"There were soldiers on the wharfs, Lord,"
Aldwin put in. "I know where we might find a boat," I said, and looked at Benedetta. She looked back, her eyes glinting in the cellar's darkness.
"You are thinking of Gunald Gunaldson?" she asked.
"You told me his wharves are protected by fences. They're separate from the other docks."
"They are," she said, "but maybe they captured his ships too?"
"Maybe," I said, "or maybe not. But I made you a promise."
"Yes, Lord, you did."
She offered me one of her rare smiles. No one else understood what we spoke about, nor did I explain. "Tomorrow," I said. "We go tomorrow." Because Uhtred, son of Uhtred, the killer of priests and the would-be killer of a king, would become a killer of slavers too. Aldwin and his younger brother, who everyone called the Rat, were my scouts again. They were gone for much of the day, and the longer they stayed away, the more nervous I became. I had 2 men standing guard outside the cellar mouth, concealed there by the mounds of rubble. I joined them at noon to escape the fetid stench of the cesspit, and found Benedetta with one of the smaller girls. "She's called Elaine," she told me. "Pretty name," I said.
for a pretty girl."
Benedetta was cuddling the child, who had very dark hair, frightened eyes, and skin the same light golden colour as Benedetta. I guessed she was 7 or 8 years old, and I'd noticed her in the cellar's gloom because she was both better dressed and looked to be in better health than the other children. She had also looked more miserable, her eyes red from crying. Benedetta stroked the girl's hair.
"She came here just before us."
"Yesterday?" Benedetta nodded.
"Yesterday, and her mother is like me, from Italy."
She said something in her own language to Elena, then looked back to me.
"A slave."
She spoke defiantly, as if it were my fault. "The child's a slave?" I asked. Benedetta shook her head.
No, nor is the mother any more. Her mamma is married to one of Mirhuala's men, and she left the house to take food to her husband and the other sentries. That's when the enemy came."
"The girl was alone?"
"Alone."
She bent to kiss the child's hair.
"Her mother said she would be home soon, but she never came home. And the poor child heard screaming, and she ran from the sound. Aldwin found her, and here she is."
Elena stared at me with wide eyes. She looked scared. She saw an older man with a scarred, hard face, a battered mail coat, a gold chain and a brace of swords at his waist. I smiled at her, and she looked away, burying her face in Benedetta's clothes.
"Maybe,"
Benedetta said,
"the 2 boys are caught?"
"They're cunning," I said. "They won't be caught."
"Gunald would like to have them as slaves, especially the young one. He can sell small boys almost as easily as little girls."
She leaned down and kissed Elena's forehead.
"And this poor one? She would fetch a good price."
"The boys will come back," I said, touching the hammer and so earning an Italian scowl.
"You think?"
"I think." I touched the hammer again.
"And what will you do with them?"
"Do?"
"What will you do with them?"
She repeated the question aggressively, as if to suggest I had willfully misunderstood it the first time.
"You take them with you?"
"If they want to come."
"All of them?"
I shrugged. I had not really thought about the children's future. "I suppose so, if they want to come."
"Then what do they do if they come?"
"There's always a need for servants at Bebbanburg," I said. "The girls will work in the kitchen, the hall, or the dairy, the boys in the stables or the armory."
"As slaves?"
I shook my head. "They will be paid. The girls will grow and be married. The boys will become warriors. If they don't like it, they can leave. So no, they won't be slaves."
"You will not teach them?"
"Sword skill, yes."
"To read?"
I hesitated. "It's not a very useful skill for most folk. Can you read?"
"A little, not much. I would like to."
"Then maybe you can teach them what little you know."
"Then Elena can read her prayers,"
Benedetta said.
"I can pray,"
Elena said. "You speak English," I said, surprised.
"Of course she does," Benedetta said scornfully. "Her father is Saxon. We will find her father and mother, yes?"
"If we can. Though what we could do, or rather what I hoped we could do, had to wait for Aldwin and the rat to return, which they did in the late afternoon, slithering down the rubbled slope and grinning proudly. I took them into the cellar where Finnan and the rest of my men could hear what they had to say.
"There are not many guards on the wharfs," Aldwin said. "They walk up and down in 3 groups, 6 men in each. with spears and shields, the rat added. The bird on most shields, Aldwin said, and some with just a cross.
Not many men for that length of wharves, Finnan said.
The slaver's house is near the bridge, Aldwin said. He has a wharf there, but we couldn't get there.
Which side? I asked.
Towards the sea, Lord, Aldwin said. We couldn't reach the wharf, the rat explained, because there's a wooden fence. But there was a gap in a wood, Aldwin said, and a ship there. We looked through,
the rat, who I guessed was 7 or 8 years old, said proudly. How big? I asked.
A big gap,
the rat said, and held his grubby hands maybe 2 finger-widths apart.
The ship,
I said patiently.
The ship? Oh, big, Lord,
Aldwin said.
Long.
And just one ship?
Just one.
And the entrance from the street? I asked.
A big gate, Lord, big, and men with spears inside.
You looked through the gate?
We waited till they opened it, Lord, and men came out. We could see the guards inside. Big guards, the rat said, open-eyed. 3 of them.
3 guards are nothing, Lord, Beanoff put in. But the noise we make breaking down a big gate will bring the East Anglians, I said. It's close to the bridge and the bastards are thick there.
There must be other ships to steal, Finnan suggested. We saw no oars on the other ships, Lord, Aldwin said.
They usually lie between the rowers' benches, I said. Aldwin nodded.
That's where you told us to look, and we saw none.
Which meant, I thought, that the East Anglians had confiscated the oars to stop men escaping.
Except in the slave ship,
Aldwin added. She had oars.
I think so, Lord.
He sounded uncertain.
Like thin logs, Lord, the rat said. I saw them.
We need oars, I said, and wondered how my few men were to row a big ship downriver. There was a sail.
Bundled on the stick, Lord, like you said.
Aldwin meant the yard. But unless the gods were kind and sent us a westerly wind, we would have a hard time taking a stolen ship downriver under sail. We needed oars, and I was relying on the report of an eager boy who was not entirely sure of what he'd seen. We can't stay here, I said. No one spoke. The East Anglians, I thought, could not close down the city forever. Merchant ships would arrive, and others would want to leave, and Athelhelm would want the riches that customs dues could bring him. That meant there would be more shipping, and perhaps, if we waited, a chance would come to seize one of those vessels. Yet I kept going back to the thought of Gunnald, the slave trader. Was that because of the promise I had made to Benedetta? I looked at her long, solemn face, and just then she looked back to me, and our eyes held each other. Her expression did not change, and she said nothing. We don't have a choice, I said. We go tonight. Lord Varin has forbidden people to walk the streets at night, Father Oda pointed out. We go tonight, I insisted, just before dawn. Sharpen your swords, lads, Finnan said softly. I said we had no choice, but of course we did. A lifetime of war had taught me that fighting a battle without forethought was usually to invite defeat. Some battles start by accident, but most are planned. It can still go horribly wrong. Even the best plans can be ripped apart by the enemy's plan. But a good leader does his best to scout the enemy, to learn all he can about the enemy, and all I had was the report of 2 boys. They'd seen a ship that they thought had oars, and they'd seen 3 guards. Beanoth was right. 3 guards were nothing, but the noise we made in breaking into the slaver's yard and defeating his men could bring the bridge garrison running. Then there was Varin's order that no one was to be in the streets at night.
So first we must reach the slaver's yard without being seen, and then we must break into the yard silently before stealing a ship. So yes, there was a choice, and a sensible man would wait until the city fell back into its daily routine, would wait until folk could walk the streets at night, and wait until guards on the wharves were bored and careless. But could we wait? The stench of the cesspit alone was reason to leave. Varin had captured the city, but he had yet to search it thoroughly, and there was the ever-looming danger that he would send men to rake through London's ruins and cellars in search of the enemies he must know had survived the city's capture. And soon he would have more men as reinforcements arrived from East Anglia and from Wessex. "The guards patrolling the streets," I asked, "do they carry shields?"
"The men on the wharves had shields," Aldwin said, "but they weren't carrying them."
"The shields were stacked?"
"Yes, Lord."
"And the men we saw patrolling the streets didn't have shields," Father Oda said.
"The guards at the city gate did," Benedetta added.
That made sense. Iron-rimmed willow-board shields are heavy. The sentinels on Bebbanburg's walls did not carry shields, though they were always close at hand. A shield is the last thing a warrior picks up before battle, and the first to be discarded after. Men patrolling streets only faced townsfolk, not screaming mail-clad warriors, so a shield was merely an encumbrance. "And we don't have shields," Finnan said with a crooked grin. "So we won't look strange walking the streets without shields," I said. "But we do have children." For a heartbeat, Aldwin looked as though he would protest that he was no child, then curiosity defeated his indignation.
"Children, Lord?"
"Children," I said grimly, "because I'm going to sell the lot of you. Tonight." We waited until the night was almost gone, until the first hint of wolf-grey light edged the east. We waited until the time when men who have stayed awake all night are tired, and when they yearn for their replacements to come on duty. Then we marched. We did not sneak through the city, edging from shadow to shadow, but instead walked boldly down the main street towards the bridge. We carried drawn swords and wore our helmets and mail. We were 8 warriors who surrounded the children. Those youngsters were excited, knowing they were going on an adventure, but I'd told them to look miserable. "You're captives," I snarled at them. "You're going to be sold." Benedetta walked with them, her head covered by a dark hood, while Father Oda was beside me wearing his long black robe and with a silver cross gleaming in the feeble light of the guttering torches. Ahead of us a fire burned in a brazier at the bridge's northern end, and as we went nearer, 2 men strolled towards us. "Who are you?" one of them asked. "Lord Varin's men," Father Oda answered, and his Danish accent only made the lie more believable. "Crossing the bridge, Father?" the man asked. "Going that way," Father Oda pointed to the street that led eastwards, along the back of the wharves and warehouses. "We're taking these little bastards to be sold," I explained. "They're vermin," Father Oda added, cuffing Aldwin's head. "We found them stealing in the palace storerooms." "Selling them, are you?" The man seemed amused. "Best thing for them." We wished him a good day and turned down the street. "Not this gate," Aldwin muttered, "but the next." Gunald's slave yard was perilously close to the bridge where a dozen men stood guard beside the brazier. Whatever we did would have to be done quietly, though it began noisily enough when I hammered on the gate with Serpent Breath's hilt. No one answered. I hammered again and kept beating the gate until a small hatch was pushed open and a face appeared in the shadow. "What is it?" the man growled. "Lord Varin sending you merchandise." "Who's Lord Varin?" "He commands the city. Now open the gate."
Jesus Christ,
the man grumbled. I could see a slight gleam of one eye as he stared into the street, seeing children and warriors.
couldn't it wait?
"You want the little bastards or not?"
Any girls?
3 ripe ones."
Wait.
The hatch closed and we waited. I assumed the man had gone to wake his master, or perhaps an overseer. The grey wolf light seeped into the east, turning the sky brighter and touching the edges of the high-flying clouds with a silvery gleam. A door opened further down the street, and a woman appeared with a pail, presumably to fetch water. She looked nervously at my warriors and went back into her house. The hatch opened again, and there was just enough light to see a bearded face. The man stared and said nothing. "Lord Varin," I said, "does not like to be kept waiting." There was a grunt. The hatch closed, and I heard locking bars being lifted. Then one of the 2 heavy gates was dragged open, scraping on the paving stones, which, I suspected, had been there since the Romans first laid the yard. "Bring them in," the bearded man said. "Inside," I snarled at the children. There were 3 men in the yard, none wearing mail, but with thick leather jerkins over which they wore short swords in plain wooden scabbards. One man, tall and lank-haired, had a coiled whip hanging at his waist. He was the man who had opened the gate and now watched the children file in, then spat on the stones. "Miserable-looking bunch," he said. "They were caught in the palace storerooms," I said. "Thieving little bastards, not worth much." "And you need Lord Varin's goodwill," I said. The man grunted at that. "Shut the gates," he ordered his companions. The gate scraped shut, and 2 locking bars dropped into place. "Make a line," he snapped at the children, and they obediently shuffled into a rough line. They looked terrified. They might have known this was all pretense, but the lank-haired man with his coiled whip was frightening. He began inspecting them, lifting Aldwyn's face to look closer.
I know none of these men,
Benedetta whispered close to me. "They need feeding," the man said, and stopped to look at Elena. He tilted up her face and grinned. "Pretty little thing." I felt Benedetta stiffen beside me, but she said nothing. "Very pretty," the man said, and put his hand to the neck of Elena's dress, as if he was about to rip it down. "She's not yours yet," I growled. The man looked at me, surprised to be challenged.
"Something wrong with the bitch?" he asked. "Got pox rash, has she?"
"Leave her alone," Father Oda and I said at the same time. The man snatched his hand away but scowled. "If she's clean," he said grudgingly, "she might be worth something, but not this little bastard." He had moved on to the rat. I was looking around the yard. The entrance gates faced a high building as large as any mead hall. The lowest floor was made of big blocks of dressed stone, while above that the higher floors were constructed of tarred timber. There was only one door, and a single window that was a small shuttered opening set very high on the forbidding black gable. To the right was a smaller shed, which, from the horse droppings in the yard, I suspected was a stable. That, too, had a closed door. "How many men are usually here?" I asked Benedetta in a low voice.
10, 12,
she whispered, but her memory was from 20 years before, and she sounded uncertain. I wondered how Gunnald Gunnaldson, if he still lived, manned his ship, which, if Aldwyn was right, must have benches for at least 20 rowers. Presumably, he hired men for each voyage, or, more likely, used slaves. Finnan and I had been slaves aboard just such a ship, chained to the benches and scarred by the whips. The other 2 guards now stood beside the door of the larger building, lounging there with bored expressions. One yawned. I strolled along the line of children with serpent breath still in my hand. "This one should be valuable," I said, stopping beside a tall, thin girl who had straggly brown hair framing a freckled face. "She'll be pretty if you clean her up." "Let me look." The lank-haired man walked towards me, and I brought serpent breath up and lunged her into his throat and kept pushing her as his blood brightened the dawn, and one small boy screamed in fright before Aldwin silenced him with a hand. Then the boy just watched, wide-eyed, as the dying man went backwards, hands fumbling at the blade in his torn gullet and his bowels opening to foul the morning with his stench. He went down hard onto the red-slicked stones, and I wrenched the blade left and right, opening the savage cut, and pressed again until the blade jarred against his spine. Blood was still pulsing, spurting, but each spurt was smaller, the gurgling noise of his dying fading with each gasping breath, and by the time his twitching stopped, my men had crossed the yard and had butchered one guard and captured the other. We had killed 2 and seized the 3rd without making too much noise, but then some of the smaller children started wailing. "Quiet!" I snarled at them. They went silent in terror. I glanced up as a movement caught my eye, and wondered if it had been the shutter on the small window, which appeared to be open a crack. Had it been like that before? Then a kite launched itself from the high gable and flew westwards. Maybe that bird was all I had seen moving. An omen? Elena ran and buried herself in Benedetta's skirt. I pulled serpent breath free and wiped her tip on the dead man's jerkin. Aldwin was grinning at me, excited by the death, but the grin vanished when he saw my glowering face that was spattered by the dead man's blood. "Finnan," I said, and pointed to the shed. He took 2 men, dragged the door open and went inside. "A stable," he reported a moment later. 2 horses, nothing else." "Take the children in there," I told Benedetta. "Shut the door. Wait till I send for you." "Remember your promise," she said. "Promise?" "To let me kill Gonald." I walked her to the stable. "I have not forgotten," I said. "Make sure he is alive," she said bitterly, "when you send for me." I looked up. Night was fading, and the sky was a dark blue, not a cloud in sight. Then the dogs started howling. Chapter 7. So we had been heard. The crying of frightened children had alerted Gunald's men inside the warehouse, and they had loosed dogs that now barked frantically. I heard footsteps, a shouted command, and a woman's yelp of protest. I was standing at the door where the man we had taken captive was pinned against the wall with Vidar's sword at his throat. "How many men inside?" I snarled at him. "9 inside," he managed to say despite the blade's pressure. He had already been disarmed. I now kicked him hard between the legs, and he crumpled, yelping as Vidar's blade sliced a shallow cut on his chin as he fell. "Stay there," I snarled. "Finnan?" "Lord?" he called from the stable door. 9 men left, I called as I beckoned him. "And dogs," he said dryly. I heard paws scrabbling furiously on the door's far side. The door was barred. I lifted the heavy latch and tried pulling and pushing, but it would not budge. And now, I thought, the men inside would be sending for help from the East Anglians on the bridge. I cursed. And then the door opened. It seemed that the men inside wanted to loose the dogs on us. 2 dogs came, both big dogs, both black and tan with slavering mouths, both with yellow teeth and matted hair. They leapt at us. The first one tried to take a bite from my belly and got a mouthful of mail instead. Serpent breath sliced once, Vidar cut from my left. Then I stepped over the poor dying beast, saw Finan dispatch the other, and both of us charged into the huge warehouse. It was dark inside. A spear flashed by my left side and thumped into the doorpost. There were screams. The men defending the warehouse had loosed the dogs, and fighting dogs are formidable beasts. They attack savagely, apparently without fear, and though they are easily enough dispatched, their attack will force men to break ranks, so the skill of using war dogs is to attack at the same time. Let the dogs distract the enemy, and whilst that enemy is fighting off tooth and claw, hit him with spears and swords. But the warehouse defenders thought the dogs could do all the work, and instead of attacking us, they just waited in a line that stretched between two cages. Women were screaming to my right, but I had no time to look because the defenders faced me. Men with small shields and long swords. I could not count them, it was too dim, so I just charged them and bellowed a war cry. Bebbanburg! I teach my young warriors that caution is a virtue in warfare. There is always the temptation to attack blindly, to go screaming at the enemy's shield wall and hope that sheer anger and savagery will break it. That temptation comes from fear, and sometimes the best way to overcome fear is to shriek a war cry, charge and kill. But the enemy is likely to have the same impulse and the same fear. He will kill too. Given a choice, I would rather be attacked by men maddened by fear than make the attack myself. Men in a rage, men acting on mindless impulse will fight like wolves, yet sword skill and discipline will almost always beat them. Yet here I was, screaming a war cry and charging straight at a group of men who blocked the whole width of the passage between the cages. They had not made a shield wall. Their shields were too small and merely meant to parry a blow, but they were a wall of swords. But they were also a slaver's guards, which meant they were paid to keep order, paid to frighten, and paid to use their whips on helpless victims. They were not paid to face Northumbrian warriors. Some, I was sure, had seen service in the shield wall. They had learned their skills, they had beaten down an enemy's shield, they had killed and they had survived. But since then I doubted they had practiced as my men had practiced. They no longer spent hours with heavy swords and shields because their enemies were unarmed slaves, many of them women and children. The worst they expected was a truculent man who could easily be cudgelled senseless. Now they faced warriors. My warriors. Finan was beside me, shouting in his own language, while Beanoth was to my left. "Bebbanburg!" I bellowed again, and doubtless it meant nothing to them, but they saw warriors in mail and helmets, warriors who seemed fearless in the fight, warriors who screamed for their deaths, warriors who killed. I was running towards a man in a leather jerkin, a man as tall as I was, with a stubby black beard and a sword held like a spear. He took a pace backwards as we came near, but still held the sword straight in front of him. Did he hope I would impale myself? Instead, I cuffed his blade aside with my mail-clad left arm and sank serpent breath in his belly as I smelled the stink of his breath. He was big, but I threw him backwards into the man behind, and to my right a man was screaming because Finan's quick sword had taken his eyes, and Beanoth was beside me, blade red, and I twisted to my right, dragged my blade free of the falling man, and stepped into the next man who carried a seax. My mail stopped his blade. He pushed, but he was already stepping back in terror, and his thrust had no power. He began to whimper, tried to shake his head, and perhaps he was trying to surrender. But I slammed my helmeted head into his face. The whimper turned to a grunt, then his eyes opened wide as Beanoth's blade took him in the ribs. They were the eyes of a man about to sink into the torments of hell. He fell. I took one more step, and I was behind the makeshift line of enemies. Ahead of me was an open door beyond which sunlight glittered on water and on the ship we needed. I turned back, still shouting, and dragged Serpent Breath's hungry edge across a man's neck, and suddenly there were no more enemies. Just men shouting for mercy, men twitching in agony, men dying, blood on the stone floor, and one heavy man fleeing in panic up a stairway that was built beside the women's cage. We are warriors. Gebrut!
Lord?
Fetch Benedetta and the children. We had faced 9 men. I counted them. 5 were dead or dying, 3 were on their knees, and 1 had fled upstairs. Women were crying with fear behind the bars on one side. There were men cowering in the gloom on the other. Be enough! I pointed to the 3 men on their knees. Bring the bugger we captured in the yard to join those 3. Strip them all of their mail, lock them up, and see if any of the slaves want to be rowers. I had been given a mere glimpse of the man who had fled up the stairway. A big man, not big like Bearnoth or Folkbold, who were tall and muscled, but fat. I had glimpsed him panicking, scrambling up the stairs, his footsteps thumping loudly, and now I followed with Serpent Breath naked in my hand. The stairs must have been built by the Romans, because the first few steps were stone, though above those neat masonry steps was a more recent wooden flight that led to a small landing where dust motes danced. I climbed slowly. There was no noise from the upper floors. I assumed the fat man, whoever he was, would be waiting for me. Finnan joined me, and the 2 of us crept up the wooden flight, flinching when the timber creaked. 1 man, I whispered. An open doorway hung with a thick woolen curtain opened to the right of the small landing. I suspected that as soon as I stepped onto that landing a spear would be thrust through the wool, so I reached up with Serpent Breath and edged it aside. There was no spear thrust. I edged the curtain further aside and heard a stifled whimper. There were more heavy footsteps, suggesting that the fat man was climbing yet more stairs. "Gunald?" Finnan suggested. "I suspect so," I said, no longer trying to be quiet. I took the last step and ripped the curtain down. There was a gasp, a scream, and I saw another cage, which held 3 women who watched me with eyes wide with terror. I put a finger to my lips, and they crouched silent, their eyes going to another wooden stairway that led to the top floor. "Gunald!" I shouted. There was no answer. "Gunald! I came here to keep a promise." I climbed the stairs, deliberately heavy-footed. "You hear me, Gunald?" There was still no answer, just a scuffling sound deep in the attic. This last floor was built under the roof. Beams crossed it. There was little light, but as I reached the top I saw the fat man standing at the far end. He had a sword in his hand. He was shaking. I had rarely seen a man so frightened. Finnan went past me and pushed open the small shutter I had seen from the courtyard, and in the new light I saw heavy timber chests and a sturdy wooden bed heaped with furs. There was a girl half hidden in the bed, watching us fearfully. "Gunald?" I asked the man. "Gunald Gunaldson?" "Yes," he said, scarce above a whisper. "I'd drop the sword," I said, "unless you want to fight me." He shook his head, but still gripped the weapon. "My name," I said, "is Uhtred, son of Uhtred, Lord of Bebbanburg." The sword fell from a nerveless hand, clattering on the wooden floor. Gunald followed it, dropping to his knees and holding clasped hands towards me. "Lord!" There was a second shuttered window in the gable facing the river. I walked past the kneeling man and pushed the shutter open to let more light into the room. "I don't like slave traders," I said mildly as I went back to Gunnold.
"Many don't, lord," he whispered.
"Is she a slave?" I asked, pointing serpent breath at the girl in the bed.
"Yes, lord."
Gunnold's whisper was scarcely audible. "Not any longer," I said. Gunnold said nothing. He was still shaking. I saw a robe or gown on the floor, a threadbare thing of linen. I picked it up with serpent breath's bloodied tip and tossed it to the girl. "Do you remember a slave trader called Halfdan?" I asked Gunnold. He hesitated, perhaps surprised at the question. His face was round, his eyes small and his beard too scanty to cover his thick jowls. His hair was thinning. He wore a mail coat, but too small, so he had ripped the sides upward so the mail would cover his belly. A big belly. "We don't see many fat people," I said. "Isn't that right, Finnan?" "A few monks," Finnan said, "and a bishop or two." "You must eat plenty," I told Gunnold, "to get a belly like that. Your slaves are all thin."
"I feed them well, lord,"
he muttered. "You do?" I asked with pretended surprise.
"Meat, lord. They eat meat."
"Are you telling me you treat your slaves with kindness?" I asked. I crouched in front of him and let Serpent Breath's tip rest on the floor by his knees. He stared at the blade. "Well?" I prompted him.
"A contented slave is a healthy slave, lord,"
Gunnold managed to say, his eyes on the blade's drying blood. "So do you treat them well?"
"Yes, lord."
"So that girl wasn't forced to your bed?"
"No, lord."
And again his whisper was almost inaudible. I stood. "You'll think I'm a strange man, Gunnold," I said, "because I don't like seeing women beaten or raped. You think that's strange?" He just looked at me, then lowered his eyes again. "Halfdan treated women badly," I said. "Do you remember Halfdan?"
"Yes, lord,"
he whispered. "Tell me about him."
"Tell you, lord?"
"Tell me about him," I encouraged him. He managed to raise his eyes to me again.
"He had a yard on the other side of the bridge, lord," he said. "He did business with my father."
"He died, yes?"
"Halfdan, lord?"
"Yes."
"He died, lord. He was killed."
"Killed?" I sounded surprised. "Who killed him?"
"No one knows, lord."
I crouched again. "It was me, Gunnold," I whispered. "I killed him." The only answer was a whimper. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and I turned to see Father Oder, Vidar Leifson and Benedetta come into the attic. Benedetta's hood shadowed her face. Another whimper made me look back to Gunnold, who was shivering, and not from the cold.
"You, lord?"
"I killed Halfdan," I said. "He was fat, too." That killing had been years before, and in a riverside yard not unlike Gunnold's. Halfdan had thought I had come to buy slaves, and had greeted me with effusive politeness. I still remember his bald head, his waist-long beard, his false smile, and his swollen belly. Finnan had been with me that day, and both of us had been thinking of the months we had been enslaved together, chained to a bench of a slaver's ship, whipped through the ice-cold seas and kept alive only by the thoughts of revenge. We had seen our fellow oarsmen whipped to death, heard the women sobbing, and seen children dragged screaming to our owner's house. Halfdan had not been responsible for any of that misery, but he had paid for it all the same. Finnan had hamstrung Halfdan, and I had slit his throat, and that was the day we freed Merasa, a dark-skinned girl who came from the lands beyond the Mediterranean. She had married Father Cuthbert, and now lived in Bebbanburg. Weird byth full arad. Halfdan, I still crouched close to the shivering Gunald, liked to rape his slaves. Do you rape your slaves? Gunald, terrified, retained enough cunning to understand I had this strange dislike of slavers raping their own property. "No, lord," he lied. "I can't hear you," I said, standing again, this time taking his abandoned sword with me. "No, lord." "So you treat your slaves well?" "Yes, lord, I do, lord." He sounded frantic now. "I am glad to hear it," I said. I tossed Gunald's sword to Finan, then drew Wasp Sting and held the Sayak's hilt first towards Benedetta. "You'll find this easier," I told her. "Thank you," she said. Father Oda began to say something, then looked at my face and thought better of it. "One last thing," I said, and turned back to the kneeling Gunald. I stood behind him and dragged the ragged mail coat over his head, so that all he wore was a thin woolen robe. When the coat was free of his face and he could see again, he gasped, because Benedetta had pushed back her hood. He stammered something. Then, as he saw the hatred on her face and the blade in her hand, the stammering turned into a moan. "You two know each other, I think," I said. Gunald's mouth still moved, or at least quivered, but no sound came now. Benedetta turned the sword so that the attic's small light glinted on the steel. "No, lord," Gunald managed to say in a panicked voice as he shuffled backwards. I kicked him hard. He went still, then moaned again as his bladder gave way. "Porco!" Benedetta spat at him. "Father Oda," I said, "come downstairs with us. Vidar, you stay here." "Of course, lord." "Don't interfere. Just make sure it's a fair fight." "A fair fight, lord?" Vidar asked, puzzled. "He's got a cock, she's got a sword. Seems fair to me." I smiled at Benedetta. "There's no hurry. We won't leave for a while. Come, Finan." "You, girl." I looked at the bed. "Are you dressed?" She nodded. "Then come." There was a coiled whip made of braided leather hanging on a nail driven into the newel post of the stairs. I took it and saw dried blood crusted on the whip's tip. I tossed the whip to Vidar, then went downstairs, leaving Benedetta, Vidar, and Gunald in the attic. And Gunald was screaming before I reached the middle floor. "The church," Father Oda said to me when we reached the bottom of the 2 stairways, "does not condone slavery, lord. Yet I've known churchmen own slaves." "It is not seemly," he said, "yet the scriptures do not forbid it." "What are you telling me, father?" He flinched as another scream sounded, this one more terrible than any that had assaulted our ears as we came downstairs. "Well done, girl," Finan muttered. "Vengeance must belong to God," Father Oda said, "and only to God." "Your God," I said harshly. He flinched again. "In his epistle to the Romans," the priest said, "Paul tells us to leave revenge to the Lord." "The Lord took his time revenging Benedetta," I said. "And the fat bastard deserves it, father," Finan put in. "I don't doubt it, but by encouraging her," he was looking at me now, "you have encouraged her to commit a mortal sin." "Then you can shrive her," I said curtly. "She is a fragile woman," Oda said, "and I would not burden her fragility with a sin that separates her from Christ's grace." "She's stronger than you think," I said. "She is a woman," he said sternly, "and women are the weaker vessels. I was at fault." He paused, plainly disturbed. "And I should have stopped her. If the man deserved death, then it should have been at your hands, not hers." He was right, of course. I did not doubt that Gunnel deserved death for a multitude of crimes, but what I had just unleashed in the slaver's attic was cruel. I had condemned him to a long, terrible, and painful death. I could have satisfied justice with a swift killing, as swift as the one I had given Halfdan so many years before, but I had chosen cruelty instead. Why? Because I knew that choice would please Benedetta. Another scream sounded, faded, grew again. "It is not seemly," Father Oda repeated, "that you have put that woman's mortal soul at risk." He spoke fervently, and I wondered if the Danish priest was attracted to Benedetta, and that thought gave me a pulse of jealousy. She was beautiful, undeniably beautiful, but there was a darkness,